we are going to trend down from here on out, because we do have a double top. It's kind of a triple top here, which is a reversal, okay, which could mean that we just come up and we do small little moves. And that would put us at the same price around November at about 40, 50K. Altcoin top was December 2024 and Bitcoin. Yeah, so I actually exited the market in January 28th, I believe it was. So that's when I got out. And I've been doing a little bit of trading in between, but I got into, you know, I've been in crypto since 2016. I've been through bull run after bull run. So, you know, I've seen this happen. Now, I will tell you this right now, that this cycle is like no other cycle I've ever seen before. Okay? This is different. What's up, Henry? How you doing, bro? By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, we are also on Abstract, TikTok, Twitch. So thank you for all of our other viewers. We also do stream on X, but I just didn't have the time. I didn't pull it up yet. Now we're going back to 160. You know, the fact that that's the consensus, I'm going to go with the opposite. If y'all are saying 160K, all it can do is go up, I'm going to lean towards the opposite. And honestly, the charts say that yes, it could, but the macroeconomics say otherwise, and macroeconomics is what drives crypto. What's my X? Every platform is at Ozthecryptogoat. Every platform is at Ozthecryptogoat. All lowercases, no spaces, same as TikTok. And don't forget to follow me. Don't forget to smash the like button. Don't forget to send in your daily heart me's. Don't forget to become a super fan, just like TikTok seller is. He is a super fan. Thoughts on XRP? It's probably cooked. Let's pull it up. You think 70K for XRP? Who said 70K on XRP?
Are you an OG?
XRP will not go to 10K this cycle. If ever. Oh, 70K on Bitcoin? Absolutely. Absolutely 70K on Bitcoin. I'm thinking probably right here around 72 to 74. But if that is the case, then that means it's forming a head and shoulders, and it will get a reversal, which means from 70K, it would pump back up to around 100K to 110K. Come back down and would fall somewhere around 48K, 50K. So XRP won't even go to $3. I agree with you. You know, I actually called the top here. I said about 360 to 380 would be the top for this cycle on XRP. Looks like it hit 367. XRP wants to come back down here to this wick. All right. See this? This is called a retracement. All right. See this wick right here that came down? Eventually, XRP retraced that wick and fell lower. And that would put 163, baby. XRP wants to come back to 163 minimum. What about Solana? Dude, I actually have some Solana, not a lot, but because I live stream on Pump Fun. Solana looks like a Head and Shoulders. This is what Bitcoin's gonna look like. All right, Solana's coming down. Look at, you have your head and shoulders. So Solana's coming back down to 45 to 32. 45 to 32. I think 45. 48. 45. Sounds about right. What's up, JFM? How you doing, chat? It is so good to be back and giving out free A for all of you. You know your stuff. Thanks for sharing. Hey, absolutely, man. If you know, you know. But they call me the crypto goat for a reason. Buyer's market is coming soon. Absolutely. You know, it's no mistake that they call me the crypto goat. I do not call myself the crypto goat. The chat has spoken and decided that this is who I shall be. Okay? There's a reason I'm the goat. All right? What do you predict the next Bitcoin to be? The next Bitcoin? Like, crazy move? I would say Cardano. Never say never on a 60K Bitcoin, okay? Never say never. You have to understand that crypto is leveraged, okay? So it is a bubble that will pop. The money that is in there is leveraged money, okay? So it has to come down very fiercely. It can't stay up forever because it is leveraged. Yeah, Cardano is amazing. I got my Cardano glasses right here. Can you see it? Let me see here. Got my Cardano glasses. I think I got some Cardano coins too. Let's see here. What do I got here? Look at that, baby. It's so pretty. Explain its use case for what? Cardano? Look, I got some COT coin right here too on Cardano. Got some COT coin. What do you want to... You got to be more specific, chat. People don't even know about midnight? Bruh. I was at the airdrop party for midnight. I have a midnight glow stick from the glow stick party. Look at that. I've got a midnight little thing on my pudgy penguin. If you know anything about me, I have a picture of me and Charles at the midnight airdrop party. Me and Charles Hodgkinson are at the Cardano midnight airdrop party for Glacier together. And guess what? He's holding up the GOAT's podcast. Throwing it up. Representing. And if you don't believe me, it's literally in my profile. Go look at it. No AI, baby. All legit. What's up, Chill Well? How you doing, brother? Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, send in those gifts, send in those heart me's, become a super fan, baby. I need y'all to become a super fan. Will Ethereum see 4,000 before 28? That's a tough question. I'm going to say maybe, because people believe that alt season hasn't come and it needs to come, but probably not. I'm going to lean towards not. Where will Solana bottom? I said it earlier, about 47 to 38. Top 5 favorite coins are going to be Bitcoin, obviously, Ethereum, Cardano, and SXT. Midnight. That would be my top 5. Security is the next narrative for the next bull run. Anything that has to do with crypto security and privacy is going to be the next big mover in the next cycle. That's what it's going to be all about, baby. And that's what Midnight is. That's what SXT is. Oh, be careful about asking Mr. Josh TV for any TA, man. The dude's only been TAing for a couple months. Be careful. He is a bright kid, and he did take my TA class. But Josh, and you know I say this out of respect, I love you, bro. Actually, Josh, if you want to come up and chat on the show, if you want to hop on the Discord and we can talk and argue a little bit, I would love to do that, brother. That's up to you. People who hate ADA are a threat to crypto was supposed to be. I agree. I agree with that 100%. Cardano is the sleeper. Okay, that song we were just talking about is talking about how Cardano uses UTXOs. Okay, that means that Bitcoin and Cardano are interchangeable on their exchange. They work together in the same technology, same algorithm, same. So they're meant to work together. Cardano was meant to work with Bitcoin. Okay, and Cardano is a proof of stake. I can hop on Discord if you want to. Yeah, bro, come on. I'll bring you on. Let's talk a little bit. It's been a while since we've done it. Let me pull up Discord. Let's talk a little bit. Let's argue a little bit. Let's see here. Send me a call. I don't see you, Josh. 35K, the real bottom of 2026 for what? Bitcoin? I think you might be right. Somewhere around there. 40K, 35K for Bitcoin. Yeah. What's a good buy-in price for ADA? Smart money. Any smart money zone. Don't worry, you're gonna have plenty of time to accumulate, chat. You're gonna have plenty of time. You're gonna get 4 years to stack up on your favorite cryptos. So just be patient. That's why people get wrecked in this market. They're impatient. They hear everything's going and they're like, I need to do it now because it's happening now. And they get wrecked. The idea is to buy it when no one's talking about it, when it's not the thing. Multi-chain wallets like Lace, Cardano's working with. Yes, Lace. I actually have a Lace wallet right here. There's a little icon right here at the top of my screen. That's my Lace wallet right there.
No, for real. I'm probably gonna rewrite that.
JFM, thank you for the heart me. Steve, thank you for the heart me. Revolution, thank you for the heart me. Revolution, thank you for the 2 popular votes. Mother Dragons, thank you for the popular vote and the heart me. Fredrum, thank you for the heart me. All the gifts, thank you very much. If you want to help support the show, become a super fan. And of course, Bitcoin and Doge. I don't know if Doge has much of a future, man. Maybe because of like Elon, maybe he uses it with X platform. Go out further, it's done. I agree. We're toasty to the mosty. So no Ethereum all-time high this year. Ethereum hit an all-time high, didn't it? You can hit the pen now. No, I can't. Can you? You have to put it for 18 and over if you hit the pen. I have to shut off the camera. So I'm calling bear market, just to clarify. No, I'm saying that there's a possibility of an extended cycle into next year, but more than likely, I'm calling for the bear market. Yeah. This is a big mid-cycle flush, not a full-on market yet. I don't agree with that, man. Here's the thing: is things are different this time. I know everyone says, "Oh, it's different." I think it's different in a bad way. You guys have to understand that you can chart all you want. You need to look at the macroeconomic situation and understand that things aren't lined up. The liquidity's not there. People don't have the money. And even if we get these checks in the US, the stimulus checks or whatever, the tariff checks, people got debt to pay off. The integration of AI is what you're seeing. I agree with that 100%. And with AI coming in, you're going to see a lot of AI bots scalping. You're going to see a lot of different movement in the markets than what we're used to. Everything's different. Don't forget to smash that like button. Don't forget to follow. Don't forget to subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. On Twitch, you can send bits. They're just like sending, you know, the little heart me's and popular votes and stuff on TikTok. If you're on Abstract, you can tip me in Ethereum. We actually live stream on Abstract. That's a layer 2 on the blockchain. So we are actually one of the very few that live stream on blockchain. What other creator do you know has a podcast and is live streaming on the blockchain? You're going to see a 24-cent ADA? Let's take a look. Let's see here. Cardano. What do I see? You guys want some free A on Cardano? What did you say? 24 cents? Yeah, 24 cents is possible. Yeah, that's like the bottom. It could go into despair and hit like 20 cents and then come back up. But the next zone that it wants to stop at is 36.9. People thought Ethereum was done at 1800 and then it exploded. ETFs are the new whales. ETFs is going to stabilize the market. All right. All the markets look like they gave up on life. Oh my God. Hey, revolution starts now. How are you doing, Jesse? It's good to see you. Brandon, thank you for the boxing gloves ×2. Appreciate it. Don't forget to send in your daily heart me. Let's see here. How are we doing on our heart me goal? We've got halfway through our heart me's. We need 5 more heart me's. Shelly, what is going on? I see you on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. You know, if you're not watching on YouTube, watch on TikTok. What's the next XRP hype? The next XRP hype is going to be ISO 222 in November 22nd, and it's going to be very lackluster, and a lot of people are going to lose a lot of money over it. That's what's going to happen. People forget it's just crypto stocks taking a hit. Seems like institutions took profits. Exactly. I took profits in January. I've been buying crypto for a long time. There's so many people that got in so early that they're gonna take profits. It's gonna keep the prices down. Macro is risk off and liquidity is leaving crypto, so expect a chop and a downside pressure deep flush. Absolutely. The dollar is actually strong right now. Crypto does better when the dollar is weak. So expect the bear market. Why are people so gung-ho about XRP? Oh, because it's a cult, man. It's a bunch of influencers that were saying crazy things this cycle. We're promoted in the algorithms, and the liars and the people that spread the moon cheese are the ones that got pushed, and so it created this nonsense cult-like following for XRP. Honestly, I don't even know if XRP has really much use case anymore. BlackRock dumped to make numbers look good as far as tax purposes. They won't buy again until January 1st. I think they may not buy till later on. And for those of you watching on YouTube, thank you for the likes. I see those likes coming in. And don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, share with everyone you know, every single person you know. Send in a daily heart me. Brandon, thank you for the heart me and the 2 boxing gloves. Thank you for all the gifts everyone's sent. Shelly, your message was retracted. And if you really want to give to the show, come send me some Ethereum. Ethereum's super cheap right now. Send me some Ethereum on Abstract. Or send me some Pudgy Penguins. You know, I'm going to put on my Pudgy Penguin right now. I want Pudgy Penguins. That's the best way to tip me. I got my little Pudgy Pengy. What's up, Chillwell? How many Ethereum would I like? All of it. Send me all of it. Whatever you can, man. Also, the link tree in my bio, you can send donations there directly. TikTok takes a percentage of the donation, so when you donate directly, 100% of that goes to me and supporting everything we do here. Yeah, TikTok tax is crazy, but you know what? If you become a super fan on TikTok, I get 70% of that revenue. So become a super fan on TikTok. Show everybody how much of a fan you are. Become a super fan. One of the best ways to support on TikTok is to become a super fan. Zach Rector, he wrecked them. Oh, absolutely. Him and what's that other guy? Oh, Josh used to talk about him all the time. I can't remember his name now. That's how little I care. Is Zach Rector Crypto Psycho? Is that who you're talking about? Jake Claver, that's the guy. Golly, man. These guys with their crazy numbers, throwing it out there, their wild pipe dreams. That's why XRP went so crazy. Oh, yes, they're paid. It actually came out that Jake Claver is a paid actor. Yeah, I know they're two different people. I know. But yeah, they're paid actors. Come on, like, of course they are. You know, people said that I was a paid actor. Is that crazy or what? Like, I'm definitely not a paid actor. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Let's talk about some things. I'm gonna turn off the music here. Let's talk about something for a second. I had some points I wanted to talk about, okay? And this is something we've been talking about in my Discord. And if you want to see any of these projects I've been working on, it's all in my Discord. Click the link in my bio and join the Discord. That's where I spend most of my time. So in Discord today, we were talking about investments and what are some solid investments right now. I implore you to look into this, okay? But one thing that is a very good, solid investment, and mind you, most investors would call this a liability and not an asset. But if you are mechanically inclined and have the ability to house and store things like this, this is probably one of the best, most lucrative slam dunk investments that you can do. And that is classic cars. And obviously I live in California, so California's car culture, you can keep and store a car out here and it'll live forever, right? Obviously, if you live back east, you live in Canada where it snows, maybe not the case. But if you live, especially if you live like in the desert, like Arizona, New Mexico, Southern California, all right, classic cars is one of the most solid investments. And let me tell you something right now. There are tons and tons of people that have been buying classic cars and hoarding them, and they have like these junkyards and like they sell parts and they sell bits and pieces of it, and they just have these massive graveyards, okay? And there's actually a video of this in my Discord. Actually, maybe I should pull it up. Let me talk about it first. But what is happening is they want to build more real estate, right? So these land plots that people have where they have all these classic cars, what they're doing is they're not making any money off of them right now because the market is dead, right? So they're like giving away these cars right now. They paid way too much a long time ago, and they're basically giving these cars away. And the reason so the reason for what's going on. So we're going to watch this in a second here, okay? What's going on is people, just like in this story here, and this is just one case, but this is happening on a massive scale. And what you're going to see is you're going to see an influx of classic cars for sale, junkers like this, which is what people actually want. People do not want to buy a $170,000 fully restored vehicle. They want to buy something like what this guy has right here. They want, an old restoration project so that they can build it themselves. The hobbyists of this community are running out of projects, okay? Well, the market is about to flood with tons of these projects, right? And you're going to be able to get them for basically free or a few $100. Okay. And if you can store it and keep it from rusting, you're going to make a lot of money 5-10 years down the road. Okay. So let's listen to this guy's story and what's happening so that you guys can understand why. And the same thing actually happened when they did Cash for Clunkers in California. And late model vehicles became very highly sought after and became very valuable. And which also makes those parts for them very cheap and plentiful because they part them out before they squash them. So let's listen to this guy's story. What's going on?
Hey guys, it saddens me to say that Brown Auto Salvage will be closing its doors. A commercial developer come in and offer us a substantial amount of money for all of this real estate. And we've been pretty much forced to have to crush everything on the place probably within the next month. We're finishing up our orders. We won't be taking any new orders. We're just gonna pretty much have to do away with all of it.
Look at that massive graveyard. All those beautiful cars.
I've worked my whole life for this, but this is too much to really turn down. So we're just gonna move forward. I'd just like to tell everybody, happy April Fool's Day.
April Fools. April Fools. But his situation is an actual real situation that's happening. He's joking on it right here. Okay, he's not selling. But there are people that are selling them off. And they're crushing them. They're sending them away. He's saying, no, I ain't going to do it. All right. But there are lots of people that are moving on from it. And what you have to understand is the rarity of these cars is about to skyrocket. Okay. The passion the man has for vehicles is amazing. It's just material. It's not just material. It's history. Okay. So I have a whole section in my Discord for cars, right? I have classic cars. I restore them. But the value on these cars are going to go up dramatically with the cost of steel and aluminum going up because the tariffs, auto parts are going up. It's going to be something that is going to grow in value very quickly. Right now, you can get things for relatively cheap. Okay? You can get a great deal, but it's not going to last forever. Okay. And eventually a lot of these things will get sent to the crushers. Obviously this guy's video was a joke. Okay. But that situation that he was playing out is a real situation that is happening in the car community. Exactly. Everything's unibody, no frames. They're one and done. They're built not to last. Classic cars are actually very easy to work on. They last forever. Okay. It is a solid investment. I had a 1943 M3A1 half-track tank. I paid 20 grand for it. I worked on it for about a week and sold it for $170,000. Okay. That's the kind of money you can make doing this. In literally a week, and it's a guaranteed turnaround. I was able to sell it to a museum, and now it sits in a museum, and it's where it should be. Resto mods, if done right, are a much stronger car. Exactly. You know, my Corvette is like a brand new car under the hood, you know, and it's what, like 50 something years old, and it's a beautiful car. And I love driving it. I drive it every day now, you know? And you know, I put a little bit of money into it, but the value of that car is so much more than what I have into it because I do it myself. So if you do the modifications yourself, if you're savvy, you're a bit of a car guy, you can do those things, then you have an opportunity to make a lot of money. What's going on, TikTok seller? How you doing? Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, become a super fan. Click the little thing down here to become a super fan. Super fan is the best way to support if you're going to support on TikTok. Otherwise, you know, there's better ways to go about it. But if you want to support through TikTok, I understand a lot of you want to watch on TikTok. Totally get it. But that's the best way. So become a super fan. I think I can do like a super fan goal, maybe. Let's see here. Let's put on some music again, huh?
Little bitch asshole. Goat tribe. Said I'm a badass bitch and I'm rich. Don't call me a little girl, I ain't switch.
This is Goat Tribe, guys. By the way, I have a meeting with Goat Tribe on the 20th. We're having a meet and greet there. If you want to come and hang out with me in person, I will be in San Diego. And I posted that in my Discord where you can find me. So we're going to be hanging out with the Goat Tribe. Look at Ada. Ada to 23 cents possibility. But that's like a long time from now. That would be like after November of next year. That's like a whole year away. Josh, the fourth turning says otherwise. Fourth turning says we're coming down. 2028 is the year, baby. After 2028, expect massive prosperity. 2029, 2030, that's when you're going to get all that return you're looking for in crypto. So you have time. Wait for it to come down, buy it, accumulate it, hold it, and you're going to make tons of money. That's the best way to make money in crypto. The best money. Buy in smart money zones, hold, and chill. All right? 2026 is a good year, y'all tripping. I'm not sure about that. We will have to see what the yield curve holds. But 2026, we're going to see a lot of reactionary rate cuts, which is not good. Yeah, they're going to give us 4 or 5 years to accumulate. Chill out. Everybody who's thinking that it's all happening right now and there's no time and you gotta buy now or it's gonna happen, those are the people that get wrecked. All right? Be patient. Wait for the right time. All right? That's when good things happen. What's the price on BTC? It looks like 92. We shall see. Generally, when you get a long wick like this, it wants to retrace it. Let's look at XRP, for instance. Look at XRP. All right. You get this long wick right here. We retrace it. And it even falls below it sometimes, right? You get this long wick right here. It's going to retrace it and possibly fall below it. I'm calling 163 again, baby. 163 is going to be a good buy price for XRP. It would probably from there send back up to $2 and then come back down. I'm not a shadow anymore. No, I am back, baby. We are still early. Exactly, Shelly. Thank you. We are so early. Chill out. It is not happening right now. Chill out, Josh. There is time. You have time. Man, how about the viewership today? Everything is looking really good. Don't forget to hit the like button. Everybody start tapping the screen like crazy. Tap away. Show your support. Send in your heart me's. Send in your gifts. Help me reach this heart me gift here. We need 4 more heart me's. How's Jessie doing? She's good. She was actually in the chat for a short little time there. I don't know where she is now. But yeah, Jessie was in the chat for a little bit. Jessie will be back. I don't know when. Oz, if you and financial advice to your live, they don't restrict it. They're not restricting anything. None of this is financial advice. This is news. This is information. I'm not going to tell you when to buy, when to sell. That's up to you. What I'm telling you is what happens. I understand economics and how things work. The algorithm's good, baby. We've got decent viewership, and y'all are liking away. It's bringing in new people, and it's working good. You can actually buy some of the same coins you got last year cheaper right now. Exactly. Certain ones like XRP, there are just crazy people that will never sell it, and that's why it may hold up higher, but it's not going to 11D. Oh, you're talking about cars. Oh, absolutely, cars. You buy a new car, the moment you drive it off the lot, you just threw away like 10 grand. XRP is so bad. Absolutely. Don't forget to send in your daily heart me's, guys. I need 4 more heart me's. Who's got me with some heart me's? Help me out. 15 grand at least for what? Oh, when you drive off the lot. I thought you were talking about XRP. 15 grand. I was like, hell no. Y'all keep going back on the subject matter, back and forth. E-juice, often heavy metals like lead, nickel, chromium, leaching in, not from the coils. You talking about electric vehicles? Send some heart me's, guys. I need 4 heart me's. Help me out. What's up, Scotty Dog? What's going on, bro? Good to see you, man. And don't forget, become a super fan. 80% of the live goal is achieved, Scotty Dog. Thank you for the heart me. We just need, I think, 3 more heart me's. Let me see here. How many more do we need? We need 2 more heart me's. 2 more heart me's. Who is this? Department of Pumps. Thank you for the rose. Appreciate you. What up, Oz? How are you, bro? I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Hey, Department of Pumps, thank you for the heart me and the other rose. Much appreciated. We need 1 more heart me. Chill well, I'm talking to you. Let's see, who else am I talking to? Jason 14, I'm talking to you. Not even slammed. Talking to you. I need one more heart me. Somebody, live goal achieved. Thank you, Bellstar, for the heart me. Much appreciated. Thank you, guys. We reached our goal. When we reach those goals, that helps the algorithm so much. So much. Thank you guys so much. We've made a whopping 14 cents this live on TikTok. A whole 14 cents. Let's give a round of applause. We are raking it in, baby. Best way to support the show, become a super fan. If you're not a super fan yet, become a super fan. Help us out. Nice tap, bro. You talking about this one? I got a whole sleeve going on here. Revolution says to Mr. Josh TV, LOL, blind loyalty is adorable. You pumping now and in the money. Yeah, I know, right? We are just raking it in. But I enjoy doing this stuff. I enjoy talking to you guys. I enjoy going live. I enjoy making this content. This is immortality. What I'm doing right now is I'm creating immortality. I'm recording all of this and it's archiving. And one day I will be gone from this earth and this will be all that exists. What a beautiful thing to have something like this to leave behind. You know, my family will look back on this long after I'm gone and be able to see my face and hear my voice, hear my encouraging words, see that I was right every freaking time I opened my mouth. You ever gonna make the Corvette video? I know, dude. I actually just got the Corvette like back on the road, so I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna go work on that Corvette video. I honestly, like, I took some time off, man. I needed it. That was like 6 months ago. I know, right? I did have to do some work to the Corvette. So like the Corvette lost brakes, and so I ended up doing new Performer high-rise intake manifold on it, port and polish, new power steering system, new brakes and drilled slotted rotors, and new calipers, new master cylinder, new brake booster. I did a lot of work to it. So now that it's done, back on the road, registered, and I'm driving it, I will make that video for you guys. What do I think of Monero? Is that a coin?
RIP to the legend. Akira Toriyama. Thank you for inspiring me.
Let me look it up here.
Super Saiyan.
Monero.
Hey, Goat Tribe on the beat.
Is that this chart right here? It's a privacy coin.
Yeah, I'm invincible, undeniable. For your loss, I cannot be
I think this one could be working its way down. It could be done. It may come back up here to retrace the wick here and then come down. But this ascending channel is just asking for it to break back down. It's at least coming back down to 378.5. Not financial advice, but privacy tokens are good, man. I'm a big fan. But look at this. Look at your high right here. Your high right here. Look at it, reached nearly the high from the first cycle. I would say this thing's probably cooked, man. Probably cooked for now. Man, everybody's ganging up on Josh. Poor Josh. Josh, I think you're just a little too unrealistic, and I think you have a bit of a confirmation bias. And, you know, hey, you're entitled to believe whatever you want to believe, and I will support that always. But you got to look at more factors and understand that there's more to everything than just charts, than just we're only going up. There's so much more that factors into this. And when you zoom out and you look at the big picture and you realize where we are in the world right now, you'll understand that we are coming down. There's a lot of serious researchers in the house here. Absolutely. We've got Bellstar, we got Scotty Dog, we've got Revolution, we've got TikTok Seller, we've got Ozthecryptogoat. That's a lot of people that deep dive into this stuff. Above you in a city near you, dude, that's what's up. Get off your phone on an airplane, bro. Otherwise, you're gonna hit the ground sooner than you hoped. Scotty, it's good to see you, Scotty, man. I've missed you, brother. It's good to see you. And hello, Ghost. Thank you for the follow. Don't forget to follow, smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, send in your daily heart me, send in any gifts, become a super fan. And we're going to start going live again. We're going to start doing the show regularly. Bro, airport security are very lazy than they were 3 months ago. Oh yeah, I know, because they're not really getting paid anymore, are they? It's like when COVID happened and everyone got to stay home, and then when everyone found out they had to go back to work, like nobody wanted to work anymore. Everyone was like super lazy. That's what you're gonna see in all the government and the military, and they're just all gonna be like, man, fuck this. I just worked for like a month without any money. Like, this is some bullshit. Like, air traffic control, man, that's the scary one. I don't even know why you're flying. I guess it's cheap to fly right now. Man, this music's good. I can't wait to see these guys. November 20th. I will be in San Diego. If you want to come meet me in San Diego, let me know on Discord, and I'll send you the flyer where we're going to be at. San Diego is still pretty nice. ZK coin? Let's take a look. Let's do MYT first. BTC's coming down. I don't know if the Epstein stuff got leaked.
Never selling, yeah, we never selling. You already sold, boy, that's telling.
This is Josh's song.
Forever, I don't need that money. Sell my Mona Lisa, holy shit.
MYT, I'm not seeing it.
ABC, yeah, that's what the wolf taught me. Always be closing, always have powder to find new plays in the
Is MYT a stock or crypto?
to my death, happily. Sell it for dust, the plan of a punk ass bitch. You need $20, boy, I'm trying to get rich. More like 20 million, I ain't never gonna switch. Sounds like these fakes, where all they do act, talk a big game, but you need to sell, that's a fact. Me, my
I don't know if we want to hear the truth. It'll probably make me throw up. Absolutely.
I roll up this weed, then take off. Call me boss, sweep the floor, goats are a must.
Are these meme coins? ZK?
Swap your price goes for something else. To go and rug you a little bug.
ZK on Tether? Is this the right chart?
You to get the fuck up off my chain. Broke ass bitch, nah, I ain't playing. Never selling, yeah, we never selling.
ZK's coming down, baby.
Boy, that's telling. Me, I hope forever. I don't
This is a
sell my Mona Lisa, holy shit.
descending wedge. It's a flat bottom triangle. So this is coming down to 34 cents, maybe 33 cents. This one's coming down. Get ready. Buckle up, Buttercup. And it could come lower, but that's the fair value gap. It could literally come down and fill this wick down here.
Can't afford, don't get wrecked, I pray, oh Lord. But for real, I'm never selling. Gun to my head and I'll be yelling. Fuck you, bitch, yeah, I'm rebelling. Collection offers, nah, you ain't helping. Just stake your goats for more grass. Hit this weed, man, hit this gas. So thank you for my crypto class. Just don't be selling, stupid ass. Ha ha. Never selling, yeah, we never selling. You already sold, boy, that's telling. Me, I hope forever. I don't need that money.
I got a song here. Let me see here.
You funny.
Where's it at? It's the Matrix. What the fuck? It's not on here? Here we go. I got a song for y'all.
What is real?
And then I'm going to call it a night.
How do you define real?
I didn't see MYT on the chart here. So it might not be on TradingView.
What is real? What is human? This world got me questioning consuming. Stuck in a matrix, feeling like I'm Truman. So upside down, disconnected from the Schumann. But Morpheus is here now, you ready to go. The red or blue pill, you already know. Down the rabbit hole, we going.
Why am I yelling? Am I yelling?
I'm going to show you what is real, what is fake. Take it slow. Been doing it for years and now I'm a pro. Fiat the fake, it's a sham, it's a scam. 2.3 trillion a supply like goddamn. They print and they steal as much as they want. But old Uncle Sam.
Honestly, N007, if you were like a super fan or something, I'd be more inclined to like look deeper into it, but
So let's quietly build and quietly stack. Let's exit the matrix. It's about to crack. Looking for the exit, but I'm feeling stuck in the matrix, just trying to make a buck. Sick of working, I ain't gonna slave away.
make sure you follow, subscribe.
Lies, no more fake shit. Man, I really can't.
Let's watch this music video before we go.
Little bitch.
That's
ass
Jesse
hoe.
right there.
Go tribe. Go tribe. Said I'm a badass bitch and I'm rich. Don't call me a little girl, I ain't switch. Size like it's nothing, you a cinch. You wanna be like me, yeah, you wish. Crypto vibes on the track, and you know we tryna stack. Bitcoin, Solana, and Ether, some ADA. Bitch, I am the alpha, and you are the beta. You think you are great, I promise I'm greater. Just check my trade, check my wallet, the data. You mention me with the girls, that's gossip. And if you talk shit, you know you best watch it. Crypto vibes are the best, you know you're not it. Passive aggressive, that beef, I'm gonna squash it. Not cause I forgive you, because I am bigger of a person. And yeah, my ass sticker, loyal to my man. You a hoe, you a stripper, so don't miss my word. By the throwing no hitter. Now this my last line before we go get dinner. Michelin restaurants, you pay, he a winner. Say I'm a badass bitch and I'm rich. Don't call me a little girl, I ain't switch. Size like it's nothing, you a snitch. Wanna be like me, yeah you wish. Another verse, better take another lap. Around you putting Goat Tribe on the map. It's a race, it's a fight, yeah we bout to scrap. But you know I'm clever, so instead lay a trap. To help me catch these little girls in the act. Creating fake drama, yeah I know that's a fact. I don't mean to provoke, don't mean to attack. But can't take anymore, boy I gotta react. Or they take advantage of me, try and lie, spread these rumors about me. But they can't see, that bullshit sets me free. Girl I decree, you gone, you better flee. Yeah I'm a wife, you know he put a ring on it. Big ass rock sold, NFTs into the profit. Headed to the bank, got more to deposit. Go Tribe to the moon, yeah we bout to rock it. Say I'm a badass bitch and I'm rich. Don't call me a little girl, I ain't switch. Size like it's nothing, you a snitch. Wanna be like me, yeah you wish.
Another fire music video from the Goat Tribe. Awesome. Super awesome. And special thanks to Mr. Non-Fungible for creating these AI videos.
There's no returning. So when you still up, there's no return. There's no returning. So when there's no returning. So when you still
They won't let it play. Isn't that awesome? So awesome. So don't forget to join my Discord. Click the link in my bio. We also have merch available. Check it out. We got mugs. We got hoodies. We got stickers. My favorite is this sticker right here. Hold on. This one. When Rimple hints at another escrow unlock, say goodbye to your gains. Love it. Brad Garlinghouse with his finger on the sell trigger. Gotta love it. All right, chat. I'm going to call it a night. Thank you all for coming, and I will see you all next time. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and share the show with everyone you know. Have a good night. It was nice to be live. It's good to be back. I will be back regularly now. I'll see y'all next time. Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. I'm Ozthecryptogoat, and let's go to our live. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining down the rabbit hole. I am Ozthecryptogoat. So we do more than just crypto, obviously. I'm liking the setup. Yeah, wait till you see it on YouTube. All right, YouTube is where it's at.
A lot of work went into this.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot of work, and the whole team got together here and we set everything up and got it all together. What's going on, Oscar? Don't forget to watch on YouTube, okay? If you are on TikTok, though, go ahead, stick around for a little bit. We will be on TikTok for a little while. Where you can, hit the like button, share the live out to everyone so that they can know to come to YouTube and watch the live. If you want to use the chat, I would suggest going to Twitch or Abstract.
And we can do whatever we want on YouTube.
Yeah, we
because
can
we're
do
not bound by the rules of TikTok shop.
Yeah, exactly. Make sure you talk into the mic when you're speaking.
Oh, okay.
So we have microphones we're holding because there's two of us in the studio right now, and it's going to be a fun show.
I know. I did a lot of research and you did zero. So
I did research. I watched a whole video on YouTube,
3
guys.
pages of it typed up notes and research, and you have what?
Well, here's the thing: is I've been following the moon landing thing for a very long time.
We all have.
I know the story. I don't
know
need
the story,
to research.
but there's different theories of if it happened, why it happened, what was the reasons, all the other things. It can't just be one thing.
I did learn something new today. Okay, I did learn something new that I wasn't super like, oh, like this is. I didn't know this, but it wasn't too much though. Like there wasn't much that I learned today, right? So it wasn't like I really needed to deep dive into something I already know about. Why is the camera so zoomed in on TikTok? Because if you want the real experience, you gotta come to YouTube. And Jesse is boycotting TikTok.
I am boycotting that particular app because no, I'm done with it.
Yeah, so the place to watch the show will be on YouTube or Twitch. Twitch if you want your chat to be on screen, right, for the recording. I will be able to see the chat during it or whatever, but if you want the recording to have your chat come up on the screen, you're going to have to go to Twitch. And don't forget to send in your daily heart me's and hit the like button. Share the show out with everyone because we are going to be shutting this down shortly. So we want to get it pushed out there so that people know that we are live and where to come find us, and it's going to be a fun show. I'm really excited about this.
Can they see the picture though?
They will be able to. So
Okay.
When we go to this setup right here, they will get to see this right here.
Are we delayed? Is that what it is?
There is a delay,
Oh.
so they will see that.
Okay, cool. Oh, I like
And
that.
So when we pull up things, you're going to be able to see the setup.
Okay.
And look at us in the forest.
I know.
It's pretty cool. I do like the new setup. Yeah, make sure if you're watching on TikTok, you share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing, where we're, where we're at. Thank you, TikTok seller, for the gifts. Thank you for any gifts you guys send. Much appreciated. We don't make any money doing this. So if you can, great. If not, hit the like button. We appreciate all your support. But I will tell you right now, the quality on YouTube, Twitch, Abstract is going to be peak. Okay, like what you're getting on TikTok, poor audio, poor video.
Did you say peak? You're like 40 years old.
I did say peak, and I'm allowed to because I'm a social media influencer.
No.
So I
You're almost
have that
100.
luxury.
You don't get to say that. That's a
I'm
kid
allowed to say.
Let me guess, you say cap too?
No cap on this show.
Oh my gosh.
We don't cap here. Okay. What we do is we provide the facts. We look into the situation, and then I speculate on things. Like I think it's normal to speculate. There's
No, I get it, but there's a fine line between facts and fiction and probability.
I mean, there should be some storytelling.
Oh, I know, but what I'm saying is that not all stories have been told. Just the stories that people want to hear because it coincides with what they believe or what they want to believe.
Yeah, but I mean, it's okay to embellish a little bit, right? It's okay to understand there are things that we'll never know that won't be explained. And
True.
we can't, we can use science so far, but science only tells us what we already know, right? There are things that we cannot explain, right? Don't forget hashtag FYP, hashtag rabbit hole, hashtag, all the different, any hashtag you can think of, throw it out there. And then we will move over to YouTube in just a little bit. This is like the prequel promo mode. I will leave TikTok up, okay? So TikTok will be running, but this is the view you're going to get. So if you want the full shebang, the whole outlook of what it's supposed to be, you need to come over to the rabbit hole.
And just so we're clear, the topic of the day is the moon landing, and we have very different opinions on where we're going with this because there are a lot of different theories that I found. One of the most, the top theories that most people have of the moon landing and alternative theories, and my own theory.
I'll tell you this right now. As far as the moon landing goes, you've heard it all. I'm going to dig a little deeper. I'm going to go on the deepest rabbit hole tangent you've ever seen in the moon landing. It's going to be a take on the moon landing you never thought, right? Because they said that there's been those one characters that are in Germany. See, we're on TikTok, so we have to be careful.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm just saying that that's what it is. Now, the stuff I can say about the moon landing is the exact thing that's what the government has said. That was what everyone put out. So that I think I can actually talk about and just give a background, especially for the younglings who this wasn't a big deal now because they have all the information on their phone and didn't have to look up anything.
I have crazier theories you haven't heard on the internet before.
Oh my goodness.
I'm going to take you down a new rabbit hole you never thought existed.
Can we start with the first one that they came out?
Oh yeah. This is going to be
the
a long
normal
show.
theory of what happened, and then we can space off to
Absolutely,
the theory
absolutely.
that's mine and is right.
I'm just letting you know, buckle up, chat, because we're going to the moon, right? And we did a crypto show, right? So everybody talks about going to the moon. There's actually a moon behind this setup right here. And that's kind of why I wanted to do the moon landing for the first one. I thought it was a good start for this show.
Especially with the picture we've always had up.
Yeah. Why not talk about the moon landing, right? But I think that it's a good segue from one to the other.
I agree.
So if you are watching on TikTok, make sure you come over to YouTube. We're going to get started. I will leave TikTok up, but you're going to have poor quality for the show. So make sure you come on over. Make sure you share it out, though. We'll keep TikTok up for a little while until we basically have to turn it off because we're going to be saying things that we're not allowed to say.
It's not that. It's just anything that you say against the current anything. We're not allowed to say it because they want to keep the narrative.
I agree. And so that's what's beautiful about having different platforms and not being tethered.
Exactly. YouTube is more free.
Free? Yeah,
ever
I'd
since
say
they lost that lawsuit.
Yeah, free's the right word. Free is the right word.
While it still is free.
Yeah, we can say what we want to say. I keep looking at my mic all funny, like trying to find the right
It's
spot
not
to
an
talk
ice
into.
cream cone. Calm down.
It's so delicious.
Don't. Nope. Mm-mm. Nope.
This is the most tasty.
Nope. That ain't it.
All right, so you want to get started?
That's fine. Okay, so the normal theory, which everybody has been fed, and this is probably in every book that you grew up reading. Apollo 11 took off on July 20th, 1969. Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins flew up to the moon.
Wait a minute. Who's this Michael Collins guy?
He's the one that actually flew it and stayed in the ship to make sure that if things went wrong, he was pretty much going to leave them there and bring back the
Left
stuff.
for unalived.
He was going to
leave
bring
them
back all
unalived.
the rocks and stuff and
If-
everything.
If they went.
It was in case nobody knows about him. Really, nobody even talks about him because he wasn't on the moon. But he had to keep the ship there to make sure it didn't go.
Or maybe it was filmed in a Hollywood studio and he was
Or
never
it
there.
wasn't, and okay. He ensured the safety of monitoring them on the lunar floor to make sure that they all got home safely. The Apollo mission returned 382 kilograms of moon rocks and dust. Lunar samples reveal features like glass and meteorite impacts, volcanic activity, and things that could never survive on Earth.
Are you telling me that there's volcanoes on the moon?
There could have been, well, not so much volcano. Think about when a meteorite hits and the radiation it gives, and it can give this fake molten effect, very much so like in the New Mexico, Arizona, those kind of places.
I don't know. I'm not buying it.
Okay.
Volcanoes on the moon.
Volcanic activity. Yeah, that's what it says.
Volcanic activity at some point, or
At some point.
Well, hear me out. Okay, so let's break that down a little bit. We have volcanic activity on the Earth because there is a mantle, right?
Correct.
So what you're saying is that there is like tectonic plates and a mantle on the
At
moon
some point.
at some point. So it's
Because
hardened
it
and dried
technically
up,
is a
or-
dead star, right?
Wait,
Like a dead planet, dead star. Like
The
it
moon?
doesn't, yeah.
I don't know. I think the moon. Well, I don't want to get into that. Yeah, I think it was artificially created and placed strategically by aliens to protect the Earth,
Okay, calm
which
down.
is their experiment
Take a step back.
farm.
Take a step back.
All
Listen.
right, I'm gonna reel it in.
This is what the normal theory is. I'm not saying that that's not possible. I'm just telling you what the theory everyone has. And then we had China, India, Japan, Russia all study these rocks, and I'll verify that this is nothing you can find on this planet. So it came from somewhere. Not only that, the Soviet Union could see all the reflectors that were placed by the United States during the moon landing.
But how do you know that?
Because
And
the Soviet Union had everything to gain to be like, oh, they lied. This didn't happen. Because they were in a race with them, and now they're like, oh man, like why wouldn't they blow the whistle on the country they hate the most?
let me pull up a picture of the reflector. Right. So here's the reflector, chat. So that's what it looks like. There are how many of these on the moon?
As far as I know now, about 12 to 15 that are still workable. But back then it was like 4 or 5. And not only that, I have one of the pictures that where you can actually still see the flagpoles. There's 3 left sticking up from when different people went to the moon.
All right, we'll get to that image next. But let's talk about this. Look at this image, chat. Does this not look like something that an unmanned craft could have left in place? We have a rover, don't we?
They didn't have them like that back then. That's not. But look at. It's like set down like you were to put down a stereo. There's no.
I mean, but
it's not going to go.
there could have been
anywhere.
like some mechanical arm thing that reaches out and places it, right? Like, and
There were no other shuttles that were sent from there to have done that were successful.
that we know of.
That we would have saw if somebody would have caught a glance of some
how
fire
many
coming out of
rockets have they
a
set
rocket.
off? They've set off so many rockets at
do
some
you know?
point.
How do you know? Did you see it?
Because we seen it.
No, but did you see it?
I mean,
But back then, that's what they saw. I mean, I feel like you would see a fiery Bernie shuttle coming out of the sky, and it would have been reported.
I don't even think the shuttle never went to space.
Everyone else saw it. Everyone in
They
the
saw it go up in the air.
No, but listen.
did it
from
go to the
perspective.
moon?
Okay.
The shuttle never went to the moon.
I think it did.
Then we'd have another moon landing.
There have been. Just
Lies.
not in the way that we
Lies.
think. Just not in the way that we think. That's
So
what I
like
said.
they went there and they like orbited the
They
moon
left
and then
stuff
came back.
on it. Yes.
Yeah, and they left stuff like these
That was because
reflectors.
that's what we did, and they had to do what we did. And not only that, other countries still use those same reflectors.
I believe it, but did a man put that there or some robotic AI arm thing
And
by
that's
Elon
the
Musk?
alternative theories is that the nuclear, what is it? Alien Prevention of Nuclear War, Apollo 14. The sixth man to be on the moon. Again, not the first time. A lot of stuff I didn't understand.
Wait,
and
the
now
sixth man?
I know from Apollo 14. This isn't like a first time occurrence. It's just the only time it was publicized because they don't want us to know what's going on the moon. And that is where I'm headed with that. But their thing was to believe that extraterrestrials intervened to prevent nuclear war between the US and the Soviet Union.
Whoa. You just went from we've had like 7 moon landings to aliens.
Yeah, because how else would we have that technology to get there?
I believe
When
it.
was Roswell?
How did
Bring it
we
up.
get there? I think the aliens took them there.
What?
And that's why it was faked in the Hollywood studio, because they had to explain how they got there, because they brought all those kilotons of whatever moon rocks back. There had to be a way to explain that to the public. Oh yeah, we totally built this piece of crap rocket thing and it totally took people through the
Is that maybe? But when did Roswell happen? 1947.
Sure.
And after
I
that,
believe it.
we started developing within the next 5 years stronger, more interesting technology that never been seen before. 1963. JFK decided we were going to the moon. And how would he know we had that kind of technology? 6 years later, the big rocket goes to the moon. And how, after Roswell, after all of that, after all these newer inventions, computers and all of it, how did we get that technology?
I mean, I believe that. I don't think that any of this is human technology. Look at the advancements of technology from World War II until now in such a short period of time. We just went leaps and bounds, so it seems like something of alien origin.
Well, since that you said that about World War II, that was the big thing with the Nazi army, which I don't know if I'm allowed to say. And eventually,
Segue in,
Okay, so after World War II, German scientists, I don't think people really understand how brilliant they were. They were also stolen all across the world, but they were brilliant. And they're the only ones who came close to any type of like time travel, traveling through
I think
space.
they did invent time travel.
Well, and here's the thing. They are the only ones who developed, when we got there, they had advanced flying saucers, top secret facilities that they said that they had on the moon. Like, that came from World War II. And that, Hitler faked his own death and lived out his days in lunar hideout.
I believe that, okay? Because we know that the moon is hollow. Right? So they sent a nuke to the moon and blew it up, and it rung like a bell. And this is how they were able to.
The bell. That's what it was called.
So they were able to know that it basically was hollow, right? And that's why they call it the bell, because they knew it was hollow. So there may be some type of cavern system or like openings inside. And what they did was they built something inside in the center of the moon, just like they have here on Earth.
That's funny you said bell. So the bell that was in Nazi Germany, that was Hitler's baby and had the highest amount of scientists on it, was the time machine, and it was never found. but all the pieces, all the equipment and all of it was still there, but the bell was gone. Part of World War II.
Wait, so this bell thing is a time machine?
That's what they said. Now, granted, we have no idea. That sounds crazy for the 1940s, but
I thought it was a DeLorean.
No. Oh wait, Back to the Future. Is that what you're talking about?
That's what I'm talking
Okay.
about.
Look,
I'm being attacked by something.
I'm not as old as you. What is it?
There's something attacking me, chat.
Okay, and that leads to there have been how did you not know there were multiple astronauts that landed on the moon?
I thought it was just the 3.
A lot of people think that. There's only one that's been shown,
Okay,
but
what
there's
proof
multiple people.
do you have of this?
All the different countries that said they saw them go.
But why wouldn't they film it? Why wouldn't there be this is
They already did it
moon
once.
landing?
How many times do you need them to do it again? Because they're doing stuff they don't want you to see, like colonizing it. How would you know?
So you think Elon Musk has a bunch of the humanoid robots up there building a underground facility, and that's why they have the electric cars, so that they need to be able to move where there's,
I think that, honestly, like from my opinion, I think that the moon already was colonized.
when we
But
got
just
there.
on the dark side of it.
Yeah, I think it was colonized by aliens.
It's in Elon's best interest to colonize on Mars, which is already happening.
We got there and we found that the insectoid aliens were already there. They'd been living on the dark side of the moon or inside the moon the entire time. Maybe that's when we made first contact with them, is we went to the moon. I think we made first contact before. I think the aliens knew that we were developing new technologies, we were developing nuclear capabilities, and what happened is they saw that, they started investigating us. They colonized the moon so that they could keep an eye on us, right? And make sure, okay, let's make sure they don't get out of hand. But the Galactic Federation has rules that they cannot.
That is way out there.
Why not?
You're
right?
talking about some made up, Star Trek kind of deal. Okay. During COVID, not that I trust the government in any way, shape, or form, but during COVID, while we're all locked up, stressing for our lives, what did the government come out and say? And no one cared.
Aliens.
Right. That we've always had aliens, they all
No one
existed,
cares.
and no one cared. Because we already knew.
We already
right?
knew.
But how far back? And when did we develop that technology? Pull up that last picture.
Let me see here. Whoops. This one?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see here. How do we zoom in on it? Oh, that's easy.
Okay. So looking at that picture, you can see the growth from where it is the middle 1950s to
Mhm.
2000. So we went to that and straight up right after Roswell.
Yeah.
Right after Roswell, when they said there
What is
was no
this?
aliens. 2400 BC.
And what am I looking at? Here?
The Egyptian and Greek,
Okay, so that's Egyptian,
like the
Greek.
Colosseum.
Okay, and this is
How we worked from one way to another. So like
looks like-
Galileo, all those
okay,
kind of things.
and then we got like
Yeah.
the car,
Not even that. The
and-
buggy wasn't even until the early 1800s.
right? We got the
Phone,
phone,
early 1800s.
and
So the
then it
rest
looks
on
like
the
the
other
TV,
side, right?
the airplane,
And all these things happened right after Roswell.
and even now we have social media and smartphones, and
Do you really think mankind, and depending on where you think you're religious or not, was able to produce that and make a huge turnaround in 50 years?
absolutely not.
No.
Absolutely.
When the world's
Look,
like
it was flatlined.
5,000 years old.
It was flatlined
people.
for like 1,000 something years.
Yeah.
Flatlined.
Where
completely.
did that technology come from? Because it wasn't here. I'm not saying
That's
that.
I'm with you. I believe the aliens gave us the technology. I don't think that we did it on our own, and I think that maybe the aliens
Or
have
some entity, for that
right
matter.
or something, right?
Right.
And the fact they say that, oh well, we can't go to the moon now. right? We don't have the telemetry, we don't have the information, it's been lost or whatever. I think it's because we went to the moon, we got the moon rock samples and stuff, and we've been there, but the aliens took us there, right?
Yeah.
And we got the samples back, and then they had to film it in Hollywood in a studio in order to explain to the public, how did we get these moon rocks?
I disagree.
How
I
else?
think they took them
okay.
up there.
I've got a
Look at the camera
lab
angles.
full of scientists, right? And I got all these rocks, okay? And I got to explain to these scientists where the rocks came from. Well, what better way than to fake the moon landing?
No. Or they took them up there themselves. That doesn't make any sense. If you watch any of the videos or even see the footage, and I'm sure a lot of people have, and they're like, oh, that's doctored. But if you look at it from a scientific perspective, how they act, the way the flag doesn't actually wave, it just is crunched because it isn't the same like it is. There's no wind up there. It all makes sense. We just didn't get there on our own. That's the difference.
So do you think they took us there, or they gave us the technology that took us there?
Either or. But I think they were already on there.
I think it's
I think that's
irrelevant.
what the dark, no, because then the dark side of the moon.
No, what I mean is, I think it's irrelevant whether they took us there or if they gave us the technology which took us there. Either way, aliens exist in that scenario, and we didn't get to the moon on our own volition.
Or we could have, if we stole all of Hitler's technology.
So where did Hitler get the technology from?
That's a great question. I have no idea. That
So-
I don't understand. But he had the top-notch scientist in the world.
I do know this, that Hitler was like obsessed with the occult
Yes.
and with like different like spiritual and supernatural things. So like what was the movie where they were like looking for the spearhead that pierced Jesus's side, and it had like supernatural properties? What movie was that?
I have no idea.
There was a movie, chat. Someone help me out. The Grill Society. Somebody has to know what movie this was. But anyway, it was a known thing that Hitler was searching out these technologies, and he was open to the idea of science and spirituality and things that we can't understand. He was trying to harness any energy or thing he could in order to take over and dominate the world. So that does make sense. The Spear of Destiny. Yes, that is it.
Oh my goodness.
Bell Star for the win. And don't forget, if you're watching on TikTok, make sure you come over to YouTube. That's where the real show is happening. That's where you're going to get the quality audio and video. And it's not just the camera pointed at my ugly mug. You get to see Jessie sitting right next to me. She's right here, but you can't see her.
I'm boycotting TikTok.
Yeah.
Boycotting TikTok.
Yeah. We love TikTok Shop. TikTok Shop is incredible, and we love everything about TikTok Shop. And for those of you watching on YouTube, I'm being hyperbolic.
Okay, so then what are your theories of what's happening on the dark side of the moon? Because I have those too.
Okay, I think there's either like a secret moon base, or maybe it's frozen like glaciers and there's like water there or something. Maybe I've heard where it's basically the front face of it is an artificial to look natural, and the back it's actually like an orbiting like space satellite thing that was developed by the aliens in order to protect us from like asteroids and things like that. I've also heard that the moon was probably made and placed where it's at because it's too perfect. Okay, it's the perfect size, it's at the perfect distance in order to protect the Earth.
It's very misshapen.
I know that it's misshapen, but what I'm saying is it's just perfectly right to sustain life on Earth. That's what I'm trying to say. It's either that it just happened to work out right that way, and that's why there's not so much life out in
Big Bang Theory.
Yes, but maybe the aliens placed it there you know, with like a tractor beam. They got their little spaceship and they got their little tractor beam and they move this big
So
rock.
are we just like the people in a mousetrap? Like we're just like scientific
I
experiments?
think it's a food farm. I think it's a food farm. We're freaking cattle. We're being raised.
Then why give us the technology that eventually we could use against them? If you believe that, why give us the technology?
It's primitive, subpar
To them?
to them. Yes, they have the they only give us the technology that gives us enough to where it can they can use us as, I can't say the S word, but to do their bidding for them, right? And then it's just enough technology to where whatever technology they have, it's going to be better. Think of it like this: is the U.S. has like F-15s and they have F-27s, right? They give the F-15s to other countries, but we don't give out the F-27 because the F-27 can take down the F-15.
So we're not mentally capable as human beings to be as smart as anything other life forms?
It's like a process. It takes time to develop and create, and they monitor us so that they will know if we were getting too far, and then they could basically just come and wipe us out with like an Armageddon or a flood or some type of thing to make us start all over and then do it all over again.
You really? So with that narrative, then there's no religion, right?
I mean, I'm just spitballing here.
No, I know. And now I'm asking questions. So if that's the theory, and you went pretty hard for that.
Or aliens
so there's no
are
religion.
the religion. Maybe the aliens are what people believe in religion is a representation of those things. Or maybe it is something spiritual and benevolent, and we're just... I think that whether you want to call it alien, spirit, God, different things, I think they're just different words that we use to explain things that we don't understand.
No, I completely agree with that because it makes you feel comfortable thinking that there's something behind it than chaos in general. I
Right.
get that. But that also doesn't make sense because what we're talking about is the only way we could have gotten to the moon was with help. Right? We were in we were in a stagnant. We were all fighting the space race, correct? With Russia and everyone else. How did it not happen? Why would they lie? Why would all these countries who hate us lie? And if that was the case, were they all in a conspiracy? Are like, we know it's aliens, but if we open our mouth, we might not get any more of their technology.
Or maybe the aliens put brain probes in all the people, so that way the leaders of the different countries would go with the flow and not ruffle any feathers. Because they have to be silent, because they need to slowly pick from the cattle. Like, you know, you don't just harvest all the cattle on the farm. You allow some of them to stay so that they can procreate.
Okay. But let's go to your theory because you made me listen to that
I have
book.
all the theories.
Behold a Pale Horse theory of
Okay.
his theory of the moon and the aliens.
Yeah, chat, if you have not read Behold a Pale Horse, make sure you join my Discord. I have it posted there under the section Knowledge. And if you have any other books that you think that we should be reading, post them there, #knowledge in my Discord. The link is in my bio. Just click the link and you can join the Discord there.
So
I'm done
you made
shilling.
me you made me listen to it. What was his theory about Eisenhower making a deal with the aliens in exchange for technology for us to do all these things that we've done since Roswell?
Yes, and it was also said that the aliens were supposed to only deal with the United States, but they were making deals with other countries. Why wouldn't they possibly say, hey, you've got to do this and you can't say that and you can't question whatever happens, because they have a certain narrative that they want to push, and that's what everyone has to stick to, and they're terrified because they're these things that can just zap them with a ray gun and then poof, you're gone. You know what I mean?
That's a stereotype. Okay?
I'm just saying, like,
That's a stereotype.
but
That's like saying I love
If you're a
salsa.
human being, okay, and there's this being that has superior technology to anything you do and says you better do what we tell you to or else I'm gonna assume they have a ray gun that can melt me, like in Mars Attacks. Okay, like that's just me. I'm gonna say, you know what? I probably should do whatever they say because they can melt my brain.
So call their bluff.
What do you mean call their bluff?
Call their bluff.
How do you fight?
You would? How would you? What? I could be like have like a pretend, pew pew behind a jacket, and you're just gonna.
So
roll
you want
over?
to test that theory?
I do. I would.
I don't know.
Absolutely would.
I think that the people that are in power want to stay in power, and they're like, you know what, I'm just going to play by the rules, and that way things will be manipulated in my favor. And obviously it seems like they've manipulated all sides, and that's why we're seeing, I think, the world we're seeing today. But do
you think that they were preparing? That's the whole point of landing on the moon, to see if they could sustain life, because they knew we were messing up down here?
No, I think they're farming us. I think we're food. That seems to be the most logical scenario. Okay, like if we're here, we're an experiment or whatever. We're food. They gotta eat something. There's something on our planet, or it's us ourselves, that they need to sustain life. What are they eating out there?
They could be like freaking vegetarians. We don't know.
Well, but they're like mutilating cows and abducting dudes in lumberjacks in the forest.
Didn't you dissect frogs and pigs in high school?
I did.
You did. Why?
Because I was hungry.
That? No, that
was right before lunch,
Nope.
and I needed to eat. And I was like, you know what? This looks like a
You're
nice
not going to
meal.
like where I'm going with this. Did you or did you not?
I did. I was
Why?
forced
Why?
to. I
Why?
did not want to.
Why did they make us do that?
They wanted us to learn the inner workings of the frog.
So you might find some sliced up cows and deer and stuff like that to
Okay,
study.
so they're studying us, right?
Right. If that's the case.
Then what are they eating?
Plants. We don't know.
Right, they got to be
We're
some
like-
sort of food source. What if it's gold?
Osmosis.
What if it's gold and they're eating all the gold right now, and that's why the price of gold is just skyrocketing?
That's not
and,
why.
and we have to switch to crypto, and we have a
said the C
fiat
word.
backed.
You said the C word.
I'm just saying, like, maybe that's why is they're like, we have to get off the gold standard and we have to go to fiat or digital currency
If
because
we-
the aliens need to eat the gold. They're hungry.
If we are just a science experiment, it doesn't matter. None of it matters, right?
I'm just saying.
No, that one.
It lines up with the timeline.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, what was it, like the 1930s or whatever, that they switched from the gold standard?
I think it was 1916 actually to 1930. Yes.
Yeah,
people started
but it was like
switching over.
officially in like what 1933 or
Mhm.
something. So that kind of lines up with everything happening. Maybe they're here to mine our gold.
Most of the I know what you're saying, because every movie that has to do with any of those things always has to do with some sort of farming something from our planet.
I mean, it's just the most logical thing. Okay, you're in a spacecraft, right? We're in a spacecraft and we're traveling through the galaxy. We have limited resources. When we get to a new place, what do we have to do? Extract resources. Otherwise, because we deplete resources as we go along.
Okay.
So if they're meat-eating beings, they're probably packaging us up into freezers.
Okay, but see, I understand what you're saying, and that kind of makes sense. But on any journey, don't you bring your own freaking food? Like, I don't go camping in the forest and be like, you know what? I'm just going to see what happens.
Right, but if I'm traveling across the universe,
You
right?
have food.
Let's think about it this way, okay? If I've got an RV and I'm traveling from one side of the country to the other,
Mhm.
I have to stop along the way
Mhm.
for more resources. I have to get more fuel.
Mhm.
I have to get more food.
Mhm.
I have to get more drink.
Right.
Right? So, what if this is not the end destination? It's, a stop along the way to the next destination.
If first of all, they have better technology than we do. If they're able to go across the universe. Second of all, if that was the case, they wouldn't need any of our resources.
So it's like Star Trek, where they just tell the
You're
computer,
the one who started down
computer,
the Star Trek
make
route.
me a cheeseburger.
Now that's
computer,
how my brain is going.
I'm hungry. Computer, make me a
No.
cheeseburger.
No, because remember in the video, and I'm sure everyone's watched it with the moon landing, he goes, "What's that?" And it cuts out for a good 30 seconds. A little bit more, actually. He said, "What is that?" And the video just goes off. And then when it comes back on, they're happy and playing again.
It was the aliens.
No, you can't say.
Because the probing.
No. Now, see, you went to a joke because I'm right. I'm right. What there had to be something there, or either on the other side of the moon, and they just weren't allowed to know. And that goes back to my theory that it wasn't our technology. That we did go. It wasn't our technology to get there.
I think it wasn't our technology. I think none of the technology we're using right now is our technology. We've gotten it from another source, and we're learning how to use and manipulate it and create and do more things with it. But I think they were just like, here's a little bit of this, okay? Enjoy that and have fun, and we get to do whatever we want.
Why then, and you see back in the Colosseum days in 2400 BC, why did they have better technology than they did in about 500 BC? They
Because
couldn't
the aliens-
replicate it.
I think
That's what I'm saying. Like, do they come here and they're like, let's mess with them a little bit and then they leave?
well, let's rewind even more, okay? So in the early BCs, right?
Mm-hmm.
They believed in like the gods and all these
Yeah, there
different
were
things,
multiple
right?
deities.
So what if that's because whatever these aliens or deities or whatever they are, whatever you want to classify them as, came to Earth, right? Extracted resources, okay, and basically caused the fall of mankind, and right now we're in a post-apocalyptic world. Like the world was more advanced and more like it is today back then. Or maybe it wasn't. They came and extracted resources and they said, wait a minute, we extracted too much. We need to give them resources so that they can develop something that we need. Or maybe they came back now, they went back then. Obviously, something came to the earth back then, right?
Why do I get in a rabbit hole? Please stop. Thanks. No. So, no, but okay. So I get what
but
you're
what
saying.
I'm saying is maybe what happened is at some point they were like, look, we need this and we don't want to take the time and energy to make it happen. Why don't we give them this little sprinkle and then they'll do it for us and we get to kick back and hang out and have smoothies.
I couldn't imagine being in the Colosseum and having a smoothie, but what I'm saying is that with that theory, there can be religion was made up, deities were made up, all of it was made up, and we're just a science experiment if you go by that theory and logic.
What if mankind just developed technology to a point where it just like AI, right? So we've developed
Who do you
this.
think gave us that?
What I'm saying is what if we did produce it, okay? And we produced this AI. AI is getting smarter, compounded upon itself because it's moving faster, it's thinking faster, it's learning faster, it's producing faster. Could that not explain the same boom of upward technology of we finally discovered this one thing that set a whole lifetime of technology in motion?
Okay, yes and no, but when did that kickoff happen? When did it happen?
Right when the aliens came.
When Roswell happened, and that's what they think. They think they took these spaceship, reverse engineered them, and that's how we made it to the moon with that technology.
Or maybe they crashed here.
They did.
And it was an accident. They were trying to extract resources for their little
But
journey.
it's not the only crash that's
They
on
stopped
record.
at 7-Eleven. They grabbed
Oh my gosh.
some tortilla chips and maybe a hot dog
Why is
and a
everything
slushie.
a snack with you and your
Because
slushies?
I'm hungry. Okay. But what I'm saying is we're 7-Eleven, okay?
Okay.
All right.
7-Eleven.
We're 7-Eleven gas station. We're extra mile. All right.
Sure.
Okay.
Getting our
Aliens
slushies.
pull up and they're just like, hey, we're going to pull up, we're going to pump a little gas, we're going to grab a bag of chips, and we're out. All right. Well, they go to check the oil in the RV. Oh man, we're out of oil. We're stuck here. What do?
Right.
We need mankind to produce oil.
So what? They just needed a hit of oil and they took off, and then we're like, wait.
That's what I'm saying. So like they needed a resource, and in order to get that resource without exposing themselves, freaking people out, and doing the work themselves, they said, hey, we can manipulate these idiots into doing it for us. And so they said, here's a little sprinkle, and go produce oil and gold for us.
But that's not what's happening. We're using it.
Are we though?
Yeah, oil, yeah.
But
look around.
We have more oil than...
Zoom out.
Yeah, but they say that we don't have enough oil to sustain, but there's
because we use too much of it.
But there's more oil than we could ever use in our lifetime. So maybe the...
What? Wait, no, you went off center there.
No.
That's not true. Who told you that?
That's so very
Who told
true.
you that?
They say that. See, that's a manipulated thing that you've been told, because it is true, but they don't count for other reserves that are shut down. They go based off of what is available to us. There's actually more available to us. We just don't access it.
So in an infinite world, it would be infinite, is what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is I think there's a reason why we're not allowed to access the full amount of the resources, and we're only allowed to have this little bit of resources right here, because the aliens need the other resources, because they need to fill up the tank and they need to hit the road.
So like Behold a Pale Horse, we made a deal and we can't go back.
Yes. And if there's any aliens watching out there, please, I'd like to hitchhike. I got my thumb out. Please get me out of here. Okay. If you want to do the butt stuff, we can work something out, but I'd like to keep that off the table. But let's work something out, okay? Let's work something out.
He's lying. He'll do anything.
I'll try anything twice, okay? If we can keep the butt stuff off the table, I'm down. Take me on the road. Otherwise, we're gonna have to talk, because I don't know if I'm down like that.
How did that even come to? Is that like just
because the aliens do the butt probes thing?
Just because humans do some weird butt stuff does not mean every other.
It's okay.
Every other
if
entity
you look
does.
At all the different.
I read the Bible. That ain't in there.
Okay, what I'm talking about is people have said they've been abducted, right?
Right.
They're just like, hey, this happened to me. I was abducted. This is my story. This is what happened, right? And there's like been several, like some are like, oh, they stuck something up my nose. There are several that said they stuck something up there. You know who?
Maybe they were just like trying to make an excuse and explain to their wives why they were hurting, and they just made up the alien.
Trauma?
Yeah, what alien trauma?
Aliens.
I don't know how we got to this, but I'm just saying, like, that sounds like a confused husband who was like, oh man, I gotta tell my wife something and why I was gone for 2 days, and that's the story he came up with. That's what that sounds like.
I think, just like you were saying, is how they dissected the cows and the cattle and the things, and dissecting frogs, right? People needed to be studied.
Okay, but
so that it was a study.
So, and that's it, were they here to either help us or hurt us? And that's the thing.
I think they're stopping at 7-Eleven. Are you there to hurt the guy at the register at 7-Eleven? Only if you're robbing the place. Okay, so I think what it turned into was a routine stop for gas and chips, and they had catastrophic engine failure. Now they're robbing the guy behind the counter, emptying out the register, and about to jump in the Cadillac that's parked in the front.
I don't...
That's what I think. Tell me I'm wrong, chat.
But here's the
Prove
thing.
me wrong.
As technology,
Prove me wrong.
If this, and the only reason that makes sense to me is because of the timeline. You can see it right there. The timeline clearly shows that we did not start creating things at a very high level until 1947 up
'Cause they got
until
little sprinkle
1969.
Little sprinkle
But what
spring.
I'm saying is it to help us and maybe push us in the right direction? Because look, we were taking way too long to develop anything because humans are kind of stupid. So look, that's 3,000 years of nothing, no progress, no anything. And they were looking at us like, maybe we should help them out.
Have you ever played Civilization?
I have played Risk.
You in Civilization, you're growing from, you know, starting fire and war with sticks and rocks all the way to launching a
Like
shuttle into
barbarians
space,
to
right?
civilians.
Right. So, like, there was a time where I played the game and I didn't quite understand the game very well. All right, so my first time around, I was fighting with sticks and stones, and there was tanks rolling up in my backyard. So my civilization was underdeveloped, okay? But once I learned how to play the game and use it more strategically, then I was able to play it and master and be a power structure in the world, right? But it took knowledge in order to do that. So it is a possibility that they did give us knowledge in order to boost us up from using sticks and stones, right? And maybe that's for the sole purpose of adding us to the Galactic Federation. But the thing is they cannot.
You're just not. You're not going to get away from that,
They
are you?
cannot interfere
isn't
with
Star
us. They can
Trek.
give us a little sprinkle spring, but they can't interfere. They have laws and rules that they have to abide by, right? So, in order for them to actually come forward and say, "Hey, we want you in the Galactic Federation," we have to become a one world government, because our planet would be the state in a vast, you know, majority of other planets all over the galaxy, all over the universe, not just the galaxy. So
But wouldn't that still be interference?
that's why
Can't sprinkle.
they have to let us
You put- if
naturally
you-
do that.
If you put sprinkles on a cupcake, you can't unsprinkle
Well,
it.
I think there are rules that they have to abide by. And I think that what they're doing is they're like policing us. So we've created nuclear technology because of World War II, which is around the time things started happening, and we started seeing the sightings. We saw where all of the nuclear facilities across the world all shut down at once by something. No one knows what did it. So it's a possibility that they are here to observe us, learn from us a little bit, and help us to grow enlightenment so that we can join the Galactic Federation.
If that
But
exists.
they have to come in and say, whoa, hit the brakes, y'all be blowing each other up. All right, you can't be scorching the earth here. Okay, you can't be lighting matches at the gas pump because we're trying to fill up our tank right now.
But okay, that still doesn't make any sense.
Why?
Because you're saying, oh, they're giving us this technology so we can join. If they've been watching the human race, then they knew what direction it was going. So if that is the case and they're creating all this nuclear, at any time they could come in and stop it, right?
I think they could. I think
They
at any
haven't.
time, because I think they have rules. They cannot interfere
It's like
unless it's for
can't
our
be both.
safety.
It can't be both.
Or maybe they want to eat us and they can't have us be radiated. They need fresh meat. You know, you can't taste the meat.
Did you really just say that?
You can't taste the meat.
Are we steak? Did we just become steak?
I think we're steak. Oh,
I don't think we're steak, but
I think we're steak.
you understand how that can't work. It can't be both. Either they gave us technology or they're waiting for us to evolve enough to be part of it. It can't be both, because then that's still interfering.
Okay, let's go back to 7-Eleven. Okay,
Oh my gosh.
my
You
RV
really- you're just
breaks down.
hungry.
I pull up to 7-Eleven. I'm there to get gas and chips, but
Okay.
the RV breaks down. Okay, and I need to fix it, but I have the part to fix it, right? But I need to fill the tank. I need to get some water. I need to take the dogs out to go poop. I need to do all the different things, right?
What kind of alien are you?
I'm just saying, like, think
That
of
makes
it as
no
like,
sense.
no, you're supposed to be putting your mind in the thought of if
That's
I'm
a human thought.
right, but you're traveling cross country in an RV. It is the same. It's akin to aliens with superior technology traveling across the galaxy. This is what I'm trying to say. So think about this. If you're in an RV and you pull up and you need gas and chips, okay, but you find out that you're low on oil and you need new spark plugs or whatever it is that's wrong with it, right? There's something wrong with it.
You think it'd be here on Earth?
I've got to walk the dogs and take them to poop and pee.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I gotta let all the kids go to the bathroom and run around and pick flowers and stuff. Okay, I got things I gotta do, right? I don't want to get greasy under the hood right now. I'm in my nice shirt, you know, and I gotta
I
wear.
need you to get to your point.
I gotta
real
wear
quick.
this shirt across the galaxy. Okay,
It's very intricate.
so why would I do it myself when I have a whole race of people that would be gladly able to do the hard work for me just to get to understand some of the technology? So if there's something that needs to be done with the RV, the mechanic that is at the gas station may not work on RVs, but I'm just like, hey, here's the part. This is what I need you to do. Get it done for me.
No.
Yes.
No.
It's 7-Eleven.
No, get
Earth
off
is
the
7-Eleven.
7-Eleven. Because the reality is resources on all planets are completely different. Whether it goes to radioactive, volcanic, the amount of gravity, all of it is different. And the reality is that if they came here, nothing we have is beneficial to them. That's just a fact.
Or they're hungry.
The things that are on Mars are not here, and the things that are here aren't really on
Who
Mars.
said they're from Mars?
What I'm saying is, in the wider sense, every planet, and this, we only know what's in our galaxy and our solar system. But my thing is, in other planets, they're not made the same way. They're not going to have the same resources. Why in any world would they come here without having enough to get back? Because we're not going to have what they need. They need something else.
Because shit happens.
That's that is.
Sometimes
me
you got to
an
let the
actual
dog
answer.
out to go poop.
Give me an actual answer.
Sometimes you got to let the dogs out to go poop.
No, because
You got to stop and grab a bag of chips.
illogical. If they're really a higher species, that's completely illogical that they would
Or
make that
maybe they
mistake.
planned that, hey, we're going to stop at 7-Eleven 4 or 5 times along the way. Let's see here. Meet Damon says, what if the UFO crashes were alien teenagers crashing daddy's UFO after going for a joyride? I think you're right. And they showed up at 7-Eleven and were like, hey,
Oh, he's behind the slushy idea.
can you help me out?
What is
My
the
dad's
slushy?
going to be so mad. I will totally give you my cell phone. I know you don't know what that
Don't
is,
tell, man.
but
Don't tell.
just don't tell my dad I
Learn
took
how
his.
to make a cell phone. Make this for
Yeah,
me.
yeah, exactly. Here's some technology. Fix my shit. I'm gonna be in trouble. That's what I think. I mean, that's actually a great analogy. That lines up with the 7-Eleven idea. Earth is 7-Eleven,
No.
and we're the steaks in the freezer.
No. That's
Yes.
That's not it. Then it that doesn't make sense because of your interference argument. It can't be both. I believe that
I think they're allowed to interfere to a point. I think it lines up with your thing and it lines up with my thing. They're allowed to give us just enough to get the boost, but they're not allowed to reveal themselves to the public and the population. It has to happen organically and naturally. They have to create it, right? And then the only time they can step in and stop us is if we're trying to blow each other up.
I think they're still here.
I think they are here. I think they're still broke down at 7-Eleven.
No, I think they're in the tunnels
They're in the tunnels.
where nobody can see. How many tunnels have been, and you can look up all you want.
I mean, there's got to be a reason why we're not allowed down there. Only
because
like
we're not
certain
going to be
people.
saved when the freaking when everybody blows everybody up.
I mean, I've
gonna
been
be
in
a
there, but
select
I had to
few.
have, special clearance to get
You
in.
not anymore because they don't like you.
I have to send my moles in there.
For
No
moles.
pun intended.
But as long as
I
it's
have
not somewhere
moles.
weird. But think about it. All the underground tunnels, who are they protecting themselves from?
It's an
The
alien
actual
fugitive
people
getting
around-
chased by aliens.
It,
That's what Meat Damon says. It's a fugitive. It's Rick and Morty. Rick is crashed on the planet and he's about to get resources. When has Rick ever been like, here's some technology, make this happen for me? I'm lazy. It's Rick and Morty.
So cartoon is your source.
Yes.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't considered that.
I'm here to
So
speculate.
Stewie Griffin has a time machine. Do you see how that doesn't work?
I mean, when I was his age, I had a time machine.
No.
Yeah.
No, you didn't. No.
I did.
It's just not realistic. Like in a factual
Okay.
way.
So
It's
what
not
is the
realistic.
most,
The
in your
computers-
opinion,
Okay.
what is the most realistic scenario?
They landed in Roswell and it's been continued since then. Crashes in Utah, Montana, Arizona, New Mexico, and plenty in California. And can be seen in San Diego. If you look it up, the red lights, which is a program to discredit that there's aliens that exist. And so
Why would there be a program?
to hide it,
Okay.
because that's where they're getting their technology from. Humans are arrogant. They have an ego. They want to be the first to do anything. So my thing is that we have some sort of pact. We'll give you technology. We're going to take your humans. Look,
TikTok seller says, why the U.S.?
it's not just the U.S.
I think
It's all over the world.
I think they told us that it was going to be just the U.S., but they went everywhere.
They went.
and
You
they're
can look it
playing
up. It's
under the
everywhere.
table. Yeah,
It's absolutely
they're
everywhere.
making deals under all the tables and with all the different people.
And that was part of Behold a Pale Horse, was that the United States didn't know that they had all these deals with Russia, India, China, Japan, and then they were like, wait a second, but you can't fight something that's stronger than you, so you just let it happen. When it comes to the world, the weakest one always stands back.
So do you think they're nefarious or they're just
I think they're
self-preserving?
like a teenager. I think that's the best way to describe it. It's very self-serving, but also somewhat with a conscience.
Teenager crashed their dad's UFO?
That's not what I
think
meant.
that's it.
But that's stuck in my head.
Meet Damon for the win.
No. Teenagers did not crash, and they're like, "Shoot, my dad's gonna find out." And here's technology. Don't tell. Because there's actual people who have been silenced, and not just in a way of they passed away at old age. They're gone. Accidental crashes, weird, suspicious unaliving, themselves. None of it makes sense.
I'll tell you what does make sense is that we are living in a world where basically we're looking for a one world government, a world superpower. And right now we have, the US, China, Russia, Israel trying to dominate that space, right? And I think in order to join the Galactic Federation, one of them has to win.
Here's the whole point of this conversation, is that we had help, we got to the moon, we were actually on the moon with help from whatever you want to call it, an outside source. And now to tell, like, all these people were lying, every single person in that room was lying. Buzz Aldrin, Michael Collins, they were all lying. Can you imagine skipping a rock 7 times and the whole world watched? And then after you skip that rock, they're like, didn't happen.
I've skipped a rock 7 times.
But I'm saying didn't happen. Wouldn't that suck? Like, you're on the moon, you do this incredible thing, and you leave footprints and flags, and then these kids are like, didn't happen, because it doesn't make sense to me. That's so insulting. I would be upset.
I'll tell you what.
So upset.
So let's reel it back in from aliens into the moon landing, and let's get into the thick of it, right? Did we go to the moon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. How do I get rid of this thing? How do I get rid of this? It won't let. We don't need
Up
this
another
one
picture.
anymore, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So,
That's still on the moon, by the way.
oh, here we go. We slideshow.
Yeah.
So, did we go to the moon? Is the question, right?
hmm
That's not it. Okay.
That's where the poles still are.
Okay. They can't see it. We
Okay.
can. Okay. So let's talk about the moon landing. Did we go to the moon?
Yes.
After what I've seen, I say yes.
Yeah.
We went to the moon.
But why do you think we went to the moon?
I think aliens gave us the technology to do it.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. There's no way.
Are we reverse engineered?
And here's the reason why I say aliens. This image right here. Chat, look at this right here. Let me pull it up for you guys. This is why. Okay. Computers at that time, this entire room is one supercomputer.
Correct.
And my phone today has more processing power than that entire room right now. We did not have the mathematical capability in computers at that time. Something had to. Now, they did say, and what I learned is that they were doing it by hand on paper and not.
No, but look at that. That's from 10 years before, 5 years before, nothing like that existed. Nothing. Not even close.
Right.
They had the technology.
I just
but
don't.
where did it come from?
I just don't see how they got to the moon with that processing power. It seems like too much guesswork, too much room for human error. They had to literally, their explanation for this, NASA's explanation for the reason that the computer, they admit that their computers do not have the processing power in order to make this happen. And their explanation for that is that they did it by hand. I think something else had a hand in this.
Right.
This is just the facade, and they actually had something more technologically advanced that was really working behind the curtain.
But I think that the mission wasn't just to go to the moon. I think it was to research what was on the other side or something that they thought was there.
Or maybe the Earth is 7-Eleven and
Oh
the
my
RV is
gosh.
broke down the road
On the dark
moon.
side of the moon, and we have to go help.
Yeah,
Do you no? Not everything's 7-Eleven.
it's 7-Eleven.
No, it's not.
It's 7-Eleven, chat.
No, it's not 7-Eleven. The more realistic thing is that they're helping us, not us helping them. That makes zero sense.
Are they really helping though?
If they're not,
Is it from a
our-
nefarious
if our
helping? Because like I can help you. I can say, hey, oh, you're in a lot of pain. Here, take these pills, and they will help the pain so much. But now you're addicted to them, and I can nefariously,
exactly,
suck resources.
But
from you.
but I don't have anything you want. That's what I'm saying. If that's the
I'm
case,
sure you got something I want.
oh my gosh, listen.
I
What
will
I'm
find
saying is that
something.
we have nothing to give them. They have everything to gain. So it could be nefarious.
Unless they're at 7-Eleven, they need a bag of chips and they're hungry.
No.
Maybe they need fuel, gold, something. There's got to be some sort of resource that we have here that they need.
Or we're what is it? Mousetrap.
What do you mean? What do you
The
mean,
mouse,
mousetrap?
the little mouse thingy where they run around to try to find the cheese. That's all we are. They're
So
just
we're
seeing
a
if we-
science experiment.
Yeah, like you said earlier, maybe we're just a science experiment.
They're like, hey, we totally found these things
Weird
on
things. Let's give them technology. See
Let's
how
see
long
what
it takes them
happens.
to exist.
this. Let's see how long it takes them to blow each other up.
The Manhattan Project.
Explain the Manhattan Project to me. Like
The
I'm
splitting
5
of
years
the
old.
atom. No, they split it. I'm not going to explain it to you like you're 5 years old, because if there's 5-year-olds watching, we just ruined their lives. So here's the thing. The Manhattan Project was one of the most substantial scientific breakthroughs that has ever happened by splitting the atom. How? You know, when that happened, when they were able to do that, the technology you would need to split an atom, which is something they can still barely do now. Where did the technology come from?
Well, I know, in times of war, right? We are actively seeking out new technology and different things, right? So that could have been accelerated by, war. Could have driven us into that. Maybe that's what sounded the alarm and rang the dinner bell.
Isn't it crazy though that all of the theories, no matter how you look at it, does none of them come down to, oh, humans totally did this on their own? I have not
something
come
had
across,
to be a part
I
of
have
this.
not come across anything that, like, even the astronauts, people who were working in the building were like, oh, it was a miracle. Okay, there's a fine line between miracle and reality, but not one theory is humans totally nailed it. Not one.
I mean, let's embellish that thought that
Okay.
maybe we did come up with it. Maybe things were just stagnant for a very, very long time. And then one day, someone smart enough had a breakthrough and thought outside the box, which set a chain reaction in motion, like the game Mousetrap, where one thing leads to another, the butterfly effect happens, and because of this one breakthrough, now we have progressed so quickly.
But it doesn't make sense.
I mean, I don't believe that.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
I mean,
Not at all.
it's a good theory. I mean, if you really believe in humans that much, but look in the little bit of technology they were given, how quickly they evolved it into something destructful. Within the last,
That's human nature.
Is it?
Yeah.
So why give us the technology? Why do the little sprinkle?
Or maybe
They
they're
haven't seen us doing
terraforming the
awful things
planet.
this whole that.
They're terraforming the planet. The planet is good for us to live on, but not for them to live on. So what they need us to do is to basically eradicate ourselves, and it's an extermination. And they're basically just like when you put out roach bait and the roaches eat the bait and take it back and it kills the whole colony. Same idea, eradicating a invasive species on a resource that they need, but they need to terraform the planet. So maybe that, radiation fallout and blackened skies from, an Armageddon like nuclear fallout is the type of environment that they need to survive. Maybe that's the whole point, is like, hey, we'll give them this technology and we know that they're just going to blow themselves up.
There's not going to be anything left. What's going to be left for them to harvest or to have?
Maybe that's the environment they're used to living in, and they burrow underground and live in the dirt. Do worms live in dirt?
That's a stretch, yeah, but they also live with minerals and water and all the things that you need.
Maybe
to
they're
survive.
like cockroaches and they can survive after a nuclear blast. Haven't you seen Men in Black? Remember the cockroach guy?
Oh my gosh.
And he wears like the little suit of the guys.
Men in Black,
Yes.
really? That's your source? What's your source?
I mean, yeah. And we're going to talk about Men in Black, but not today. But maybe it's, like I said, terraforming the planet. Maybe they have embryos and things that once the planet is terraformed, they can go and plant it on the planet, and then they grow, and then there's these different types of creatures and tree-like things that will grow in that type of planet ecosystem.
Deep sea things.
Yeah. All I'm saying is what if what they're doing is they're extermination through advancement in technology, and which causes terraforming of the planet, which gives them a planet that's more like what they're used to live on. It makes sense. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
It doesn't make sense to me.
Why? Tell me one reason why. If you come from a planet that is nothing but radiation and all these different things, and like nuclear fallout is your planet, okay? that's your environment you're used to, and there are things that grow in that type of environment. There are, that thrive in that, and that's where you come from. That's your life, right? And you find this other planet and you're like, hey, it has the resources that we need, but it doesn't have the right ecosystem. So all we have to do is give a little sprinkle and plant the seed, and then it will terraform into what we want. If humans were to go to Mars, do we not want to? We've said this before. We want to create an atmosphere there and terraform the planet into something that we can live on, right? Why wouldn't another species want to do the same?
How's that going on Mars?
I mean, Elon's on top of it.
He hasn't created anything his entire career.
I know, but like, he's got the vision, the idea. Like,
Okay, and everyone's had that vision for 70 years.
I know, but he's actually
But
doing
how
it.
is it going?
He's funding it.
I
I think it's actually going well, because if you look at the creation,
Elon's playing with toasters.
if you look at the creation of like electric vehicles and humanoid robots and AI and stuff, those are things that you need in order to colonize a planet.
Why would
I don't think it's good
now you're
for our
going,
planet.
Now you're going into a different direction, because if aliens gave us that technology for us to create AI, you're right. They never intended us to live.
I think you might
Because
be right.
they made
Or-
us create a system that will be smarter than us in like 5 years.
Or we develop the technology ourselves and we are trying to terraform another planet. What would we need in order to do that? We would need an AI to run everything. We would need humanoid robots. We would need, electric cars. Everything that Elon is creating with SpaceX and Tesla lines up perfectly with colonizing Mars.
What if AI purposely sabotages us so we can't go anywhere? Yeah. You're looking at it through these rose-colored glasses. That's just not how it works. That's not how it works. There's no gain for them to be here. There's nothing for them to have. It may be fun to watch.
What if AI is the alien?
That's what I'm thinking. It's biological, like a biological
Like
computer.
a biological.
Like they took a little piece and they found a crash and they were like, oh my God, this is it. AI was starting to be talked about back in the late 70s. This is not a new concept. It's been around a long time. It was perfected more. Think about late 80s, early 90s. AI has been around a long time, and now it's smarter than us. And not only that, found a way to put itself in everything we have and own. Teslas are terrible cars, 100%, and they're dumb. And especially the Cybertruck, they're freaking awful and ugly. And I said it. I said what I said.
I mean, they look like they're from Mars. I'll give you that. All right. If you're watching the show, make sure you smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you hit the subscribe button, become a subscriber. It's absolutely free on YouTube. And if you're on Twitch, become a subscriber there as well to get an ad-free viewing experience. And thank you to everyone that is watching on Abstract. It is great to have you here with us. Don't forget to hit the like button. If you're watching on Abstract, there is a like button there as well. And those of you on TikTok, what are you still doing on TikTok?
Get your boot
Get
over
your
here.
booty over to YouTube. You got to
They
the wrong
can't help
place.
it. It's like
It's addicting. It's like
I want to say it, but it's like the best hit, like a dopamine hit.
it is. I get it.
Like it's like when you eat cheese and you just can't stop eating cheese. Oh my God, now I kind of want some cheese.
I know. Why don't we have like a cheese?
Like we
plate
should
and
have a
snacks in here?
charcuterie just right here.
Is that what it's called? A charcuterie?
Yeah,
Is that like the
charcuterie board.
cheese and
Yeah,
like
with the crackers and the salami
like
and stuff.
grapes and like a glass of wine?
What did you think it was called?
I don't know.
I want
But
you to say it.
charcuterie sounds dirty.
Well, that's what it's called. It's called charcuterie.
All I heard was cooter. All right.
It's not a cooter board.
But I am
Or a
for the
cooter board.
charcuterie. We need a charcuterie right here.
Charcuterie.
And we can honestly, I think this would be great over a glass of wine. This would be so much fun.
Right? Yeah.
And
Then we'd get
and
banned
a
everywhere.
little wine and some cooter. Who doesn't love some wine and cooter?
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, if you're watching on TikTok, you're missing out, guys. I'm sorry to say it, but you're missing out.
It's
right.
because Tesla suck TikTok seller.
Let's see here. So back to the moon landing.
Wait, that
This
was a
turned
good
into
picture.
aliens.
That was good picture. Go back to that one with
This one?
the other one with the other one with the shadows. That go
Okay.
back. Okay, you're just clicking buttons.
I can only go one at a time. Which one? Tell me when to stop.
Just go a little slower. Okay, that one.
That one. Okay.
Yeah, put
All
that
right.
one up.
Okay. Back to the we got on aliens and we're supposed to be talking about the moon.
I know. He's struggling with the keyboard. He's
right.
he's old.
So let's talk about this. People say that this is a shadow being cast the wrong direction right here. But if you really look at this, look at this is part of there's like some of this like gold like material. There's like an antenna thing. This is part of the lunar module right here. Or it's like a berm. Either way, the shadow's being casted the right direction. But
that was people's biggest thing is, oh, it's slanted. Okay, look at that is slanted. So, and he's tipped over a little bit. That's why that shadow looks that
right.
way.
So these aren't parallel. And we also have to take into account that this right here is closer than this is right here. So he's actually standing further back. So because of that, it causes the shadow to have a slight different trajectory.
And not only that,
that's actually very normal.
It debunks the shadows are in the wrong place. They're not. They're in the exact place they would be if they were standing where they're supposed to be standing on the moon.
Right. If this was on the Earth, you can actually recreate this right here. Hello, everyone that came to YouTube. You guys are the real ones.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Remember, that was one of the big ones that, oh, look at, they're not parallel. They're not even the same shape.
I know, but they say that this is a shadow right here.
It's
of
not.
This right here. It is not. This is actually,
you can see the metal if you zoom in.
Yeah, there's something laying on the ground
like
right here.
something to
or
hold
it's
it
a
down.
berm of dirt and then something laying right here.
No, I think it was like, like something sticks into the ground so it doesn't move.
There's some kind of like maybe antenna right here or something. This is something for sure. Like this this is not this leg right here casting a shadow. It's too small and it stops too soon. It only goes out this far.
Right.
There's no way that that's what that is. Okay. The sun is over here and it's shining this direction. Everything is right. The only reason that this line right here and this line right here are not perfectly parallel is because they are not. He is further back and this is further forward. So that's the reason for that.
Also, the footsteps, and people were like, oh, well, when he stood, there wasn't a puff. There's no wind. So when he made the footsteps, there's just footsteps. There's no big poof or anything like that. And
so here's another picture of the shadows, right? So his shadow is projected out this way, and then this one is like kind of at an angle. And that's probably because whatever this is that is throwing a shadow,
the pole,
is further or closer away, right? So this shadow is right at his feet. He's holding the camera. So whatever this is probably further behind him, could be quite a ways behind him.
Right.
That's casting this signal, or excuse me, this shadow, and that's why it appears to not be in parallel. So that is debunked.
Right.
The shadow theory is debunked.
Just to be clear, I came into this like it's fake. None of this is real.
Right.
And then I had to do I was deep diving into everything, and there was so many scenarios, so many theories. But the more I looked at the footage and the more I looked at the technology and the timeline of how technology evolved, and when it started, it made more sense that we went as this big publicity stunt, and it's not. It was us like, okay, I think they needed to retrieve things off the moon. I think we were given access to it. I don't think it's really ours. I think other people colonize it. And this is the motion. The same thing with Mars. We have to make friends with the people that colonize it. I don't like when they're like, there's no human activity there. They would lie. They wouldn't tell us the truth. They would not tell us. because they'd go there to like they're the first ones that are going to leave when this whole place burns up.
I think we went, but we had help.
Absolutely.
Or I think we went in like a flying saucer and got a bunch of moon rocks and brought them back. And then it was filmed in a Hollywood studio so that they could explain why and how they got them.
Explain what is that and the silence.
What do you mean the silence?
In the video of one small leap for man,
One
whatever.
small step for man,
one big leap for
one
mankind.
giant leap for mankind.
Whatever. They're in that video. If you listen to
Really?
it in its entirety, listen. I didn't believe it was real until a couple days ago.
Really?
Was that it cuts out for almost 30 seconds. He goes, "What is that?" Cuts out, comes back, and everything's hunky dory. What was that about? And why didn't they ever talk about it? And even Buzz Aldrin and the rest of them, they're just like, don't know what you're talking about. Don't remember that. It's weird. Maybe they just didn't hear it correctly.
So there's a missing clip.
I don't think it's missing. I just think
Is that
it's
when-
zoned out.
Did you ever see Apollo 18?
The movie?
Yeah.
No.
Where they go to the moon and then the aliens eat them.
And okay, so that's a segue. How many times have movies told you this is happening and then it happens?
That's what I'm saying is like, I think they tell us the truth through fiction.
Like Close Encounters, there are people
Right.
that are swear that this something similar actually happened to that. And they were just
TikTok seller says it's the first minute of the Epstein clip.
shoot, probably.
I'll tell you, there is something missing though from the tape, right?
Right.
And if you think there isn't something missing
The
from
message
the tape,
was redacted.
then you need to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show
Show.
with your friends. If you're watching on TikTok, you need to come to YouTube to get the full experience. That's at Ozthecryptogoat, all lower cases, no spaces.
And we know they
Come
redact
join
stuff
us.
all the time. Like we're clearly seeing that now in our own what's happening in our climate, redacting names, redacting statements. Like
Oh yeah.
clearly that's not a new practice.
They wanted to
the world has
redact
done that
like
forever.
the entire Epstein files. They wanted to redact basically
all
everything.
of it, right? And so
Anything that had Trump's name on it, so it was basically all of it.
So one of my things though is the biggest thing, and I was talking to Elon about, was that the human ego would never admit their arrogance, the ego, especially those in power, the elite, would never admit they had help. Do you know what I mean? They would never admit aliens were like, okay, influence.
You know what? I agree with that.
Because they wouldn't admit, be like, oh my gosh,
Oh my
I got-
gosh.
oh my gosh,
Oh my
oh
gosh.
my gosh, I had help. They don't say that. They're like, oh, what is it? Lift yourself up by your bootstraps, my butt. That's not what happened. You had help.
Yeah, it seems unfeasible
Exactly.
that we did it on our own. All right, let's look at this one here. We got another image here. Let's take a look. So this is the other thing, right? There is a radiation belt around the Earth. I'm going to pull it up here for you guys to take a look at. Now, do you guys see it? This is the radiation here. And the red right here in the middle is like really, really strong, and like it can basically kill you, right?
Even flying through it, it could actually destroy whatever you're flying. It could just zap.
And we don't have any rockets that are strong enough to basically lift off the air the amount of lead it would take to stop that radiation. So that there's no way that there's tin foil, gold foil is not going to do it. Okay. But from what I saw is what they said was that they basically left from here and exited out this way, right? So they went at the shortest amount right before where the red is and just went through this small little section right here, and then they were out. So they only traveled this far. However, and I think they said that they were in the radiation for about an hour. That's where they were traveling the fastest, is through the
Right.
radiation. If you're in the military, I mean, we literally Agent Oranged our own military, right? If you're an astronaut, you're in the military. It's a branch of
part
the
of it,
government,
yes.
right? So the thing is they didn't care about the astronaut safety.
No.
They knew damn well what they were going into, and who knows? They probably all have testicular cancer. For all
Oh
we
my
know.
gosh.
I'm just saying, if they went at all, okay, or they went in some alien spacecraft and they were completely safe and shielded, right? Maybe they got beamed up there in like a beam, like in, the beam
No.
thing, the beam,
No.
like Star Trek, right?
Oh my
Beam me up, Scotty.
Not everything is Star Trek.
Everything is Star Trek.
No.
Okay, listen. All the technology that was in Star Trek exists today, except for cloaking devices, and I think that does exist because how
Or
would we
space
know?
travel.
How
like
would we
actual
know if
space
cloaking
travel
devices work or
through
not?
light years?
And technically, we do have cloaking devices. We have like the radar, the
It
bombers.
doesn't make
that
you
can't be-
invisible. That's just makes you untraceable. There's a big difference between invisible and untraceable.
Well, what about the cloud that looked like the Enterprise?
Different time. But my thing is that it's very logical if they have the right equipment that they'd be able to push through in an hour.
I think they could push through in an hour. I think it's
But
plausible.
that was the first time I realized after watching and researching is that how much radiation. That's why when meteorites hit us, it just dissolves into that radiation
Here's the
and
thing:
doesn't
is
really hurt
this
us.
is the U.S. right here. Cape Canaveral's like right here, right?
Mhm.
So that's basically from the equator, which is where it's the widest. So
That's-
they would have had to come up and go like that.
Right. If that's where the moon was.
Maybe that's why when the rockets take off, they curve because they're headed towards the out of
Ocean
the
Gate?
radiation.
What's up?
Ocean Gate. Where's Ocean? I want to know what the F Ocean Gate was doing. You're talking about. Oh, I know what Ocean Gate is. Well, we can do Ocean Gate. Absolutely. Drop a video in the Discord. If you haven't joined the Discord already, make sure you join the Discord. The link is in my bio. And click that, join us, and there's hashtag down the rabbit hole, and you can leave your conspiracies, your videos. If you have a story you want to tell, you can leave it there. If you'd like to come on the show as a guest and tell us your ghost story, your alien encounter, your trip to the moon that you had, come on the show. And we'd love to hear about your trip to Uranus.
I would love someone who was abducted. That would just make my day.
I'm working on it. And, or if you were involved in like true crime, like missing persons type thing like that, anything that has mystery that surrounds it, we would love to hear from you.
That makes sense, TikTok seller.
I am working on getting a few gentlemen from Hollywood that have been in the tunnels to come on the show. They've sent me videos. TikTok seller has seen the video because any videos or images that I'm sent that are sensitive like that, I'm sending them to multiple people that I trust for them to upload onto drives. So,
Just in case.
Just in case, right? So we have a
Because just to be clear,
security plan in
we
order.
talk about stuff that just doesn't land good on certain people or certain environments, and so we back up everything just in cases.
Yes. So if you're gonna Charlie Kirk me, you're gonna have to do better than that because we have backup plans. Okay.
Okay, not that.
You
Don't
can't
say that.
JFK me, baby.
Don't. And
I mean, you
isn't
can, but it ain't gonna work.
Isn't that odd? Like the Roswell, JFK, he gets assassinated right before they go to the moon after he announces it.
That explains the magic bullet.
I mean, weird, right?
The magic bullet.
He's like, he was always about honesty and transparency, and he would have told everybody. He would have told everybody, been like, the people have the right to know. He had so many things stacked against him that he wanted to be honest and good for the people and civil liberties. And they were like, he's going to tell. Get rid of him.
It's gonna tell on us. Don't tell on me, chat.
Please don't do better than that.
All right. So, the radiation thing kind of debunked, but basically it's like they went through radiation and
it's a yes and no, maybe.
the government doesn't care about you.
No.
They'll
They
Agent
left
Orange.
a guy in the freaking shuttle to leave just in case. Now, when they say, oh, he was there to make sure everyone got home safely, no, he was there to make sure all the resources got home safely. If he had to leave, he was going to leave. What?
I'm just reading the chat on TikTok. It says front Mount Fremont. Oh, now his front face. I don't know. If you're on TikTok and you're chatting, I can't read it. It's too small and far away. You're on my phone. You got to be on YouTube, baby.
We're on YouTube.
We're on YouTube. If you want to chat, you got to come to YouTube. Unless you're just talking to other people on TikTok, that is totally fine. All right. So radiation, I wouldn't say debunked. I think they just don't care about people. Like,
I mean, how many Apollos have blown up?
how many Agent Oranges have they set on?
Poof.
You know, Camp Lejeune. If you were, or anyone you know, stayed in Camp Lejeune, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Right?
Did we just what?
All right. So the footprint. Here's the footprint, chat. And don't forget, if you're on YouTube, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. I know most of you guys are just listening, but spam the chat with emojis and give us some engagement, you know, because engagement does help us. And same with TikTok. Those of you on TikTok, thank you. We do still appreciate you, but eventually you're gonna have to come to YouTube if you're on TikTok. We will not be here.
The stuff we talk about.
Yeah, and we will have to end the live stream at some point so that we can talk about things that we just can't say here. And I'm not gonna leave it up and not say what I want to say just so that two other people that don't want to get on YouTube can get what they want, right? So I'd rather have what I want, and that's to have the freedom of speech.
Footprint.
All right. So here's the footprint.
That's the one that's still visible today.
Still visible today.
It's still visible.
And they have that's because they have the rover, right? That goes around, takes pictures all the time.
Right. And that footprint, because remember, there's no air, there's no wind, there's no, I mean, not air, you know what I mean? There's no wind up there. So a lot of these footprints are still intact. Now, granted, the moon gets hit by stuff all the time. It's usually a nice barrier for the United States, or for the world. But that footprint is still there. From 1969.
Here's the conspiracy behind this.
Oh my gosh.
So they have Buzz Aldrin's. This is Buzz Aldrin's footprint right here. This iconic picture. This is a picture taken by Buzz Aldrin of his footprint.
No, this was okay.
This is him. He took this picture in his spacesuit on the moon. Okay, this is Buzz Aldrin's footprint. Okay, Buzz Aldrin's his spacesuit is in the Smithsonian right now, and there's a picture of it. And I had it earlier, and somehow it got deleted. But you can look it up, and you can see that the bottom of the suit, the footprint does not match. So it looks like a regular boot with like a cowboy boot.
Do you really think that things in museums are what they are? Do you really believe that? The Mona Lisa that is on the exhibit isn't even really there.
I mean, that's
You
a
think-
possibility.
Stop acting like the government tells you the truth. Please stop, okay?
Like it wouldn't be in the museum's best interest to lie about it. Like, say, hey, we have a spacesuit here.
Look, this is the story. And do you, you really think they're like, oh, this is total? No, that's ridiculous.
So NASA's official statement on this, because the shoe print is different, 100% different.
Doesn't mean it was the one.
But here's why. So they had special boot coverings that went over
I did see that.
the spacesuit that they had, and they left them behind on the moon to save weight and room to bring moon rocks home. So they left a lot of things behind.
I want to know what that dot is over the sun. Have you guys seen that? I know.
We heard about it. I haven't been outside to look with my own two eyes. Has anyone seen the dot above the sun? I think it's the
Isn't that
A1
the meteor?
Atlas. The
Isn't
Atlas
that the meteor
thing.
that's coming? It's gonna hit.
That's what it is.
It's gonna hit Mars and kind of go like kind of just shave right across us. Is that the one you're talking about?
I think that's what it is. It's A1 Atlas
Mhm.
is what it's called. So that's what you're seeing, I believe. You have to point your phone camera. I believe because you can't look at the sun.
I think he's talking about your thing, but we're not talking to TikTok. We're talking to
Yeah,
YouTube.
TikTok's on timeout. Okay, we love TikTok Shop, right? TikTok is amazing.
You can't see it with your
TikTok
eyes.
Shop.
Well, I know what you're talking about because I was reading 2 articles about it, and it's supposed to just mostly hit Mars, which is, again, I don't think they would allow us to go there.
I do want to cover this story. Maybe we'll do this like tomorrow. So there's some anomalies with
Anomalies?
that thing. Anomaly. Anomaly.
No, that's
You remember that song?
no, and
Who was that? Who sang that song? Anomaly. Anybody know what song that is? I want to hear it now.
I
I'm gonna
definitely
look it up.
don't. No.
Just kidding.
All right.
Okay, so boot print seems plausible.
Doesn't mean
Debunked.
anything.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
doesn't mean anything. Yeah, the spacesuit. Maybe they have a fake spacesuit, like you said, or what seems plausible is they had a boot covering that went on the spacesuit that they wore when they were out on the lunar surface that they didn't wear when they were inside the ship,
Exactly.
that they left behind to save weight and room for moon rocks.
Correct.
Checks out to me. Seems plausible. I'm gonna go with debunked. All right, what am I looking at here, Jesse?
Camera.
Okay, there's the camera.
Because people are like, well, how did they take these pictures and videos? That's it right there.
Right.
I didn't know. I had to research the camera, and they were actually training how to use this camera in the setting that they would be in for over a year, so that they knew how to take the pictures. And that's why some pictures aren't
Right, they
so
took
great.
it to like family events. and
Right, they
things
took it
and
to all these
everywhere they
places,
went.
and I had no idea about that, but they showed videos of them doing it, and so now it makes sense. And that's why some of the pictures are a little blurry, some are kind of okay, because they're taking them with this camera that's just attached to their chest.
And one of the theories is like, oh, you have to be, how did they get perfect exposure and perfect focus with these? They had special thumb tabs on
Yes.
it.
Yeah,
and,
they did.
and they were preset for, close, medium, and far away.
And scan, like one of them just kind of moves it, like what was it, the thing, he could move it like this,
Right.
and and it could at the speed of rate it was at.
So we got these iconic photos that are in perfect, focus. That's because they had the focus. This was a special camera that was preset with focus settings, just like your phone is now. It has, preset focus on it.
The one thing I did have an issue with that they brought up was that camera wouldn't be able to survive that environment or the film.
That is the one thing
I can't explain.
that I can't explain. I agree with that. That is the one thing is film
The film
would be
not
destroyed
have been,
in the radiation
in
belt,
the radiation belt.
going to and from.
So what was covering it? What kind of material did we not know about that we had was
Right.
covering it? Or was it like you said, that's the only thing I have no answer
And we have
for.
a full list of everything that was on the craft, right? There's no list of a lead box that the film was held in.
No,
That is the only,
we couldn't find an answer for that.
and that's why I say aliens.
Yeah, but they had some tech, or they were taking the pictures. I don't know, but they all 3 of them had the cameras on them.
Or they had a digital camera.
Like, how would they know to use spacesuits?
How would they know to use spacesuits? I think they kind of assumed that there's.
Well, this
a
was
vacuum in
Apollo
space,
11.
right?
This isn't even the first one.
They'd been in. We'd had the space station at this point. We had.
So this was
we'd
11. There were 10 other
we
ones
sent
and some not
dogs
successful.
into space
That was
first,
Russia.
right? And the dogs, they never came home. I feel bad for the guy that was like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to send my dog into space."
First dog in space.
And they're like, "So when does he come home?" "Oh, he doesn't." I wonder if there's still a dog out there floating
like
in
on
space.
Doggy Planet.
Yeah. Have you heard of space junk?
Space junk.
Yeah.
No.
So every time they go into space and do things, all their different missions, they leave something behind and it stays in orbit. And it's like stuck in orbit, and they're
not like when they recorded on the recorders, and then they took these boxes and shot them in the air in case anybody ever got them, like their tapes and stuff.
I mean, there's some of that, like time capsule stuff.
Yeah.
There's also old satellites that are no longer in use, dead technology, things like that. That people they put a Tesla in orbit. They put all these different things into orbit.
So we're littering. We're littering the Milky Way.
So there's all this space junk.
You can't litter on just Earth.
Flying around the Earth, and
fantastic.
And now it's actually become a problem that's so bad.
It's littering.
That they're afraid that at some point we'll never be able to leave Earth again on a space mission, because if there is a rocket that is leaving, it won't be able to penetrate through the space junk without being hit with something.
Is that for real?
Yeah.
So we litter the planet, destroy it, and you're like, you know what? We could do better. Let's litter the Milky Way so we're trapped here forever.
Well, that's why Elon's trying to make the Dragon 5
He's
rocket
a problem.
that flies up and then it comes back down and lands itself again, so that they don't leave that, because that's normally left in space.
Why don't you look how his little inventions are going?
With
just his
saying,
AI help.
I mean, I saw his rocket take off and land.
Or is
itself.
it a way to make sure we never leave?
I think that could be part of it.
That is horrifying. That we're literally littering our own solar system.
He says, yeah, there's a shitty Tesla with a dummy in it. And on the screen of the Tesla, it says, "Don't panic." Oh my God. You sure there's not a dog in the front seat?
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, so there's a bunch of space junk, and it's actually become a problem. And now they're talking about having to send missions to basically knock things out of orbit to send them to burn up in.
We can't even protect our planet.
And we're going to terraform Mars and do the same thing to it.
We got this. We're the most destructive things on this planet.
What they're going to do is they're going to have you upload to the Neuralink.
Nope.
And then you're going to live on Mars.
Nope.
And you're humanoid. And your humanoid is going to hang out, and you're going to think it's going to be all beautiful and terraformed, or you're going to be out, exploring Mars, right? For free, obviously, because they're not going to pay you to do that job. They're going to make, you pay us and we'll let you go explore Mars for us because we need the info, but you're going to pay us for it. That's what's going to happen. You're going to upload your little Neuralink, and you're going to go sit in your pod and get pumped full of bugs while you're checking out Mars in your little avatar.
Speak for yourself. I'm not doing any of that.
I ain't doing it. I ain't living in no pod eating no bugs.
Do you see how
all
this progress that they're trying to push is just 5 steps back? Every time they're like, "Oh, we did this," they already messed up.
I don't think that's it. It's 5 steps back. I think it's 5 steps forward towards leaving the world behind and going to a new place and starting over fresh, like Adam and Eve.
Why would they need to do that?
Because we've already poisoned our water and we've poisoned our air.
What makes them think they won't do that again? That it's
the little people will sit in the pod and eat the bugs here, and the special classy people will be moved to the beautiful planet, and we shall be on the prison planet. It is not for you, sir.
Or something outside intervenes.
So the aliens come and they say,
Because they gotta be mad, right? They'll be like, "Oh my gosh, we give them this technology, and they're freaking littering it in the freaking
Right.
atmosphere."
I think
Like,
that's part of the
bruh,
plan. I think
bruh.
that's part of terraforming the planet.
No,
I think that,
they're pissed.
no, I think that it's exactly what they want. They want the planet to be unlivable, to kill us off because we are like an anthill.
Or to be like, "Please help us.
It's
We
like
need help."
We're the roaches on the planet that they're got to get rid of before they move in. They don't want to live
Or
in a
they gave us
roach-infested
enough
house.
technology to be like, they're gonna destroy themselves, and then we're gonna come in right at the last minute and be their heroes.
Now that's a good hypothesis. I kind of like that.
The hero.
And then then we get accepted into the Galactic Federation.
Oh my gosh!
And they are benevolent because they did this. Like it's like mind tricks.
They did us a
right?
favor.
Yeah. Okay.
So you see how that could
I
happen?
can hop on
How
board
that
with that
could
one. I can
go
hop
down
on
that
board with
road.
that. I'm about it. Okay.
Think about it. There,
That-
let us help them destroy each other, and then we're gonna come in and be these big heroes that save them from themselves, and they're gonna do whatever we want them to do.
They used to have 24/7 live streams on YouTube. I think they took the live down and basically like, well, hopefully they forgot. And that's
Interesting.
from the space station. I used to actually watch those.
Wait, though, was that before or after it was called the Space Force? There's a big difference.
Ooh, so Trump's up there.
Someone who keeps renaming things that don't need to be renamed, like Space Force, which is like us freaking 3-year-olds would name it. But like,
Space
did it
Force.
go down during Space Force time, or was it before that?
I like the idea of
To the
Space Force.
Tesla
I would join the
Corvette.
space.
Oh, yeah, because it kept
Oh.
exploding.
The Tesla Corvette.
It was like explode. Well, all his stuff explodes.
I'm sure there's something. It probably got hit by some space junk, and they're like, "Oh crap! It dented it. We can't have that on camera."
Dude, have you seen his robots? Like, they're not even real. He pays people to talk behind them to make them seem interactive. That's real.
I believe it. Have you seen how the Tesla cars one of them, like self-driving, crashed into somebody's house, and the Tesla alerted a tow truck driver to
And
come
it
pick
came
it up.
and took it away.
Within like 5 minutes, the tow truck driver was there, and the guy was like, "Hey, like you can't pull this out of here. Like I need to like have the police come and take a police
Cops didn't
report
even
or
get there
something."
in time.
Yeah, and basically the dude looked at him and said, "Fuck you," and then took off with it.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
He probably made a lot of money.
Yeah, silence is beautiful.
I should be a Tesla tow truck driver.
Oh my gosh.
That's what I should have done. I chose the wrong profession. All right, next image. Let's take a look here.
That's my favorite one.
What am I looking at here?
That's the official image that they used with the rover and the spacecraft behind it and him with the flag saluting.
All right. So did we actually go?
Yes.
I'll tell you this. Look at how far apart the footprints are from here to here.
There's
Like they're not walking. They're
hopping.
they're moving pretty far.
Remember they were showing that they were like hopping.
I think
Because
we
of
went to
their-
the moon. I just think we had help from aliens. One of two ways. Either it was filmed in a Hollywood studio and we actually went in a flying saucer with the aliens, or the aliens gave us the technology to get us there ourselves.
Well, a lot of it, what people don't understand is a lot of the visuals that they see of it landing, it's actually the video of them, the video of them leaving is actually the video of them landing in reverse. And why they
I
did
heard
it that
that.
way, I don't know, but that's just how it's presented. So people are like, oh, but look at
But-
this. It's because it's just backwards. And then look, the crispy flag. It's not waving. It's saying exactly like that. They're the ones who pull it because there's no air.
Right.
There's no
And
wind.
they show it like waving. If you look at it waving, it looks like it's in not gravity. It's not like wind blowing. It's on a pole,
and it's stiff.
and it's and they're moving the thing around, putting the pole
To
in,
put the pole in.
and that's gonna swing naturally. It's not like things don't move and swing when you touch them. There's just not wind blowing it. It does not look like wind blowing it.
Exactly. And that's my whole thing.
don't
Like that,
move and-
people are like, "Oh, it was blown." No, it wasn't. It's stiff. You can see it's stiff. Like, it's a weird, the way it's held together. None of that makes any sense if it was actually windy the way people said it was.
And if you're watching, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. If you're watching on TikTok, make sure you come over to YouTube. That's YouTube/Ozthecryptogoat or @Ozthecryptogoat. Come find us on YouTube and tell us hi, where you're from on TikTok. Because you're going to get the full view. So you're not seeing the images that we're putting up here. You're not seeing me and Jesse here next to me. Hi, Jesse.
Hi.
Jesse's actually here. So if you want to actually see the show the way it was intended to be, you need to come over to YouTube, because TikTok is not where it's at. It's just to let you know that we are live. But if you don't want to leave TikTok because you're addicted and you need your dopamine hit from TikTok, then I do understand it is one of the most addictive substances on this planet right now.
Next to cheese.
Yeah, so we won't blame you, but if you're there, make sure you're smashing the like button.
Yeah, because we can only see the comments on YouTube and Abstract.
Exactly. We won't be able to read your comments on TikTok, but if you do want to leave a comment, you can come over to Twitch, Abstract, YouTube, and leave a comment, and we will see them, no problem. If you want your chat to actually be on the recording of the live stream, then you need to come and do it through Twitch, right? So if you want the world to see your comments, make sure you leave them on Twitch. And we love TikTok Shop.
Not me.
I love TikTok Shop. TikTok Shop is incredible.
Nah.
All right. So next image. Let's take a look at this next image here. So what am I looking at here, Jesse? Roswell. Damn it. Roswell. So it says RAAF captures flying saucer on ranch in Roswell region.
1947.
House passes tax slash by large margin.
Those ones don't matter.
Claims Army is stacking court-martial. Oh, it's stacking court-martial. Indiana senator lays protest before Patterson. Senator Jennifer.
You got way off topic.
I'm just saying, like, this looks really
Secretary
cool.
of War, yeah. That was
Secretary
happening
of War
too.
Patterson demanding a full investigation of the Army military trial procedure. Jenner offered what he said was documentary proof that prisoners are not being permitted to employ either civilian or military counsel of their own choice in the preparation of presentation of their defense.
I know that was happening too, apparently. The world's always been in chaos.
Yeah, the world's been on fire for a while, guys.
And so that's when it says no details of flying discs are revealed. But this whole incident happened in 1947. And that's when technology started to take off.
No details of the flying disc are revealed. Roswell hardware and man and wife report disc seen. The intelligence office of the 509th Bombardment Group at Roswell Army Airfield announced at noon today that the field has come into possession of a flying saucer. So the possession, according to information released by the Department of Authority of the Major J.A. Marshall, intelligence officer, the disc was recovered on a ranch in Roswell vicinity after the unidentified rancher had notified Sheriff Geo Wilcox. Here, I can read
that he found the instrument of his premises. Major Marcel and the detail from his department went to the ranch and recovered the disc as it was stated. After the intelligence officer had inspected it, the instrument, they took it, is pretty much what happens, close it, and the rest of the thing. And then it wasn't until a few weeks later that they came out and were like, totally was just a balloon. And it was a totally a balloon. Not a disc. I mean, I believe the rancher. The rancher had no reason to lie. Like, he didn't want to be that guy. He didn't want to be like, totally aliens. You know what I mean?
I think aliens
No,
I'm
but
an alien,
it's New
baby.
Mexico. He's on a ranch. He ain't that guy. Why would he lie?
I'm that guy.
The government will lie. But that guy, he had no reason to lie about what he saw. Nothing. But,
I think you're onto something.
I know. Jesse, that alligator Alcatraz made me mad. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Is that our last image? It is.
Is it? Okay.
Perfect. So, what are you thinking? Did we go to the moon?
Yes. But we had a lot of help.
I think we went to the moon. And the main thing is the two things that really can't be debunked, right? One is the film.
The film, how did it survive?
Right.
Unless
there was a lead box it was in, right?
even then, that
But
would,
why is there no lead box that they say, hey, this is where we kept the film? Why is there no
and
record
just to
of
be
it?
clear, when people are like, well, the video came from the man that was still in the freaking spaceship.
Right, but when he took the first step on the moon, it was being filmed adjacent from
Right.
something else.
So
someone else got off first,
I think
set
that
up
was
a
the
camera,
setup.
and then so Buzz Aldrin was not the first man on the moon. It was
I don't think
Neil
it was.
Armstrong.
I think it was Neil Armstrong.
or Buzz Aldrin was the first and Neil was the second.
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah. Because
Interesting.
that's the only thing that makes sense. I know
Either way,
had
they
the
lied to
cameras.
us.
They lied about something. And I know another thing was that, the gloves wouldn't have been able to grab. And then I watched the video. The gloves aren't as thick as they made it seem on these, we're debunking this whole theory.
And then also, like the gloves, like the camera was retrofitted with a very big button that could be manipulated. The focusing tabs were designed to work with those gloves.
Exactly. The Chinese weather balloon that flew around us for days. I know. And and everyone still sees these phenomenon, and that's what they call it, these spaceships or whatever. And they're never going to tell you what they really are. You could see it with your own eyes. You could probably see a Martian alien come out and they're going to tell you, you didn't really see that. It was this. And that's been like that. There's a picture, and you can look it up. It's from Germany in, I think, the middle 1600s. And they literally, in their news, with their drawings, have this spaceship battle that's happening, and they don't know what they're looking at. They're like, oh, these firing things are happening. We don't know what they are. And it goes on for days. Like this whole idea of aliens and spaceships and the technology, all of this has been around forever. The Mayans drew it on their walls, the Aztecs, almost every civilization.
There's a helicopter on the wall in one of the ancient Egyptian
There's saucers
hieroglyphs
on the
stuff.
walls. Yeah.
They're
People writing in them. That's where a lot of these Africa, they have these, they're almost like the same kind of writings, but they're the actual pictures of people that they try to emulate.
Interesting indeed.
Just saying.
Now, the other issue was, so the film, obviously, everything else has been debunked except for the one last thing was the computer processing
Not being able
power.
to process the kind of information they were getting from the spacecraft on the moon to here on Earth.
And that's why I'm thinking aliens. The film thing, though, that's the one thing that makes me think that it was filmed in a Hollywood studio. And we did go to the moon. We got the moon rocks. We came back.
But then they
tested the moon
added
rocks
the
there.
audio later.
Yeah, it's called dubbing.
Okay, that's why is it if we didn't really have the technology to go there in the first place, that we wouldn't also been given the technology to do it live.
And also, they live broadcasted it.
They did.
I barely have the ability to live broadcast now.
The walls they made with just hammers. I know, right? But that's what I'm saying.
It seems like it was done in Hollywood. That's the only way they could have. You're telling me
maybe
that
they filmed on site.
How many miles away is the moon from here? It's millions of miles. You're telling me they live broadcasted in real time from the moon to the Earth.
If you can believe they had the technology to get there, then why can't you believe the other thing?
Because they didn't have the technology to broadcast like that around the world.
What if it was at a like super delay and we just didn't know it?
It probably was. If it was, it would probably
Wouldn't
delayed.
that make more sense?
Yeah. So
It was like on a 30-minute delay, and the way they presented it to the people, they did it on a 30-minute delay.
Abstract is on a delay.
Yeah, I saw that.
We're live streaming. It's on a delay. So like,
So why is that impossible? But we're only on a
but how
delay
did
by
the
10,
film
15 seconds.
survive the radiation? It makes no sense. It seems like
They
it was
survived
done
in
Hollywood.
their ship there.
All right, chat. I want you to tell me, what do you think happened? How do you think we went to the moon? And if we did, was it in a Hollywood studio? Was it in, like we were being told? I don't know. I'm not buying it. I think we went in a flying saucer and we were taken there. We brought, the rocks back, and then they had to create this elaborate ruse in order to say, how did the rocks get here? Oh, it was aliens. No, we're going to film it and say that we went and got them ourselves. It seems like the most plausible.
The only reason I kind of think that is, one second.
It's the most plausible, scenario of everything that we've talked about.
Zoom in.
Hold on.
This
here.
is my only thing that I don't like. Why does that look like tinfoil that I would put over a pan?
Because it is.
But my thing is, what I looked and I looked and I looked, and there is some purpose to it. It's to reflect radiation, which makes sense because that is a big part of it.
This paper thin.
That's actual gold.
Okay, this paper thin gold foil it would take lead like 2 feet thick.
Well, look
stop
how
the
big
radiation.
that
That's
post is
gold
to him.
tinfoil.
But it's an odd thing, and it's not even like put on there correctly. It looks like someone, like if one of my kids, like my 10-year-old was like, you know what, I'm gonna put this over a pan real quick. That's the only issue I really have. I don't know why it bothers me.
I'm leaning towards this was done at Universal Studios. Why do you think they showed the Earth in the whole thing with the Universal Studios logo? Like, it was filmed at Universal Studios.
Leaning toward a studio. I believe we went to the moon knowing aliens were there already. We went to recon the moon. They then filmed in a studio in case the aliens killed the astronauts, and to edit out the moon bases they saw over there. That is an interesting. I like that one.
I like him.
That is a very realistic, in the way we're speaking, way to look at it.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying Michael Collins.
Right, they can't have people, dying on camera and live TV in front of everybody.
Michael Collins was there to make sure that stuff got back.
Remember?
Not them.
Remember, what was it? Apollo 8, where the people were cooked to death?
Yes, it exploded like on the floor.
And that had just happened recently.
Yeah.
They couldn't have that happen again.
Right.
Right. So maybe we did go to the moon, everything, and they just reenacted it in order to, just in case they don't make it. And
that's what I was saying.
And then this way we'll win the space race, whether we make it there or not, but we're actually going to go there and give it a try. And then we don't have to worry about the film.
But the alien factor's still in play. That's the whole thing. Nobody thinks we did this entirely, completely, unequivocally on our own.
Aliens were there. Yeah. Or maybe we went there first and came back and they were like, oh shit, the film didn't make it. There was a bunch of aliens there.
Because there is a moment where they're like, what is that? Then silence. And so what? And then it says, how bad would it be if they filmed it in real time, aliens on the moon killing the astronauts? Because I think they knew.
I agree. I think that they filmed it either before or after the fact. I'm going to assume before, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they released the footage when they went, as though it happened in real time. But it was.
That's what I was saying. Like, I think there was a delay, a huge delay in what was happening.
No. I think they filmed it, the whole thing, right? And then they they filmed it in a studio. Then they sent the astronauts to the moon, and then basically, there's a mission plan. Like, things are supposed to happen this way. This is what it's going to happen when you guys go to the moon, right?
Right.
They just filmed it ahead of time and then sent them, or didn't send them at all. And basically, in case something happened, like you said, in case there were aliens there, or in case there was, they couldn't have that all happen live on TV, or they went before and came back and they're like, shit, the film didn't make it. It was all destroyed. All right, we'll just reshoot it down at Universal Studios real quick and we'll be all right.
So you're saying, okay, but what I'm thinking when he says recon, yeah, that would suck to have your astronauts go up there and then get totally destroyed by aliens when you're trying to find out if they're there or not.
The two damning things.
So was it, okay, is it the same 3 people that went in the first place and filmed it?
Possibly.
No, it has to be yes. And why would
I would
they
say
lie?
yes, but like, they're in spacesuits. We can't see them. They could have done it live in the studio while they were actually
So
on
you're
the moon.
saying everybody lied.
I believe that's probably the most believable thing I've heard today, is that everybody lied.
I listened to Buzz Aldrin talk today, and there's nothing about that man that screams, I'm a liar.
Hypnosis.
Oh my God.
Tell me I'm wrong. MK Ultra. These guys are deep in the military and all that stuff. And why not? Why not MK Ultra Buzz Aldrin? Why not? Like
People think like, oh, he's doing it because the press and yeah. Michael Collins was like, it was cool, and then just kind of vanished. He didn't like die or anything. He was just like, I'm gonna go live my life.
You think
now.
he would be more like, hey, I was there too?
No, he wasn't. He wasn't like, the other 2. He never got off on the planet. He never got to step down onto the planet. The planet you're saying they never went to.
Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. This is Down the Rabbit Hole with Ozthecryptogoat and Jesse. Thank you for being here. And if you're watching on TikTok, make sure you double tap that like button. And if you want to send a heart me or any gifts, much appreciated. It does help our algorithm. But if you want a better viewing experience, make sure that you come to YouTube to get the full experience, because Jesse is actually sitting next to me here in the studio. You can see Jesse, you can see the images we're putting on the screen, you can get the full effect. TikTok is just a tangent. All right, it is just there to let you know where we're at.
Yeah, it's controlled by the U.S. now, so it's not as fun.
And we can't say everything we want to say, and it won't always be able to watch it on TikTok. You're going to have to come to YouTube at some point, because when we hit a soft subject,
it's going to ban
off
us.
come the cameras. All right, this is going to be 86th, and you're going to have to be on YouTube to find out. But we're giving you an opportunity. We're hitting a few light subjects, the moon landing,
Right.
for now.
One of the things we're like, oh, why didn't we go back? And that was my question too. And then they're doing research. We don't need to. We already know it's there.
We need to go back.
And
that's where Hitler's at. We need to get him and lynch him.
We already know what's there, and I think we're not allowed to go back.
Yeah, the aliens were like, you get to come one time, you can poke around, and then get off my land.
Get off my land. Because what else would be able to survive the dark side of the moon? Because it's not us. And not only that, zero communication. And I think that was, do you remember the Transformer movie? And they recreate
which one? They made like 11D.
Dark Side of the Moon. They recreate the scene, and then there's that radio silence. And so that was their opportunity to go on the other side, and they found a transformer.
Okay, do you know how long it would take them to travel from where the lunar module is to the dark side of the moon?
They faked the timing.
Unless they got beamed up by Scotty in the beam thing.
It is not Star Trek. But in that movie, that's always been the insinuation that there was something on the dark side of the moon that we're not allowed to be or go, because even for any kind of amount of time, it could be detrimental.
Hold on. I'm going to look something up. You riff for a second. I got an image to show you guys, chat.
An image, okay. It better be
Hold
appropriate.
On. It's appropriate.
My delicate eyes can only handle so much. I'm an angel.
I still think that, there seems to be some sort of alien interference, just like the graph that you showed that over time.
But Transformers tried to tell us, like, there's something on the other side. You might want to go take a look. Do you know what I mean? Like, we've been told by, and I know people are like, oh, it's a movie. How many movies in the technology that you've seen in the past is happening now? Like all of
like
it.
Star Trek, everything
oh
is
my
there.
gosh.
Everything that was in Star Trek
Okay,
is
you're gonna
there
have
today.
to start using freaking Star Wars. I am so tired of Star Trek. Use Star Wars from now
Star
on.
Wars is for the rebellion and the resistance.
I know.
Okay.
This makes me want to buy a telescope just to look at the moon more often. And you know what? We actually have one. And yeah, it's the company's. Anyways, and it's actually really cool. But I want one of those. I want to go to those ones in New Mexico where they let you go to like visit the observatoriums or whatever they're called. Oh no.
Hold on. There's an image I want to show you.
But they only let you look at so much. And what is it? We've only can look at, what is it, like 12% of the sky at any given moment with all the telescopes in the world. Which is why I know they can't track all planes and all that kind of stuff and aliens. They have no way.
There it is.
Oh no. I already see where this is going.
Oh,
You gotta go back to click pictures. Oh, that's pretty cool.
right.
Is this an actual theory though?
Yeah. Here it is, chat.
Oh my gosh.
Here it is. Here's a rabbit hole for you. Look at this. This is supposedly what the moon is that it's hollow and it's a giant
A man-made or alien-made.
made like base satellite thing, and it's like designed to stop asteroids, to create the tides and different things that it does, right? It's perfectly positioned, and this is one of the ideas, right, of what it is. I've seen another one where basically it's like the front side of the moon that we see all the time looks like this, and the back side looks like, you know, like some space station thing, right, that
Right.
we can't see. Obviously, you know, whatever, but we do know this. The moon is hollow. It has been proven.
I know, but people think the Earth is hollow, and we know that's not true either.
The Earth is hollow. I've been inside.
All planets are hollow.
Okay.
No,
Maybe
no.
yes, maybe not. I
You
think
would
it's
have
more
to
like
had gone 100 miles
it's
or
not
so
hollow
under the
like you think. Okay. Are we gonna do hollow Earth theory now?
No, I'm just saying that doesn't make any sense because it can't be. And you could have never. Nobody can know that. You know how deep under we would have to go. All they can go by is imaging, and that is even a stretch. We don't have that kind of technology. Now, this, I understand why you would think that because of its placement, but there are plenty of other moons that are with other planets that you're going to say they were all given a moon to help that planet work in the way it does?
Eric says there's a movie about it too.
What?
The moon base.
The moon base? Oh, I bet there is. Oh,
I'm
I
sure.
100% bet there is.
It kind of looks like the Death Star. You said I had to go Star Wars with it, so
You really think
yeah.
Anakin's in there somewhere?
No, I think what it is eventually one day the Death Star is gonna.
Do you think that like they're like hiding out there and they're just like waiting, and then they invade Earth?
Well,
and
they're
then
still building it.
No, but I'm saying like they invade Earth, and then the elites go into the tunnels, and then the rest of us just become claves, and we have to
I think
or get
it's-
destroyed.
I think, you know, remember Star Wars? They were building the Death Star, right? And then once the Death Star was finished, they practiced on what was it, Endor, right? And Earth is Endor.
Yeah, but they're. I do like Star Wars.
You said stop with the Star Trek, so here's the Star Wars.
I
Okay,
do like Star
You
Wars.
wanted
But
Star
the
Wars, you
thing,
got
the
Star
difference is the light years. The reason why Star Wars works is that they can move through light years with zero
Question:
time.
Can the Oh, now I'm brain farting it. The Death Star. Can the Death Star move at the speed of light? Like,
No.
so it has to move slowly through space.
Right.
Interesting. So how did they get it from here to there and everywhere? Just like
Slightly
floats?
moves. Yeah, it floats.
Just floats.
Yeah.
And they just like,
Only ships with light speed. Imagine trying to take something that big and put it at light speed. That doesn't make any sense. Even something
So,
small would be very difficult.
what you're telling me is that
Here
the
we go.
Death Star cannot do the castle run in 12 parsecs.
Look at Han. That's not what we're talking about. Okay.
I'm just saying. That's
No,
that's what you're telling
But if
me right
that's
now.
your theory, no, it couldn't move that fast, which is why it does move at the state that it does. If
Interesting.
you think that, which I think that's crazy, but apparently people believe it.
I believe it.
I believe you believe that.
I think Star Wars happened a long, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. It told us so.
No.
Read your Bible, people.
Read your- That's not it.
Read your Bible,
That's
people.
not it. No. That's an interesting concept, but I also don't believe the Earth is hollow. Like, could be inhabited, but not hollow.
I think there are hollow places in the earth. Look at all the caves and caverns, right? I've been in tunnels, man-made
I was gonna
and
say.
caverns as well. There's a lot of hollow places that are very, very deep.
I know. I'm not saying that
How
there's not
deep-
holes, but does it mean it's completely empty? That doesn't make any sense.
All right, let's pull up the hollow earth then.
Oh my gosh.
Here we go.
Moonfail is the name. Really good movie.
Moonfail.
Well, that's on my list.
Yeah, we're watching that tonight. You want to watch it before you go?
I will. I don't know. I got kids. I'll probably watch it on my own tomorrow.
Oh, what did I just do?
Lost it.
I just oofed.
You poofed.
I oofed. You ever had a girlfriend named Oof?
Never had a girlfriend.
Oh.
I don't know.
I don't believe that for 1 second.
I'm an angel.
Sure you are.
What are you
Okay,
looking for?
let's see here.
Hollow Earth theory.
Yeah. I think this is a good segue into tomorrow. I think we should,
Tomorrow.
yeah, Hollow Earth.
I didn't know I was working tomorrow.
You're working every day now.
No.
Here it is. Better. There's a better image.
Hollow Earth theory. How can you believe that? Wait, there's tunnels. There's a show tomorrow, bro. What? I didn't know either, man. He just said that right now. I didn't know. No one tells me anything.
I think there should be a show tomorrow.
I didn't prepare for one. This one took me a week to research.
All right. Maybe we'll do like a every other day thing. We haven't come up with a set schedule yet, so maybe I'll do a crypto.
Well, because
show or something.
every subject that I bring up, it's like, no, not that one yet. No, not that one yet. YouTube's on that one.
Whoops. Oops.
Like, I need time to prepare. I'm a student. Like, I literally, look, I did all of this. There's 3 pages full of stuff that I researched.
She just wants to make sure that I pay her. She's like, look, I did work. You
No,
owe
I'm
me
a good
money."
student and I know I'm right.
All right. So here's a rabbit hole for you. A literal rabbit hole. Okay. So there is supposedly a hole in the North and South Pole. The Earth is hollow. And this is what
Like another,
Agartha.
I think I've heard that in like a kid's movie, a kid's tale.
And then there's like a central sun. I do not believe that the Earth is hollow in this way. I think this is nonsense.
I
now.
do believe that there could be some sort of for life, terraforming life underneath. I don't know.
There could be, and maybe like, but a central sun, really? Like, we'd have to look into this more. We'd have to dig into this rabbit hole. Obviously, we're not prepared for this, but
No,
I think that
I'm
we
not.
should cover this on the next show, because this is interesting.
This goes into the ice wall.
right, flat Earth.
It's
all
there's
that.
Earth is not flat. Trump went over the ice wall for so long, everyone thought he died.
Oh my God. What do you think, chat? Do you guys want us to do this one, Hollow Earth, and we'll do Flat Earth, and
And it would be the ice wall as well.
we'll do, and then the biggest conspiracy that the Earth is round.
It is round.
No, every other planet is round, but ours is flat.
You're not baiting me right now
No,
without all my information in front of me.
I think they're all hollow. That's what
I don't think they're all hollow.
I don't know.
And they go by heat signatures. The heat signature is hotter the closer to the core. But still, even with that, how are they getting it? Our systems only go down so far, right?
TikTok seller says, I want to do Kirk, but I don't think that's going to happen.
You know
Captain
what?
Kirk, beam me up, Scotty.
Oh, here we go. Back to freaking Star Trek. We said Star Wars.
Captain Kirk.
You know what? We actually can, just because I don't care about TikTok. So
Right.
I'm down for that.
We'll do
TikTok
it on YouTube
seller. I
exclusively.
don't care. Yeah, we'll just do it on YouTube. We'll give them a minute to move over. If not.
I feel like it's too soon.
I don't.
All right.
Charlie, you won. You did
No,
it.
that's wrong. Don't do that. It's too soon for that. Give it.
It isn't.
Give it a few years. And
It's
then
like,
I'll laugh
okay,
at
so I
that,
can't
okay?
make jokes about
I mean, I
Abraham
laughed.
Lincoln. You did laugh.
I did laugh, but
And then you were like, I can't laugh at
but
that.
at the same
Jesus is watching.
I'm just saying.
And the
And
Grammy goes to.
Oh my God. I'm just saying, like, it is a sensitive thing, and like,
Is it though?
no one deserves that.
No one does. But I'm not celebrating and I'm not sad. That's the difference.
I mean, I'm not celebrating.
I'm sorry. Okay, here's
I'm sad that that's what this country's come to, but yeah.
okay. I'm gonna just real quick.
All right, we'll do Kirk.
Real quick.
We're gonna do Kirk.
Real quick question. Real quick question.
Uh-oh.
Did anybody care about the people following Hitler when they died?
I did.
No, you didn't.
I did.
Nobody did.
I cried.
Nobody did. Nobody cared about them. Nobody cared about their family. Keep that in
They
perspective.
definitely cared about Hitler so much.
They
sent
cared
him
about
to the moon.
and the people who followed him. No one cared when they were gone.
So, off of the Hollow Earth,
I said what I said.
tell me about Hitler on the moon.
Okay, so that was his whole thing, was time travel and space travel. He was focusing, that's where the majority of his money went, not just obviously the military, but that was part of it. But his scientists, he literally had them working on it. He stole scientists from America, Russia, all over the world. Where if you don't do what I say, I'm going to off your whole family, lineage, whatever, because
You're gonna
that's the
get
kind of
Kirk.
person he is. Because people who do bad things and preach violence and unsettling and telling people that they don't matter causes violence. So we'll just leave it at that. But my thing was the bell. The bell is a real thing you can look up, and it disappeared when Hitler was
Tell me
unalived.
about the bell. What is this bell?
You've never seen it?
No, I didn't.
Contribute to the conversation.
I looked into the moon landing, not the moon base.
Well, because that was a theory, the Nazi theory, that the reason we had to go to space was to make sure, to the moon, was to make sure he didn't colonize there and was still alive.
Wait a minute. So you're telling me that the moon landing was because they knew that Hitler was there and they
thought
had to
that
go
was,
find him?
it's a theory that he escaped to there, that he never really died, and that their mission was Russia and the US got together to send people over there to send us to the moon to make sure that his bell didn't actually work. But it was gone. It just disappeared.
Wait, where's the bell? Where was it supposed to be?
It was in Germany, underneath a facility that would have been unbelievably difficult to get out if you didn't even know where the facility was.
So he time traveled. So he went to the year 2025 to dress like Donald Trump and run for president, is what you're telling me. Because that's what I'm hearing.
No. But it's an actual theory that he had established a top secret facility on the moon.
Right, a theory, but is that like an official theory, or like that's just people speculating?
I mean, all of this is speculation. Everything about theories, conspiracy theories, are speculation. Even the truth of it nowadays is speculation. But but it is one that is regarded because of the technology that he did have and the things he was working on.
So the bell is like a time traveling device
Or spaceship or something. They weren't really sure.
They don't know what it was.
They just know as soon as they got there, it was completely gone, which would have been impossible.
I've seen some images of like the bell thing, and it was like basically, it looked kind of like a UFO, like
it looked like a spaceship.
saucer. Yeah. Okay. So
but it was called the bell.
The bell.
That's
bell
what they referred
of the
to it as, so people wouldn't know. Like they were like, "Oh, we're working on spaceship," and I'm like, "We're working on the bell."
Interesting. And all their helmets were shaped like the bell. It's like that was their crowning achievement kind of thing.
I just know that they said when the United States infiltrated that they had technology they'd never seen in that room, but the bell was gone.
You know, there's supposed to be some sort of like scientific or spiritual thing about bells. You know, bells are
for whom the bell tolls.
Right. There's bells associated with Santa Claus and Christmas. Bells, a copper bell to trap Krampus. There's a whole bunch of like mystique around bells, and then also all the bells around. Like there used to be bells everywhere, and they've all been like removed or destroyed. Even the Liberty Bell.
I was just about to
cracked,
say that.
You know. And so we don't really have the bells anymore, and some people say that, like, you know, the vibrations from it, you know, caused like enlightenment or like a higher vibration and things
but they
like that.
still exist in very small rural cities,
right? And
where almost no crime happens.
Yeah. You know, I used to, growing up, we had a train bell. It was big. It was like big round, and you pull on it and go ding, 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 ding. I used to love that thing. But like, I don't know, like you don't see things like that anymore.
No.
You don't. You know, they almost seem non-existent.
It's like they disappeared. Like I noticed that with the onset of phones and devices and all that kind of stuff, that they slowly kind of took things and we didn't even notice because we were so busy. Oh, look at this new thing. Oh, look at this new thing. And things kind of slowly just moved out of our own reality. You ever notice that? Like,
I did know, like small incremental changes over time.
Right.
Even now,
that we wouldn't even notice.
Go to the store right now, Chad, and try to find a bell. And if you do find one,
that actually works. That's
an
actual bell.
Most bells that are out there, they don't actually. They're
like these little tin,
they're super
crappy
thin
ones.
And like nothing to it. They don't cause any real vibration or any sound. They're really cheap,
like
and
a
crap.
solid bell.
I would urge you to go and try to find a bell. And I think the only place you're going to find one is like at an antique store. What are you saying?
The Russians drilled the furthest into the earth, and the drill couldn't withstand the heat and pressure as it went further down. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, I know. And they were saying that they could hear the sounds of people screaming in torment from hell on the other side.
I don't think the Russians publicized that. I don't think
that's a real thing that's published. We can cover that one. Oh, that's for sure. I had looked into it. I've actually seen the hole. They also couldn't prevent the walls from the hole from collapsing in the gravity of the burying the drill. Cowbells are not used much.
Right? Nope. And it's like
all bells.
Yeah, it's almost like all bells. They just don't want them. And it's like one of the weird things. And now you're going to start noticing things in your life when stuff like this happens that are no longer there,
and there's just
or no longer being used.
That they've just started erasing.
Yeah, it's just like they're slowly rewriting history without the things they don't want you to have for whatever reason. I don't know if the bells give off a signal that they don't want it to go to certain places, or I don't know. I notice the older I get, the less I see certain things, which is odd.
Yeah. And this is a little off tangent, but one of the things that I do want to do for this show is the Mandela effect. Okay. And we
JFK.
Yes.
That's what you're talking about.
We're going to be covering that story now. I think
we're going to have to hide that damn thing. You understand that, right?
Well,
because it's an original copy.
I understand. but I think it's important. I think the most important thing to be here, and what I'd like to do is play the video here, but I'd like to also play the record.
We'll see about that. A whole corner of a building in the Bronx fell. I saw that. I
today?
saw that today. Yeah. Like it just
Out
the
of
corner. Yeah. Yeah.
Was it a 747
Train
jet?
whistle. Huh?
Was it a 747 jet?
No, the Bronx, a corner of the building out of nowhere. It's like those big buildings. The corner just went.
Sounds like gentrification.
What are you talking about?
Sounds-
This is what do you mean? Like killing offing people?
No, you don't know what gentrification is? It's where they take like low income housing areas and they allow them to become decrepit and crumble and basically fall apart so that no one wants to live there and they all move away, and then investors come in and buy it up for pennies on the dollar, and then they turn it into super nice stuff. Yeah.
Got it.
They do it, and like it's like normal.
Even the train whistle isn't. It's weird.
Yeah, train whistles.
We hear them
There's
once
something
in a while.
more mystical about bells, and like if you look into like New Age healing and stuff too, like there's something to do with this audio and vibration. Being an audio engineer, one thing that I have learned is that there are
sinkhole.
You can actually heal the body and like with medicine with audio signals. That's why the New Age people, they have their bowls and they hit the bells and things like that.
Right.
That's a real thing. Like is studying audio.
That's what I'm saying. In the smaller rural cities, weren't really controlled by anybody. They still have them. We don't out here.
And I think that there's probably some sort of like healing or control or some sort of property to it.
Right.
And like that's another thing is let's cover audio and audio waves and things like that and how they've changed the frequency of music and different things like that. I think that would be fun.
The whole world is an electromagnetic force which creates everything.
Right, but they changed like all the music that is produced today is at like 440 hertz, and it used to be at like 170 something.
You just want to talk about a subject that I don't know a lot about so that you can sound smart, and even though I'm smarter.
I'm just saying.
It's just the California way of burning all the houses, but the New York way. I mean, that's a different type of way.
Yeah, because they already had the New York fire. They can't do that one twice.
So just have the buildings kind of fall. I mean, in retrospect, I think the building was made of bricks, and that was a ticking time bomb. That's why they don't make them like that anymore, because they do collapse, they do deteriorate, and there's very little you can do to fix them so that they don't.
That's why
and it looked like it was in the hood.
They don't build houses out of brick in California. They're illegal.
We have too many earthquakes.
Right? So they collapse on top of people. So we don't have that here. If you find a building in California that is made of brick, it's over 100
bells
years
must
old.
hurt the aliens.
Bells must hurt the. That is actually a theory.
Maybe it hurts their whole senses, like they can pick it up wherever it's at. That is a good job, Shelly. That is a great theory.
Or they're like Krampus and they can be trapped inside one.
Or they're terrified of them and they go away and then we won't get our technology.
Or the vibrations like mess with them and.
That's an interesting concept.
That was a win right there. I'm like devils scared of bells and horns. You know, we got to dig into this one.
The bells?
The bells. For
bell.
whom the bell tolls, time marches on.
Get off my blanket.
And don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. I'm Ozthecryptogoat, and this is my lovely assistant, Jesse. And this is Down the Rabbit Hole. And if you're watching on TikTok, don't forget to double tap that like button and come to YouTube for the full audio video experience. And that way you can get the full enjoyment of the show.
That's true. It's like in a Spider-Man movie, vibrations is a weapon.
Yes.
Yeah, it's on Twitch as well.
Exactly.
Where the vibrations are like messing with you. Or they can sense it.
I need my butt cushion.
Is it because of the aliens? Did they get you?
Yep. There's a little hole in the back for probing.
And oh my gosh.
There we go. Oh, that's so much better. I can't sit in the chair for.
That's
for
why
as
I
long
keep
as
moving
do.
around.
Yeah, I just
Can't sit very long.
I like this. This is comfy.
See, now you see why I sit on my
sit
feet.
like this.
Yeah.
You know, I like these new chairs.
Yeah.
These are comfortable. I could sit in them for a while, but it does take some getting used to. I'm so used to my other chair that this is completely different for me. I'm not happy about it.
In the same way, is this on Twitch as well in the same way?
It is on Twitch exactly the same way. So come on over to Twitch. That's at Ozthecryptogoat.
I have a serious bias against TikTok. So I'm tired of everybody that is ugly and disgusting. People that are on there, they're just so mean and awful.
They're
and
so negative.
You know how many people I've blocked in the past since I was sick and I had nothing better to do? Because I couldn't really talk.
Every crypto creator I had to because they were all stealing my shit. Like I was like,
it wasn't even that. Like, you know, like we can hear you say things, right? Like we've never been disrespectful, but yet you can be, and then we're the problem. That's so stupid. Like I don't understand that whole psychology.
They're a wannabe cabal.
They think they are.
Yeah, they think they're something.
Military
they're
channel.
A small little bubble in so many other bubbles.
We're gonna let it go.
Yeah, we're gonna let it go.
All right. Military channel has future weapons, TV show, sound directed energy weapons. Interesting. And I gotta look into that.
There's so many rabbit holes to go down.
That's the great.
The question is which one?
That's the best part of this is we have so many infinite things to pick from. Although you need to give me a list ahead of time so I know what I'm researching. But there's so many things because we know we're not being told the truth. Most logical people don't take things at face value. Like you don't believe your kid didn't eat the cookie when there's chocolate all over their face. Like you don't believe it.
I didn't eat it.
But
didn't
it's
eat
the
cookie
same thing.
I think, you know, it's good to
that's true.
Look at evidence. Like you can find chocolate all over a child's face, but there are some things that just can't be explained. There just can't be evidence. We just can't understand. The moon landing's an easy one because, you know,
there's a lot of variables. We weren't alive at that time, and I completely understand that. But for reasonable deduction of everything that we know and everything we can hypothesize is that they had help. They did go. In what terms? And was the actual scene that we saw from a stage in Hollywood, or was it real? But those things, did we go? Yes. Was it in the way we think it is? Probably not.
I mean, why else would Universal Studios use the Earth, you know, the Universal thing going around the Earth, unless it was filmed there? I think it was filmed there.
But it wasn't called it wasn't called Universal Studios. They would have done it at MGM.
No, they would have done it at Universal.
No, MGM. Okay, you need to look up what studios existed at that time.
They would go to a small studio that was unknown or up and coming, so that.
But who would have more money to protect it?
The government. The government's paying the bill here. Daddy Warbucks is paying.
If something bad happens, they just say it's AI. Orange Man. So the bells have been taken down. Most of them have. I've not seen one out here ever.
Everywhere.
I mean, we live in California, so. Oh my gosh, I haven't seen them any. I'm not thinking about it now.
I would challenge you to look and try to find
like
a bell.
A real bell.
Even at the store to buy. You used to be able to buy the little bells.
Wind chimes aren't popular now. So I have a friend.
Remember, you used to have a bell you ding
yeah.
like this. Now they're electronic. You press a button, it goes ding dong.
Yeah. It's interesting that the wind chimes too, really kind of phasing those out as well. Right. Unless you're in a small rural community away from social media,
or you make it yourself,
or you make it yourself.
Yeah,
it's weird, and it's all has to do about sound. I have a wind chime. I win. You win.
You win.
You win. I like that.
All right, so let's see here. It's about 7:40. Is there any other topics you want to cover?
No, I'm right. We were helped with aliens. We made it to the moon. We actually did go to the moon. And you know what I was thinking now? You're saying that the footprints were different because it was a different set of people that went up there.
Right. So Neil
that could have
Armstrong
been
and Buzz Aldrin were the ground
The
crew.
patsies. And then the real ones that went up there, the reason the boot was different was because that was the real shoe,
Maybe.
not the one that Buzz Aldrin wore. The footprint that's still up there, you can see till this day. There's
right.
one
The
footprint.
rover drives by and you can see the flag, you can see the module, you can see everything, right? Okay. You can see the footprint. The footprint is different, but it does seem likely that there was some type of shoe thing they left behind. My main thing here is
Don't say Star Trek.
it was what we saw was filmed in Hollywood. I think it was. I really do.
But we went to the moon.
You know, I think we went to the moon.
When they said we did?
Yeah, I think we went there and there were like man-eating leech monsters that like were face suckers and laying eggs in their stomachs. Like,
So the theory, we were doing recon about aliens and we
Yeah,
wanted
they
to
went-
make sure no one got unalived on TV.
yeah, they went there to find Hitler and they found face huggers instead, xenomorphs.
That's a real theory. People really believe Hitler went to freaking the moon.
I think he's there now. He's sipping tea.
Not that we would know,
You know, he's in his little rocking chair.
but this is why conspiracy...
With a big glass dome, he's staring at the earth, going, "Oh, I remember my day. I used to go down there, and we had these gas chambers.
We had this wicked fires.
Yeah,
No, but here's...
we had mountains of shoes."
Oh my gosh, we're gonna burn.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but it's funnier to make fun of these days. I don't know why. Enough time's gone by. Time is short. Need to focus on both sides uniting before it's
I
too late.
really hope so.
I agree with
I
that.
really hope so. We are running out of time.
Good luck though. But that's the point of doing this show, is to kind of wake people up, unite them.
I know, but anytime I go out by myself, some freaking Karen's like, "I'm calling ICE on you." I'm like, fucking do it, man. I'm Native American. Go for it. What are you going to do? It's like I can't even exist. I
Even
can't
in
exist
crypto,
anymore.
Everyone's
Stop.
divided. I'm just saying, like, I try to go to somewhere where, like, oh, this is a place where everyone cares about money. Maybe I can unite people there. All they cared about, they were just as bifurcated there as they are, you know,
Argentina
anywhere
and the
else.
submarine.
Karen's like,
Yeah,
"I'm
ICE
calling
is in my
ICE
red
on you."
state.
I'm
They're
like, "Fucking
everywhere.
do
If
it,
you
man.
think that
I'm
they're
Native
just in one
American. Go for
particular
it. What are you
place,
gonna do? Take
or you think because
It's like
you
I can't
have
even
a
exist.
Republican
I
state
can't
that
exist
you're
anymore.
safe.
You're not. No one's
Everyone's
safe.
divided.
Stop.
And you're right.
I'm
if
just
we
saying,
don't
like,
all
I try
get
to
it,
go
get
to
it
somewhere
together,
where, like, oh, this is a
real
place where
soon,
everyone cares about money.
it's
Maybe
done.
I can
We're
unite
done.
people there.
We're done. We're gonna
All
get
they cared about-
consumed
they-
by
they
the
were
rest of the world.
just
That's
as
just what's gonna
bifurcated there
happen.
as
We're
they
gonna
are,
get served
you know,
up on a
Argentina and the
silver platter.
submarine,
It's like,
yeah.
I'm
ICE
calling
is in my
ICE
red
on you.
state.
I'm
They're
like,
everywhere.
"Fucking
This
do
is
it,
just
man.
where
I'm
we are
Native
just in
American.
one
Go for
particular
it. What are you
place,
gonna do? Take
or you think
Sorry
because
about
It's like
that.
I can't even
have a
exist.
Republican
I
state
can't
that
exist
you're
anymore.
safe.
You're not. No one's safe.
Everyone's
Stop.
divided. Someone
you're
on
right.
abstract
If we don't
says,
all
I don't know what
get
your
it
name is,
together,
but finally,
real
everyone
soon,
cares about
solid
money. Maybe I can
strategy.
unite people there.
We're done. We're gonna
All
get
they cared
consumed
about-
by
that's
the
awesome.
rest of the world.
Finally,
That's just what's gonna
bifurcated
happen.
as
We're
they
gonna
are.
get
Yeah,
served
you
up
know,
on a
I know.
silver platter.
TikTok seller,
I
ICE
know
is in
what
my
I'm
red
saying.
state. They're everywhere.
This is just where
I'm
we are.
Native
And
American.
Go for
Particular
it. What are you
place,
gonna do? Take
or you think
Sorry
because
It's like I can't even exist.
Republican
I
state
can't
that
exist
you're
anymore.
safe.
You're not. No
I
one's
don't
safe.
know.
Stop.
Someone
You're
on
right.
abstract
If we
says,
don't
I
all
don't know what
get
your
it
name is,
together,
but finally,
real
everyone
soon,
cares about
it's
solid
gonna be off
strategy.
for maybe now it's not. We're done. We're gonna
All
get
they cared
consumed
about-
by
that's
the
on
rest of the
YouTube.
world.
Finally,
That's just what's gonna
bifurcated
happen.
as
We're
they
gonna
are.
get served
Yeah,
up on a
you know,
silver platter.
TikTok seller,
I
ICE
know
is in
what
my
I'm
red
saying.
state. They're
what
everywhere.
happened?
This is just where we are.
I'm
And it's
Native
not a
American.
particular place,
Take
or you think because
It's like I can't even exist. I can't
state that you're
exist
safe.
anymore. You're not. No
I
one's
don't
safe.
know.
Someone
You're
on
right.
abstract
We should
says,
all
I
get
don't
it
know what
together.
it is. Finally,
Real soon.
that was me. I'm an idiot.
He's going schizo. Yeah, this is all happening in your brains,
That
guys.
was me.
This
I'm
is-
an idiot.
Are you guys okay? What
fixed it.
happened? You guys, nobody, no, it didn't happen. Look,
That was-
I'm going to be the government. I'm going to gaslight you. What did you think you
Yeah,
heard?
it's a conspiracy.
Are you sure?
Are you guys
feeling
conspiring
okay?
against the show?
What's wrong? Yeah.
I could
didn't
hear it. I could
happen.
hear it through my headphones. After a while, I was just like, "Oh, I know what I did."
Come on.
Every once in a while, I have to refresh abstract so that I
You
can
left the
see
sound
the
on.
comments. Yeah, and I left the sound on.
The playback is funny.
Oh man, you guys are great, man. This is awesome too.
This has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, we've got a lot of people viewing the show and
On
coming
both
through.
sides. That's actually pretty cool.
Oh, you know,
On
we've got 0
Abstract and-
people watching on TikTok.
Oh,
That
just
means
exit.
Yep. And
So I can
now.
say whatever I want now.
And that's, you know, to be had because, you know, people are, you know, they're moving from TikTok over to here. We had the same problem with when we moved to Twitch originally. So we may do where I'll do lives where I'll just come on and chat with you guys and do a little crypto, do a little promo for the rabbit hole or whatever.
It sounds like when they play the news with like 30 different channels saying the exact same thing. That never happened. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
That's
that would
so weird. We're professional
the
here.
government loves you.
Yeah.
TikTok
They would
loves you.
never, we would never lie.
Yes.
That's what the government freaking sounds like every day.
Yeah.
Like, no, prices are great right now.
AI loves you. It's your friend.
AI is going to change your world.
Yes. Guys, groceries are the lowest they've been in our lifetime.
Ever. I
Yeah.
mean, I love spending $30 on, 30 eggs. It just makes me so happy. Like, I could not
Have
be
you
more
not
excited.
seen at the gas pump prices are lower than ever?
I like paying
It's
almost
the lowest
$5
you've
a
ever
gallon.
seen. Yeah.
It's amazing.
It was like $6 a gallon. I had to go get gas for the
Oh,
dune
you went to
buggy.
Chevron though.
Yeah, but still, like, it's still $6-7 a gallon
I know.
in California. Like,
But it's good for you. It's good. Dude, I bought gas at $2.79 this morning. Then like 5 hours later it goes to $3.19. That's the problem we're having now. Is that in the early time we'll get that $4.39 nice little spot right there. And then towards the evening we're close to that $5 mark. And it's all on purpose.
it's actually better to fill your tank when it's cooler than when it's hot. Like during the day, you get more gas because it expands and it also like bubbles and foams or whatever. And also, do not fit if you go to the gas station and there's the tanker there and they're filling the tanks with the truck that
Don't get the gas.
don't get the gas if it's that, because there's more to it.
If I
Ride the
could
horse.
have
I'm
a
gonna ride
horse.
the ostrich. I'm gonna get an ostrich with a saddle, and I'm gonna ride my ostrich into town.
I want a horse.
And I'm gonna ride my ostrich to 7-Eleven to get my bag of chips.
Because we're rural out here, you can ride horses wherever you want.
Yeah,
It's wonderful.
and maybe I'll see an alien at 7-Eleven.
Oh my gosh. And I swear,
pet
if
my
that
ostrich.
happens, get it to get a Slurpee and I will believe you. Whatever you say, I'll just believe it. Get that picture. It has to be a real alien, and it has to be a real Slurpee, and it has to be a real 7-Eleven.
I want to be an ostrich for Halloween.
Do it.
Did you see my ostrich
Yes,
costume?
I saw
said
him.
I'm totally doing
Cheap. You're cheap.
I'm
All it
very
takes is a
cheap.
trash bag.
that. I'm so cheap. Yeah, I want to be an ostrich for Halloween. It's gonna be great.
I spent like $400, $450 on costumes for all my kids this year, including myself. Because that's where prices are right now.
I'll throw mud and grass at my children and tell them they're swamp monsters
No.
for Halloween.
Not a chance.
We don't do Halloween. We don't do Christmas. We don't do Thanksgiving. We don't do holidays. They get nothing. I'm kidding. I'm being hyperbolic. Okay.
I love Halloween and Christmas though. I'm never gonna take those away. I hate Thanksgiving. I think that's BS.
I like food.
Most people like food. That's why they celebrate
I like to
Thanksgiving. But
cook
if
food.
you go to the origins of Thanksgiving, that should have never been a holiday.
Well, I think I'll eat in remembrance.
Make your costume and you're gonna like it.
Yeah, it's a money scam. Exactly.
You're a money scam
That's why
TikTok
I don't
seller.
do it. Like the whole idea of having, the holidays and everything is so that things can boost in the.
Did the guy's
fourth
name
quarter.
who says TikTok seller tell me it's a money scam?
Yeah, because he's a seller. Hey, TikTok seller, you should be doing some of the Halloween products.
I
right now.
literally am a money scam. See, I knew where it was
Yeah,
going.
I believe it. Don't tell Guinea Marie that.
I can't. Don't even.
I don't even
like
wanna go down
saying,
that
That's
rabbit
like
hole.
saying Bloody Mary, and she's
Yeah.
gonna show herself.
The crazy person that said that angels told her to buy XRP is the same person that's going around trying to tell people that I'm a scam artist.
I mean, maybe
Started
they
the Halloween
did.
blankets. I want a Halloween blanket.
No, it's just fabricated nonsense. You don't need any of it.
Halloween is year round. Halloween never ends.
You just said no Halloween.
By the way, I have a.
You just said you would throw mud and grass at your children.
I'm kidding. Love Halloween. I have a conspiracy theory
About
Halloween, and it's my own theory that I developed. You're not going to find it on YouTube until I make it.
I bet I can debunk it. Let's go.
I bet you
Let's
can't.
go. I'm sure I can.
I'm saving it for Halloween.
Then I need the subject.
I'm going to give it to you in private, and we can work on it together.
You know, I'm gonna come after you full force, right?
Absolutely.
I'm smarter than you.
I'm telling you right now, it's so airtight. You can't debunk this.
Yes, I can.
You know how I
was
know?
a straight A student, and I didn't have AI to help me.
Here's the thing: is the reason why you can't debunk it is because I know it to be true because I experienced it.
That's not fair. You can't use an experience that's not tangible or hasn't been verified
it's
or a picture.
tangible and verifiable. It's real.
It's a picture or a video you can show me,
No,
or is it
it's-
in your head?
it's
Because if it's
real.
in your head, that doesn't count.
I know it to be real.
Jesse, I got another message from her. Then she J-Danned me. The killer clowns in 2016. We were just talking about that because I hate clowns. I have never, ever, I probably shouldn't have said that over the air, but I hate clowns. I have punched
Everyone
a few.
dress up as clowns and
I
go
have.
find
I will.
Jesse.
Don't even touch me. I hate clowns. But
The
I
only
remember
thing
those.
scarier than a clown is a mime because you can't hear it coming.
Oh my Clowns are awful. I remember the killer clown thing though because
Yeah, it
they
was
were
all over.
everywhere.
And didn't like people get shot? Right?
Yes. And the reality is they thought it was funny, and these people, I'm like, not so funny now that the cops kind of, took care of you.
Yeah.
And it was all like younger, early, it was like from 20s to teenagers that thought it was funny and were doing it all the time.
Yeah. And you know what? I may or may not have contributed.
There was one by the kid's school, and they arrested him within, like, as soon as he was reported because of all the military out here. 2 minutes, this guy was arrested and taken away. Like, the schools did not play around.
It is now against the law to dress as a clown in the United States.
That's not true.
You're not allowed to be a clown. He was arrested for being clown-like on a Tuesday.
No. It's because what did he have, like a fake knife in his hand, and he was walking around the schoolyard. They didn't know what he was.
They probably released him with no charges,
Doesn't matter.
What are they going to do? Clown police.
Yes. Yes.
This is the clown
You
police.
don't walk around an
Don't move.
elementary school and be like, this is totally fine. The kids were mortified.
You're under arrest for clowning around.
I know there is a lot of clowns in Washington, D.C.
Penal Code Section 26-4B, clowning around in public.
What is it?
I've seen a lot of
Public
clowns in
disturbance.
Washington, but
I know.
okay. I seen an orange-faced clown.
The
That's
Cheeto.
for sure. Yeah, a Cheeto clown.
You okay?
Oh, my back.
You're old.
Yeah, I'm getting old, chat. I'm old and fat now. Actually, I've lost a lot of weight. But yeah, I'm getting older. Well, don't forget to smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, share
We'll
the
be
show with your
back
friends.
next week.
We'll be back at some point. We have no clear schedule yet. Hopefully in the next couple days.
Yeah.
And make sure you spread the word around TikTok. Grab the flyer videos and stuff and post them to TikTok and spread it around and let everybody know where we're at and what we're doing. Reach out, send them a DM and say, hey, you guys got to come check out this new show. Also, TikTok seller, if you can clip this show, I'd much appreciate it. If not, no worries. I understand you got a lot going on. But we do need somebody to clip videos.
Not
for
it.
us. Yeah, Jesse already does so
Not
much.
it.
Look at all this work she put in.
Look at-
She got 3 pages and we only got 2 pages in. So, final thoughts. We went to the moon.
We went to the moon.
We went to the moon.
Now, the process,
get
we
there?
are all going to disagree,
Right, but we went.
but we absolutely went to the moon. For
Right.
nefarious or positive purposes,
The fact
we
that
were
we
there.
have possession of moon rocks that can definitively be proven by science that they came from the moon is enough to tell me we went to the moon.
Absolutely.
The question is the footage that we have seen the actual footage?
But
Did
I
we
think
have
there's
help to
no
get there?
right. But whether that footage, you're right, it could have been filmed in Hollywood. But I believe we went there, and I believe the things that they brought back, whether it was that or not, did get brought back, because none of it is because more technology came from bringing back that stuff from the moon. No matter who we got that from.
I concur. All right, chat. Have a good night, and we will see you all next time.
Bye, guys. Too bad. I had a lot of fun.
It's nothing, you a snitch, you wanna be like me, yeah, you wish.
Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat.
I promise I'm greater. Just check my tray, check my wallet, the data. You mention me with the girls, that's gossip. And if you talk shit, you know you best watch it. Crypto wives are the best, you know you're not it. Passive aggressive, that beef I'm gonna squash it. Not cause I forgive you, because I am bigger of a person. And yeah, my ass sticker, loyal to my man. You a hoe, you a stripper. So don't miss my words by the throwing no hitter. Now this my last line before we go get dinner. Michelin restaurants, you pay, he a winner. Said I'm a badass bitch and I'm rich. Don't call me a little girl, I ain't switch. Size like it's nothing, you a snitch. Wanna be like me, yeah, you wish. Another verse, about to take another lap. Around you putting Goat Tribe on the map. It's a race, it's a fight, yeah, we bout to scrap. But you know I'm clever, so instead lay a trap to help me catch these little girls in the act. Creating fake drama, yeah, I know that's a fact. I don't mean to provoke, don't mean to attack, but can't take
Yo,
any
what
more,
up,
boy, I gotta
Starks?
react. Or they take advantage of me, try and lie, spread these rumors about me, but they can't
How
see.
you doing,
If
brother?
bullshit sets me
Smash that
free,
like button,
girl, I
guys.
decree you gone, you better
Send
flee.
in a daily
Yeah, I'm a
heart
wife,
me.
you know he put a ring on it, big ass rock sold NFTs until the profit
Gifts
headed
are
to the bank. Got more
appreciated,
to
but
deposit, Goat
if
Tribe to the moon,
anything,
yeah,
a
we
heart
about to
me
rock it.
is the best thing that you can do to help
Said
the
I'm a
show.
badass bitch and I'm rich. Don't call me a little girl, I ain't switch. Size like it's
Let's get
nothing,
this
you a
rolling.
snitch.
Starks, thank you for the heart me.
Wanna
Appreciate
be
you, brother.
like me, yeah, you wish.
Keep hitting that like button, guys. I'm going to share the show out. Let's see here.
What is real? How do you define real?
Let's get this show shared out
There's
to
no
everyone.
spoon.
Need some engagement, guys.
What is real? What is human?
In the
This world
meantime,
got me questioning,
while
consuming.
y'all are
Stuck in the
hitting all the
matrix, feeling like I'm
buttons and
Truman, so
everything,
upside down, disconnected from
and
the shoe, man.
sending
But more
in the
fists is
heart
here now,
me's
you
and
ready to
whatnot.
go? The red or blue pill,
Here's
you
an
already know.
amazing
Down the rabbit hole, we going below.
Goat
Layers they
Tribe
can't see, I'm going to
music
show
video for
you
you guys.
what is
Goat
real, what is
Tribe.
fake. Take it slow. Been doing it for years, and now I'm a pro.
At
Fiat the
Ada
fake, it's a
Goats,
sham, it's a scam. 2.3 trillion, that's a pile,
GoatTribe.io.
goddamn. They print and they steal
Check
as
out
much
their
as they want.
NFT
But old Uncle
collection.
Sam, he just runs a front for the shadiest scheme you've ever seen.
We have
Completely
been the
worthless,
number
worse than
one
a
live
shit
stream on
meme. Coin got us
Abstract
all
for
stuck in the
days in a row,
system.
guys.
Crypto the fix, let me
Let's
give you some wisdom.
do
Bitcoin
it
to Cardano,
again.
use UTXOs.
Let's get to
XRP is a
number
lot
one
of for
on
speed, I
Abstract.
suppose. Assess that go up, not
And
down overnight, but
TikTok
the
as
system
well,
will
we've
die.
been doing
Without a
really
big
well.
fight, that's why they
Let's
delay.
get
That's why
that
they keep
algorithm
stalling, but
rolling
nothing can
and,
stop
let's
destruction
get
from
to it.
falling. So let's quietly build.
And then I got some news for you guys today and
Let's exit the
some
matrix.
theories about
It's
what's going to
about
happen
to
in the
crack.
markets.
Looking for the exit.
So I'm sure you're all interested in what I think is going to happen in the markets. And I'm going to do some TA for you guys.
Sick of working, I ain't gon' slave away.
And we'll go through, you know, my predictions,
No more lies,
I
no more
guess.
fake shit.
I wouldn't even
Man, I
call
really
them
can't take it. I
predictions.
know what is real, so please don't mistake it for new
Akram,
cars
thank
and
you
new
for the
clothes
heart
with
me.
next level flows.
Thank you
I
for the
try
heart
to
me's, guys.
compose this
Heart
life
me's
that
are
we
the
chose.
best thing
The
that you
matrix
can
is
do
everywhere, it's all
for
around
the
us, even in
algorithm
this
to help
room.
me
It must
out.
surround us. You can't see it, you feel it, it's in your soul. Breaking the
Here,
matrix, they losing
let's
control.
turn this
Politicians and judges, they have the role to keep you in line. Yeah, that's the goal.
The
But
heart
when you
me is
wake
the
up
best
and then
thing that
wake
you
up,
can
must
send,
shake
though.
up the matrix and break up. You see the code, not Haskell or no, but the system they built is gonna explode
There.
you faster than
That's
this.
probably better for the audio. Can you hear me now? How's the audio now? That probably sounds much better. Yeah, my bad, guys. Honestly, I just came from a doctor's appointment and like rushed over here, so like I'm trying to get all the equipment going and everything. So appreciate you guys showing up and showing out, hitting the like button. We're gonna get to 100K likes today. That's the goal, is 100K likes. And I can't do it without you guys. Without you guys, I'm just a guy in a padded room talking to the wall. So please be here and engage with me so that way I'm not crazy. Revolution, thank you for the heart me's and the popular votes and the super popular votes as well. Become a super fan, guys. That's another thing you can do to help me out here. Become one of my super fans. And or become a subscriber. I offer one-on-one coaching to anyone that needs help catered to your specific needs in the market, right? Everyone's needs are a little bit different, all right? So let's find something that's good for you, right? Where the market helps you. You know, I think the algorithm's not going as good because we have we don't have the charts up here. Usually when the charts are on, we get way more engagement, right? So I get the charts up there. Thank you guys for all the gifts. Do not forget to send a heart me. Heart me is the best thing that you can do. Revolution, thank you for all the gifts. I appreciate it. I need to turn 1,000 into 100,000. Is there something you can help me with? Actually, yeah, that can be done. I've turned 100,000 into 3 mil, or excuse me, 1,000 into 3 mil. It can be done. All right. And I know you're being hyperbolic or whatever, but it can be done. But you gotta put in work. You gotta, educate yourself. But meme coins is probably gonna be your best bet for major returns like that. But I'll tell you what, 97% of the people that get into meme coins lose. Another cool one is Soul Pump. Soul Pump is a fun little game that you can play. Oski, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you. I appreciate it. I need donuts, guys. I need 80 donuts. If you want to send a gift, send a donut. You can click, there's like a little thing like up here when you click the heart me, and it'll show you like the different gifts that I need to achieve for certain goals. Honestly, I feel like if we don't start getting engagement, you're going to force me to stop doing the news and stop reading charts and just battle people. If you don't want this show to turn into me battling all day long, then we need it. We need the engagement. We need whatever you guys can do, right? I do not want to become that. It seems like that's what everything's become, is just people battling each other, and how boring. I like to think that my show's not very boring. You know, we talk about different things and stuff. But yeah, like, golly, like, who wants to just watch people battle? Let's see here. Let's see if anybody wants to come up on the panel. Let's see. Anybody want to come talk and hang out with? What up, Starks?
How you doing, bro?
Let me fix the audio here because I got the audio turned down for the music. So let me pause the audio here. There we go. And then turn you up so we can hear you. What's up?
Hey guys, I shared out the live.
Thank you. Appreciate everyone that shares out the live, everyone that comes and engages and likes, all of our super fans, all of our subscribers. all the people that follow and engage. Thank you all very much for everything you do. So I do appreciate it. But yeah, that's another big thing is sharing out the live, right? So Starks, what's going on, brother? What are you thinking for
Hey.
BTC?
Hey, you know what I think, man. Don't ask me that question. That's a hot topic at the moment because some people are thinking we're going up and some people are thinking we're going down, and I'm thinking we're probably going to go down and a little sideways before we go up.
Agreed. Honestly, I think it could be pretty much just down and sideways for a while. And you know why? The price of silver being up as high as it is, that is a huge red flag for me. And you know, we get into silver, right? Because people get into gold, they get into silver because they're looking for a way to, you know, store their value when the dollar is uncertain. So, seeing silver going like it is, hit a new all-time high today, is very concerning for me.
And there's a lot of things that are concerning at the moment, especially what's going on with Powell.
With what?
You know, Powell.
Oh yeah, Jerome Powell.
Yeah, Jerome Powell. They're going to try and chuck him under the bus. And the funny thing is, if he resigns, crypto pumps. If he doesn't resign, right, and he carries on doing what he's doing, yeah, then we're going to carry on going down. Now, the question is, are you going to do what's morally right, or are you going to do something that's going to just give you a financial gain and not morally right?
Right, exactly. And you know, another issue with the Powell subject, you know, let's talk about that for a second. Powell is just an authoritative mouthpiece, okay? They have to vote on this stuff. So there's more than just one person deciding this. And just because they replace Powell, it'll be one of those speculative pumps that are nothing really is driving the price up as far as like, you know, good news. It's just speculation that he's gonna be gone, so rates are gonna come down. But really, everybody else on in the Fed that votes on this, they've all been saying that we're probably not going to get a rate cut for a while. Maybe one or two more at the end of the year, like before. But it's not it's not Jerome Powell's decision.
Well, a question for you. How many rate cuts did we have last year?
Well, like 3?
Yeah, they were speculating we're only going to have 2 rate cuts, yeah? But we had 3. Now, this year, the only thing that I'm going to see is, you know, when Powell gets replaced, you're going to have someone's puppet in that seat. And when that happens, the rates are going to come down, but inflation's going to go through the roof.
Yeah, that's what's concerning too is, you know, manipulating the rates, how that, you know, that's what controls the, you know, the inflation, right? And minusculely, but it does, right? But also we have what's concerning is the job markets rate. That's there.
Yeah, that come out yesterday, isn't it?
Yeah. I didn't see it. Did you see what it said? I already know that it's bad, right?
Yeah, it wasn't particularly good. I mean, I didn't watch the whole thing. I got the general idea of what was going on, and I didn't watch it till the end. I thought, okay, he's talking like this. That's what's happening. Move on.
Cooper 888 says, "Why is the United States paying interest for their own money?" That's funny. You got jokes, bro.
Because it's not
jokes.
their money, it's British money.
Right, you know, but it's all this, really no one owns the debt. And I'm going to break this down in my macroeconomics class that I teach. So I teach like technical technical analysis, macroeconomics, and trading strategy, right? And one of the things is the way the debt works and how it filters around like that. It's not what you think, but actually the debt is a good thing. The higher our debt goes up, the better it is for us.
And how does that work, if you don't mind me asking? Because I'm thinking the opposite.
Well, it's one of those.
I would also like to beg to differ on that. I mean, I understand the flow of currency, but that doesn't make sense to me.
If we have more debt, then we can sell more of our debt. Is basically the concept.
Yeah, but if you didn't have a debt, then you could sell loans and make money.
Right, and I understand that, but we're not getting out of debt. I'll tell you that right now. That ain't happening. So the Band-Aid fix is to create more debt. That's all I'm saying. Right.
Yeah, kick the bucket down the road. So that's what's going on at the moment.
Exactly. So yeah, is it a good thing? In the big scheme of things and how everything is just crumbling. No, it's not good. But in the short term, let's put a Band-Aid on it and, pump liquidity into the market and into society. It's kind of good. It's a double-edged sword, guys.
Hold on. It's, you referred to putting a Band-Aid on it, right? But I'll give you the equivalent. That's like trying to put a Band-Aid on a black hole.
Yeah, it's like putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound.
Exactly, dude. It's putting a Band-Aid on something that needs stitches.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the issue with putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound, we just continually have been putting Band-Aids on the bullet wound. Eventually, we have to rip off the Band-Aid, and there's going to be sting to that. And then on top of it, then we got to go in there and dig the bullet out, stop the bleeding, patch it up, stitch it up, and then it can start to heal. But honestly, no one's trying to do that. No one's trying to do the real fix. They want to.
That's what you're saying. That's what you're seeing right now with Venezuela. Yeah. He's trying to get the resources, right, to pull his country out of crap, but he's not doing it by legal means, which is another concern. What sort of image reflection is he going to put onto other countries if he's going to go do willy-nilly what he wants and not abide by the rules?
Stash says the U.S. debt puts our grandchildren in slavery. The economy needs to crash and reset. I 100% agree with that. Everything is hyperinflated. It all has to come tumbling down. It's a house of cards that is teetering on the side of a cliff.
I would like to point out, I kind of think, we stopped printing pennies this year. I kind of think that in, 2-3 years, we're probably going to stop
they're
printing.
Starting to make them again. So that changed.
What?
Yep, they're making.
When did that happen?
That was like 2 days ago. They're starting the production of pennies again because there's such a penny shortage right now. Dude, I've been going and buying rolls of pennies. I'm actually because right now I'm pretty much sidelined from the market, and I'm holding cash. What I'm doing is instead of holding cash, I'm buying change, and then I'm going through the change. I'm looking for silver.
I promise you for the next month, I am absolutely 100% not out of the crypto market. I want to see what happens after March. Because I can draw it.
Let me
I can draw
it. I'm not out of the market. I'm stable coined up, mostly. But most of my investments, like even my real estate, man, like I'm trying to get rid of my real estate because I have a feeling that the market's going to crash, and silver's the indicator.
That's inevitable. The market, the real estate market is so overinflated right now that it's almost unaffordable to buy property anywhere. And I know this. I just came out of real estate from the last, fucking 6 years, right? Like I've been a real estate agent. The market right now is so. It's ugly how overinflated it is.
Yeah.
Very overinflated at the moment. And the thing is, Trump's had to do this to make their figures look good.
Right. And that's a problem, that he's more concerned about looking good than doing what's right for the market and for everything, right? I
Well,
mean,
the
even
problem,
gas
You're
like came
you're.
down a little bit, right? But
I
like
kind
he
of feel like
promised
it's
all this stuff, and like we haven't seen it. He promised us no tax on crypto. He's honestly the only promise that he made that he's really been sticking to is deportations.
well. I'm gonna be honest. When he was running, the only thing he said was no tax on crypto that's U.S. propagated, right?
Right,
So like,
exactly.
so what do you got there? You got Ripple and a handful of other companies,
But
right?
that's not even happening. That's not even coming. Like
No, I
there's
understand
nothing
that.
on the books, there's nothing being written,
I
there's
bought a
no
fucking
executive order.
$23,000. I bought a $23,000 vehicle this year based off of hoping that that was going to come true. Now I'm going to have to pay all that tax. I get it.
Yeah.
Like I'm not immune to the what's going on there. I'm just saying, like, that was the idea behind it, not all crypto.
Right. I get what you're saying. And thank you for clarifying that. But pretty
yeah,
much most
to say
everyone
something in
knows what I'm
regards to what
talking about
Trump's
here.
been saying.
I'm giving a generalized idea, and like we can, argue and nitpick about little facts, but one of the things that I want people to try to learn to do is let's stop arguing over little nitpick things and try to understand the spirit of what people are trying to convey. The message I'm trying to get across here is that Trump has made a lot of promises and he hasn't really followed through with any of them. Even with the tariffs, that was one of his promises that he ran on, and he kind of flip flopped back and forth on that thing. And now we're, what is it? Tomorrow we're going to find out if it's even legal for him to do that. The
And that's
only
going to cause
real
another problem because companies like Target and Walmart that have been paying these taxes, if it's deemed illegal, they're going to want their money back. And where's that money going to come from? Taxpayer.
Exactly, and it'll be like another bailout, is what it's going to be like.
Yeah, I'd just like to say one thing. Trump was right about one thing. I have to give him kudos for this. He says, you're going to win so much, you're going to say, stop winning. I don't want no more. Well, I'm looking at what's happening with the market. I ain't won nothing, but I want it to stop.
Yeah, that's for real. For real. Like I won, because I was smart. I saw the writing on the wall and I got out after he got inaugurated because I listened to what he said. And when he said that he was going to be doing tariffs on everyone, that was part of his campaign. So, like, I bought the rumor and sold the news. As soon as we got the news that he is in office and inaugurated, I was like, all right, next step is tariffs. And sure enough, it happened. And it's just been a roller coaster ever since.
So if you look on my page, there's only two videos, right? There's one of like me doing a drone video over a fucking river, and then there's a picture. It's an ascending wedge on XRP when it before it fucking took the big dive, right? It already took a dive before that, but like before it took the big dive, and that's where I sold, and I rebought at like $2, right? Like I waited it out,
You
and
did the same thing as me.
I bought 163, man.
No, I'm not
163 was
joking.
my
I'm not
rebuy.
joking.
And dude,
I seen
told
the
everybody
ascending wedge when it happened, bro. Like
it was right here. It was January 28th. I sold
Yep.
and I warned everybody. I said, "Hey, we're going to crash and we're going to continue moving downward in like a bearish trend until we hit about 160 to 163." I said my price point at 163. Boom, that shit hit. And then we went all the way up to 340, right? Or excuse me, 365, right? 367. All right. And then that same prediction, I said we would hit up to about 160. One. I said about 375, 380. We didn't quite make it there, and then we would run down to about 130. So 130 to 160 is my buy point to DCA in on XRP. And even then, it's not really on my radar anymore. Like, why would I buy something like XRP? Like, it kind of makes no sense. If you're going to buy XRP, you might as well buy Bitcoin.
I will argue counterpoint there because like we were just talking about this a little bit ago, right? When you start talking about national debt and things like that, right? And the clearances that we're getting, that we're seeing behind the scenes, right? Where we're getting approved here, we're getting approved there, we're getting approved for oil trade, we're getting approved for whatever, right? Like, yes, that doesn't influence it quite right now, right? Like, it doesn't influence the market, but those are little gains, those are little wins. And I know that when I say that, like I understand how crazy that sounds, right? Like when we talk about the world's largest exports of oil and being traded with XRP, that doesn't that should sounds like it should be a huge win, but it's really not, because it doesn't influx. There's so many XRP, right? Like there's 100 billion of those things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
and Ripple owns 44% of it.
I think is it that?
Yep.
I think is it 42?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something around that mark. I don't know the exact, but it's something around the 40%.
It was 44. I'm guessing 42 now because they've sold a bit.
I was thinking it was closer to around like the 40, 39, but even if it's not
40%,
right?
Let's
like,
just round it 40%.
Okay, let's call it 40%, right? Like Ripple owns 40%. Even if they were a scam, even if they were in it to just tank it, right? What do they really got to win at this point?
That's the problem.
Ripple's winning all the time. Hold on. Ripple's winning all the time because all they're doing is taking the liquidity every time people put money in. Exactly. We're seeing that right now. We're seeing it with Bitcoin. Look at all the cliff edges we've had and then dropped straight down, making it look like a faker and then drops every time.
And what
do we have? What do we have by the government taking possession of most of the Bitcoin? Then, let me ask you that.
The government isn't taking most possession of the Bitcoin. Who told you?
No, but that's their goal, right?
No, their goal is
we're creating a crypto reserve.
Hold on. Their goal with the Bitcoin strategic reserve is, for years they've seized Bitcoin and just dumped it into the market. So now they see the potential that Bitcoin can go up. So the idea is to have an escrow where they unlock certain amounts to pay off certain debts and things like that, and to sell it more strategically.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
That's what it is. It's written in black and white. You can believe, in one hand and shit in the other. Which one's going to fill up first?
Let me explain. All right. So, if they do that, right? So, they've been seizing Bitcoin. You just said that.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
For like 10 years now.
Yep. And they've been seizing Bitcoin.
And they dump it. Every time they get it, they just sell it.
Yep.
Okay.
Correct. So now all of a sudden their goal changes to accumulating it.
Well, just holding it
Correct?
to sell.
Am I wrong?
No, not accumulating. That is incorrect.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, the key word in his statement is strategic. People miss that word very often. Yes.
And so the difference is, accumulation is that the Bitcoin is going to be purchased by the U.S. government. No, they're going to acquire it and they're going to sell it when it's high instead of selling it at whatever price it is and dumping the market.
Except for like 4 days ago, they put out a statement that basically says they're going to start accumulating.
No.
Yes.
Show me. Tell me where to
Okay.
go. I'll pull it up right now.
Give me a minute.
Prove it. Put your money where your mouth is, bud.
Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back.
All right. Anybody can just say or think or misinterpret what they read. And that's what I think Starks was saying there is like people misinterpret what is actually being said. Would you agree with me, buddy?
100%. Look, it's called a strategic reserve. Strategic means they're going to find ways to put money into there without having to put their hands in their own pocket.
Right.
That's what the word strategic means in this case. And people, they see the Federal Reserve, crypto reserve, and they think fantastic.
Right.
Now, the flip side is bonds are being sold in USDT now to pay off some of these debts and stuff.
And really, what we're seeing is the U.S. government becoming what Ripple is to XRP, holding a massive supply and dumping on it when it goes up.
Exactly.
Yeah. And unfortunately,
but you know what the concerning part is? You know, here's the concerning part that I see. That I hear everyone talking about the country's debt, right? Now, the debt is like 40K at the 40 billion at the moment, right? But you know what the public's debt is in the United States? 140 billion.
Yeah.
Right? So when you're messing with numbers like that, you got to tread very, very carefully. Because it can go wrong way very quick.
Yeah.
And right now, I don't see them doing anything to fix the situation. These stimulus checks, they're not going to help. They're just going to, like it says, Band-Aid on a gunshot wound, you know what I mean? Right? We're not going to see no real fixing of anything. In fact, I think I ain't trying to be biased or nothing, but from what I've seen so far, the only thing I've seen the orange man do is line his own pockets. Yeah. And the ones that are sitting around the table with him.
You know what I think? I think the ship is sinking and they're stealing the silverware.
Exactly. 100%.
Let's see here. It looks like Joe's back. All right, Joe, what do you got for me? And not to disparage you or anything, but like this is a fact-based show. So if you're gonna say anything, I need something to back it up. You know, you got to have the receipts.
No, you're good. You're good because this is some stuff that came across my Google a couple of days ago, and I started reading into it, and the more I read into it and the more I kind of searched it, the more that popped up. So I kind of want outsiders' opinions in it. I've been in fucking Bitcoin since 2011. I'm doing good in my life. But
only if you sell. Right.
Well, I take
profits,
bits and pieces when I want it.
You know? But you have to sell it in order to realize it.
What is it that needs to be fact checked? Tell me what it is.
Basically, what was it that
Hold up. I got the exact search for you.
Revolution is our fact checker for the show. So basically the idea is that the United States will be accumulating Bitcoin to put into the strategic reserve.
Google U.S. government will likely start to buy Bitcoin.
There's no proof of that. Okay, so let me just help you out with something, bro.
I know there's no proof of it.
Right, and so that's the thing is this is a fact-based show. Everything needs to be backed up with proof. Anyone can say likely. Google.
No.
Okay, Google is an AI generated response. Hold on, let me talk. All right. I don't want to have to rug you. Google is an AI generated response, and it gets those responses based off of what other people post.
Correct.
What we're looking for is the factual, actual information. Okay.
I want you to Google that and skip
First
the
of all,
AI.
I don't Google. Okay.
Skip
we
the AI.
We have a professional fact checker that digs in not just to Google, every search engine, looks at the official documents. Okay. And then we'll read them to us. So we're gonna have a fact check on this, and we're gonna have the official documents from the government, because that's the only thing that matters.
I have no idea if there's official documents.
There is. See, that's the difference between Googling something or asking AI something and actually fact checking something. Is there's a paper trail for every bit of information out there. Okay, so they can't just do things.
Well,
first of all, I'm going to say is
it's put out. It's put out across more than one media.
It doesn't matter what the media lies to you too, bro.
The media lies every single day, but it doesn't lie from every single angle.
What? Yeah, they do. Bro, I have this bridge I'd like to sell you. You interested? Or maybe some oceanfront property in Arizona?
So, I'll tell you this, Ben.
Okay. Can I talk?
Yeah, hold on. Give Revolution a second. So she's got the fact check for us.
She's good.
The White House never came out with that statement. That is an assumption by other people that they are somehow going to buy Bitcoin to add to their reserve. Their reserve right now is basically seized assets that they have obtained from the United States and other countries for, people using it illegally. The White House has never come out saying that, nor has any government branch of the White House come out to say that they are going to be obtaining Bitcoin, although this is mostly what Bitcoin holders want to hear in order to boost and manipulate the market.
Exactly. So they'll put out whatever rhetoric. Google will mess with your search results. AI will mess with the information it gives you. And people will put out articles every day, so that way AI sees a mass amount of the same response and gives that response out to people, but that doesn't make it true. Okay, what matters is the official statement from the White House, because the White House has to tell us, because it's the United States government and it's ran by and for the people. Okay, so you can speculate on anything. Okay, yeah, I can speculate that the U.S. government is going to buy all the XRP supply from Ripple and then lock it up and never sell it. I can speculate anything I want. It doesn't make it true. We're looking for facts.
So,
yeah, I'd just like to add something. I'm finding a lot of people are relying on AI. And the problem with AI is it doesn't tell you the truth. It tells you what you want to hear. There's a difference.
I'm not relying on AI, number one.
Yeah, I don't trust AI, not AI, one bit, because...
You said you use Google? Google is AI. Okay?
Yeah.
No, I'm not reading the top AI overview.
It doesn't matter. The AI chooses what to put in the top search result. You do realize that
I understand
90% of the internet is shadow banned now. The 10 years ago, when you used to go to, or not even 10 years, 5 years ago, you used to go to Google and search something, you would get a list of 100 pages. Now it's reduced that down to 10 pages. So we have lost 90% of the internet. It's still there and exists, but you won't be exposed
misunderstanding
to it. Hey, brother, I am talking. This is my show. All right. And I want to hear what you have to say, but you have to let me finish. Okay? And I will let you finish. I will give you the same respect. All right. So 90% of the internet search results has been erased. You cannot see it anymore. It's basically not there anymore. And the top 10 pages are what Google wants to push and wants you to see. So you can't rely on Google. You can't rely on a search engine to give you credible information about anything. Especially in what we're talking about, there is a paper trail, an official document to track everything that is done. And if you are not digging through official documents, then you're just talking out your ass. No offense. Okay.
No offense back, right? But I'm a trader. And I go off of how the
trader
market's
chat.
going to react to the news that's out there.
Okay, so we buy the rumor, we sell the news as a trader, right?
Yes.
Absolutely.
So the rumor is that they're going to do that. That there's the speculation of that the U.S. government is going to accumulate Bitcoin. We've had that rumor. Now we have the news. The news has come out and given us the official document and said otherwise. So it's time to sell the news on that one.
So with that, then where do you find all the news that's came out in the last 4 days then?
What do you mean? Nothing has come out in the last 4 days.
I can show you
anything.
I can show you article after article.
Send it to me. But there's no official. Anyone can write an article. I can literally go and write an article right now. They offered me a job at ABC to work for Vice. I could write an article about anything. Doesn't mean that it's true. And most of these articles, they don't even issue redactions for anymore.
The problem is there's these websites and they're like, oh, this is a news article. But the reality is it's coming from some bullshit ass, whatever kind of website you want to call it. You need to find it from different sources, from the right, from the left, from the middle, and see what comes up out of all three of them. And the reason why is because you're being shown what you want to see. Your search engine, every time you research something or look at something, it adapts to your algorithm. So you will start getting news articles from non-reputable places, and you think they are because they do. They sound good, they look good, it's what you want to hear or something you might want to hear in the future. But you need to find articles on all sides. Let me finish. You need to find articles on all sides of the spectrum, not just right, not just left. Dig deep into everything. And if you don't see it, go to the government website. It shows everything you could want to see. They give you the latest alerts, the announcements, everything. That is not an announcement, nor has it been. The last thing about Bitcoin was putting it into the reserve back in March of 2025.
When it comes to the,
I believe
Binance. 1 second, real quick. This is really short and quick, and then I'll let you have the floor. When it comes to the U.S. government, the fact checking is very easy to do. You just need to see what the official government website report is, and it will be an official document, and that will give you all the information. Okay, anything else is just noise. Go ahead.
So my what I was going to say is I believe Binance about as much as I believe Yahoo Finance, right? Like they're never going to talk bad about any investment ever. I don't give a shit what it is. If it's gold, if it's silver, if it's Bitcoin, if it's XRP, if it's fucking Shiba Inu, right? Like they're never going to talk bad about it.
Right, because they're invested into it.
That's their motive for the article. Am I wrong?
Well, I mean, part of the motive is the media is bought and paid for. And that's why people come to shows like mine for decentralized media. I'm not bought and paid for. I have nothing to gain from crypto. I don't even own it. I told you earlier, I'm holding stable coins. I have nothing to gain from pumping the price of anything. I'm here to tell you the truth. And I
hold Bitcoin, but that's because I've been in since 2011.
And you have a Bitcoin bias because of it.
No, not really.
Yes, it's
I don't really
bias.
fucking believe in Bitcoin,
bro.
I don't really believe in Bitcoin, to be honest with you.
I understand that, but
I think it's a slow piece of trash.
You want it to
I think
pump,
it's a
right?
slow ass piece of shit.
Okay, but listen.
I would rather have my money in Bitcoin if it was, say, XRP. However, I have my fragments of Bitcoin from when I was when Bitcoin first came out, when it was basically only Bitcoin and Litecoin, right? Like those were the two options on the market.
I have a question for you. From 2011, yeah, to till 2022, yeah, just before the bear market started, right? You must have been loving Bitcoin.
I actually didn't get my key back until last year.
So he
Right.
would've
So
bought
yeah.
pizzas with
So
it
so
if
you've
he
got a
hadn't
motive to
known.
hate Bitcoin then.
He would have bought pizza too.
Yeah.
I had 2.2 Bitcoin in my wallet, and I had
Yeah. Don't disclose what you got,
Yeah,
bro.
I don't even disclose what I got. And
I will. Well,
hold on.
I don't have
Hold on.
2.2 Bitcoin anymore.
I wanna go back to the bias part. Okay, Brooke had said that it's okay to have a bias, and yes, it is okay to have a bias. But when we're looking for facts and we're spreading information, we want to make sure that we are giving out factual information. You can have a bias on that information and your own opinion, but this is a fact-based show, and we want to focus on what are the actual facts. Brooke, did you
I'll
want
tell
to add
you
something?
this.
Well, here's where I go. The actual facts, like we can talk about facts and how things are today. And so here's where I go, yeah, we can talk about the facts and the fact that the facts don't work anymore in our modern day paradigm. And the Federal Reserve is finding out that modern monetary theory does not work. And if it does, it happens in extraordinary circumstances, which they will have to purvey.
You know.
Anyway, that's beyond my fight. And I'm just here to say that bias, like every single one of us is biased. Like I will say I am biased against Solana because I think Solana is the meme hub club of the world. And I hate meme coins. So I automatically hate Solana. However, the information that is presented to me in the traditional finance world and the infrastructure that's being built tells me something that confronts my bias, and that is Solana. It doesn't matter how I feel about it. It's gonna be used apparently by the big names because they say it will, along with all these other things that everyone craps on, which is really funny because it's infrastructure and it's not just one coin. Like people, you have to look at how this all interacts and like builds together or else you're not going to make it on the other side. And so it's like, I kind of sit back and laugh at things like this because I'm like, okay, for one thing, everyone thinks that they're not biased. Everyone is biased. It's just whether you accept your bias or not, and you accept it as a blind spot and you can see beyond it.
So,
And then another
Brooke.
thing
Oh yeah, go ahead.
is this is a completely different paradigm shift that what we're going off of. Gold is telling us that, silver is telling us that, digital assets and the way that the traditional financial world is moving is telling you something's not right. They're changing things and they're moving on to something else. However you interpret that is up to you. You can think that I'm full of poo-poo. But let me tell you, I'm not getting less wrong after 5 years. And so I sit back on this and I just go, it's so much fun. At this point, it's so fun. It's unfortunate, but also so fun to watch everything just happen. And like and once you relinquish control, because 5 years ago, I thought, oh my gosh, I can prevent all this if we can all kumbaya together and we can, yeah, no. Everyone, everyone educated
Let
me
that
very
happen, bro.
fast about how awful humans are. And congratulations, the consensus won, everyone.
Yeah.
So now
So
you get in the UK, people in the UK were debating me for years about digital ID and CBDCs are awesome. Congratulations, UK,
No.
you got it. Yay!
Yeah,
Seriously,
but the
for
problem is that
years, let me
Well, let her
Brooke,
finish.
the problem is, right, the UK is the central financial hub for the entire world. So if it's happening here, it's going to filter around the world very, very quickly.
I know.
So,
Yeah, yeah,
so what I
yeah,
want to say
absolutely.
here,
Sorry.
So
hold on,
I
hold on,
was
hold on, hold
completely
on. Let's
against.
reel it in real quick. All right. So we were talking about bias and fact-based information, right? So yes, I have a bias against Solana too. It's the meme coin collectors blockchain. That's what I believe. Obviously, it has other use cases, right? But that's what I see in my mind. But the factual information about Solana is it is an inflationary asset. Now, that doesn't mean that that can't change, but as for now, the way it stands is that's what it is, right? And that goes for the same with the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve. Okay, we have the information given to us in black and white that spells out exactly what it is. We can speculate that further on down the road, this and this and this can happen, but as of right now, this is what it is. That's the difference.
This is why I love you because this is the difference between me and you. And I love that you just said what you said because I had this conversation with a couple who like now on the outside, one is severely neurotypical and the other one is severely not neurotypical. And I said, you are like one person is a visionary that can see beyond what is now. The other person is not. And no offense, Crypto Goat. That is where we decipher
Well,
because
I see
no,
the
no, no.
vision.
Here, no, there, no. You do, but you don't at the same time. You can't accept it. There's a
You could
very
say a
and
couple of
so
things.
what I will say, no, hold on. I will say after being in this space for 5 years, there's a personality type, okay? And the type A type of people, and more than likely you fall into other certain type of stereotypical categories. But you can't see beyond your front nose. If it's not there, if it's not fact, if it's not in your face, it doesn't exist. And then there's those of us who can see beyond it, who see what's being built, who can draw between the lines. Those two people are the difference between the people who keep the normie things going. We need you. Congratulations. You are altogether correct in the world that you live in right now, in the reality that you find yourself in right now. It's people like me that tell you, guess what, guys? You're shifting. And you know what doesn't sit well with all of y'all? You can't accept that. And the fact that the things that you thought were true are no longer going to be true. The very foundational
They,
things that are true will
let,
always, hold on, they will always remain true,
let
which
me
is
push
also
back on
very
this a little bit.
scary. It's also
Can
very
I,
scary. The things that are true are very basic and they will remain true. And this, depending on where your bias is, will depend on where you lie on the other side of this.
So
Okay.
this is my pushback on.
can I just add a
Hold
couple
on,
of
hold on.
things here?
Real quick, real quick. Make it quick.
Yeah. I mean, I've been following crypto for the last like 10 odd years, right? And one thing I noticed, right, 2018, 2019, they were talking about banning crypto, right? 2021, they decided that they're going to become part of it and they're going to do something to walk to utilize it. Now, me being me, I'm thinking to myself, right, they've got a 13 trillion debt. At that time, it was like 10 to 13 trillion. Right, I was thinking if they put in 2 trillion right now and they pull out at the top at 68k, right? They're going to have half that debt paid off. They've never done that. That implies to
Yes,
me, that implies to me they've got no intention of paying off this debt.
they don't. They're going to send it, guys. Like,
And
there's
can I
one or
just get
two
to my
things.
second point? Can I just
Yeah,
get one
no,
just to
you're
correct?
right. We drop or they freaking send this market to the stratosphere. Go for it.
Right. The second part is, yeah, you're absolutely right in regarding to Solana, because I'm on the same opinion. It's not doing anything good for the crypto community, but you could make money off it. But that doesn't make it okay. It's just like some of these pharmaceutical companies, right? They're not doing the right things, but we're still making money off them. And the other thing is, I'm over 40, right? So I remember the days of VHS. And at the time of VHS, they had another VHS cassette as well called a Betamax. Now, the Betamax was better than the VHS, but it wasn't the most popular, right? So it never got mainstream attention. And it could be the same thing in crypto. Just because Bitcoin's the best doesn't mean it's going to be the front runner. XRP could take that spot, or Ethereum could take that spot. We don't know
Here's the
yet.
thing. No, no, no. Here's the thing. There's no spot to be had. That's
It's an
my whole fight
ecosystem.
here. It's
Yeah,
an
Trying to
yes,
create.
it's an
yeah.
ecosystem. And so what XRP does, what Bitcoin does, what Ethereum does, what Chainlink does, what Quant does, it will all. And so if you can think about this thing as a sifting type of mechanism, the entire marketplace is going to sift out how they're
But,
going to utilize each one of these
but
protocols. The
my point
infrastructure.
was, just because something's the best doesn't mean it's going to be the one that's going to be utilized.
No, that's
Look
true.
at Apple
It's
with the iPhone. It's not the best, but it's user friendly, and it used to be the
I
most
love my
secure,
own.
and now it's not. Now it's not as secure. So like, it's just one of those things where as time goes by, things change. But I wanted to push back on what you were saying about
I
um,
love my iPhone. I'm
being
just here to say it
being. I
unapologetically.
love
I
my
don't. I
Google
hate
Pixel,
the.
man.
I hate the Esther.
As a content
I'm
creator,
telling.
it's amazing. The best phone on, the best camera on the market, right?
As
And
a person who hates technology but talks about it a lot, who likes to stay the same, and like Apple's great.
all right, so I want to circle back to what you were saying. Is like there are those that are the visionaries that can read between the lines and see beyond, and there are those that are like stuck in the facts, right? So
Yeah.
here's what I want to tell you is that I do see between the lines, and I do see the direction we are headed. And honestly, a lot of times we agree on most things, right? Um, and I do have that vision, and I understand that this is going somewhere. A lot of times I say things very hyperbolically that adoption already happened, that PayPal's the same thing. The idea is to get people to start thinking critically and to question things and to not just take everything at face value. That's the point of it. It's TV, right? But the purpose of this show is to stop, not necessarily FUD things, but to stop misinformation and to stop, um, the crazy nonsense that's been filtering throughout the system with crypto in particularly. Um, I saw a void that needed to be filled. Everyone here was about speculation, and I speculate too, you know, but I built this show to be fact based for a reason because that's the void that needed to be filled in this space. There was too much nonsense information or crazy pipe dreams, hopium being spread, and I was like, you know what? Let's have a show that kind of
Let me
sticks to.
push back on
Hold on,
you.
hold on. Let's stick to the facts and let people decide for themselves. Because I do have my opinion, I do have my visionary, but I decided to put that aside and not spread that and try to focus on what is happening right now and what is real and tangible that we can prove, and also at the same time have an opinion and speculate a little bit. But the idea is if somebody comes on here and says that the United States government is acquiring Bitcoin and says that, I'm going to tell them no, they're not. That's the only difference. But go ahead.
Here, no, and here's where I'll push back, and here's the visionary thing. No wealth has been created No, the very few people have made it in life by basing their forward thinking into the now. It is always the visionaries. It's always the people who are like, no, 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 this is what it could be. Apple back in the day, there was 50 million reasons why Apple wouldn't be a thing. But guess what? It was. And guess what? It gave you plenty of signs to tell you that it was. And guess what? Multiple people here who are older than me tell me sob stories. My first finance professor gave me my first finance lesson over the fact that she sold Apple at a fraction of a penny whenever she like bought into it. And she said that was the stupidest thing because I was typical. And that always stuck with me. Be typical. Stay in the facts, everyone. Stay in the world that you're at now because it's true. It's happening. You can correlate it. You can do all the things. What I'm here to tell you is that entire paradigm is going to shift. And if you're not ready for it, it's absolutely going to freaking melt your face. Silver has melt faces. Gold has melt faces. 4 or 5 years ago, people told me I was absolutely crazy, that that was a boring market. And I said, you should be accumulating right now. And I was laughed at. Guess what, guys? And
When
guess what?
something's
No one had
boring,
invaded
that's when you should be
anyone.
accumulating it, right? When it's
Exactly.
hyped up, that's when you should
Brooke,
be. And that's the point of
Brooke.
what I'm doing here, Brooke, is that everything's a bit hyped up. Obviously, we're starting to come back down, but believe in this. And I firmly believe that this is all going to go crazy, right? At some point, and it's going to melt your faces off and everything you're saying. I do agree with that. Maybe not $10,000 for XRP, but notice what it says is XRP will not go to 10K this cycle because
Right.
it's just unfathomable. It's just not going to happen, right? That doesn't mean
Now,
that
a
it can't go to
hundred.
10K, right?
Right. And so it's all about use case. There's this whole supply and demand thing here. And so truly, truly, here's the thing. Here's where I want people. Here's where I go. I want to caution you because you're like, oh, facts, 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 facts. Listen, this technology has never been adopted at scale. The paradigm shift that we are undergoing has never happened at the level that the entire world is going to shift at the exact same time. And however the cards fall in that shift, I don't know. What I
Honestly, I
do
don't
know
think it
is that the
shifts like
evidence
that.
is telling you.
I don't think it shifts like
How
that.
how not?
We've
Does
seen
not the
in
recent events
history,
tell you? Okay,
we've seen in history, right? How, and let's do money for example, right? Because we're talking about the shift of money. We didn't shift to pay
perfect.
from gold to paper notes overnight. It was a transition over
Right.
time, and that's what I see happening
It
is a transition over time.
Right, but that so it happens slowly, slowly, and all at once, right? Like 1971, when this other paradigm shift happened, it didn't happen overnight, but it also happened overnight. There was plenty of quote unquote coin clippage of gold before France ever came asking for their paper money in exchange for their physical gold. A very similar thing is happening on the world stage right now with silver, oddly enough.
Absolutely. The question
And
is
do you remember months ago we
why
were on
though?
here and we were both going, silver,
Hey,
precious
I got a
metals,
question for you,
silver.
Brooke. Why do you think silver's pumping?
It shows us exactly where we're at in this cycle. On a
No.
macro picture, yes,
No.
it does.
No.
No, 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 hold on, hold on. I've been here for 5 years telling people in an event like I think we're coming upon. This is 5 years ago, Brooke, 5 years ago. I said, I'm a macroeconomist. I see this thing coming. Russia hadn't invaded Ukraine yet. Okay. No one had invaded anyone yet. I was on here saying before anyone could see a liquidity crisis, a dollar crisis, a yen crisis, uh, a world war crisis. I said, I think we're on this. I think this is happening. Have I gotten more wrong or have I gotten more right? I've gotten more right. And I said, if this is happening, this is 5 years ago, people. I said, if this is happening, what should you buy? Historically, gold and silver do fabulous. If we are undergoing a shift historically, like I think we are, buy gold, buy silver. That was 5 years ago. Who else called that?
I did.
Me.
Me.
I called it because, listen to
Thanks,
me,
everyone.
it shows on the global macro picture what is happening to fiat. The entire world is on a fiat debt monetary based system. And what they are experiencing, what they don't know, is that it's collapsing on them. The world sucks. Your world sucks because of debt, because your money is derived off of debt. That is collapsing. And so we will shift. And so what you're seeing central banks buy gold in the tunes of over 6 years. They have been buying up gold. Uh, let me the Basel upgraded gold to a tier one asset with no counterparty risk. It went from a three-tier asset to a one-tier asset. Now you tell me, where is the world heading? And you tell me where the banks are spending their money. Are they buying gold or are they buying fiat? They're buying gold. Does
Okay.
that not tell you where we're at?
So let me push back just a little bit on the silver. And here's the thing is, I agree with you. Okay. I think we are hitting a global financial shift, and that's why we're seeing these fluctuations in gold and silver to the upside. And I think in the past we've seen silver be very volatile. I don't think so. I don't think it's going to lose much of its value. However, on the fact-based side of things, right? So let's just look at the facts. Because of AI, they're using more silver. Okay. And then also, silver has been suppressed for a very, very long time. And so it's kind of catching up to where it should be. And also, China is
Here's
no
a question.
longer...
Why did they suppress it? Hold on. That's a very important question because silver has been suppressed since the 1960s.
Because silver
Yeah, there's a
When
reason for
you
that.
saw a multi-generation.
Everyone,
Did you
Can I?
see that cup and handle?
everyone
Did you see that cup and handle? The multi
on gold,
45-year cup and handle? No, that silver pulled before it went to $85.
gold has a cup and handle on the monthly right now.
Ooh, heck yeah. So
Can
go
I?
look at
Can
the
I just add
ratio. Go
something
look at the
about silver?
historical ratio. Go look at the
Hold on, I
historical
want to answer
ratio
your
between
question,
gold
Brooke.
and silver.
Everyone started going. What was that question you asked? See, this is why we got to reel it in, guys. We got to answer the questions. If you're gonna throw a question out there, you
I'm
gotta
two
let the
glasses
guy...
of wine in, just so
I'm not
everyone.
gonna argue.
Hey,
I
look,
love you, Brooke.
look.
You're awesome.
Can I just say a comment on this silver scenario at the moment?
Yeah, let's talk about it.
Right. The reason why silver's gone up, right, is because although a lot of countries are mining it, they don't refine it. It's all refined in China. Now, China have just come up and says they're no longer going to trade with the rest of the world in precious minerals. So that's driven the price up. If you look at the price of silver, before the 1st of January this year, China was buying it $10 higher than what the Western world was buying it for. So
Yep.
the price was being suppressed by the West, and now these sanctions come into place, yeah, and they're not selling it. The price of silver has skyrocketed for two reasons. One, because of this new government China law that they're coming out with about precious metals, and two, silver is one of the main ingredients for the new type of battery that's coming out.
So one thing about silver is, so the question I remember now is, why was silver suppressed? One reason is because they wanted to keep gold as the gold standard, right? Because China had so much silver, much more than we did, and China's basically been on the silver standard. We've been on the gold standard, right? Gold has a
Yeah.
use case,
Yeah.
right? Just like silver does, but silver's use case is actually much more than gold is. We use silver in our breakers, in our computers, in our electrical. Honestly, we use copper wire. We would use silver for copper wire if it weren't for the fact that silver was previously traded as a currency before the
As a
use case
currency.
of conductivity came along, because it's actually more
It
conductive.
had intrinsic value before
Exactly.
it had monetary value before it had conductivity
Yeah,
value.
the problem
Because
with
here's the
silver.
thing.
Everyone chill out. So the thing was that we decided, we were like, okay, well, we have copper and it gets the job done, just not as well, but it's cheaper because like you said, Brooke, is copper already had intrinsic value, right? Now, what's another reason why
Disagree, bro.
it's been suppressed? Because it has more use case. Okay, so we're utilizing
What
it
were
more
Dorothy's
often.
shoes? Dorothy's shoes. Hold on, sorry. No. Muhammad, what were Dorothy's shoes going down the yellow brick road
Ruby
to
red
the Emerald
slippers.
Red.
City? They weren't ruby red in the book. What were they? The
Blue.
book.
I don't know. I never read the book.
They were the
Silver. Oh, that's
book
right. They were
in the
silver.
book. They were silver because they represented the monetary use case of silver
Right.
galloping down a
Yeah,
vein
let me just
to the
explain
Emerald
myself.
City of Fiat.
Can I just explain myself why I'm saying that's not true about copper and silver? Because silver doesn't work good at high temperatures. It can only be used in low-powered devices, whereas copper has a better heat resistance, and it can be used with higher voltage and sustain higher temperatures for longer. That's why silver's not used in mainstream circuit boards.
They use silver in breakers. Breakers are high voltage and
Yeah,
high temperature.
yeah, they're the breaking part. That's what I'm saying. They provide the resistance to go so the circuit don't
What I'm talking about
overload
is copper
the.
wire, right? We would use silver wire if it weren't for intrinsic value, is what I'm saying.
1000%. According to so this is where I get really nerdy on the atomic table. Yes, silver is a much better conductive of
And obviously
electricity
gold is
than
better.
copper. Gold is the ultimate, which
We
is
got an
why I
expert in
think
the house. We've got Run Up in the house who's an expert. Yeah, I'd love to hear what he's got to say.
And let
Well,
me
I'm
reset.
definitely
I
not
will
Let me
say
take a
that
second to
gold
reset the
doesn't.
room real quick. Everybody smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow everybody in the panel over here. These are all great people. I don't know Joe very well, but he seems to know a thing or two.
I would like to add something.
Hold on. I'm resetting the room here. I'll give you a chance to talk after Run Up, okay? So I want to give a formal introduction to Run Up. Go ahead, brother. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Oz. And I think Mohammed has misspoken because I am not an expert by any measure. But I do know that silver is a better conductor of electricity than gold and copper.
Is that it? All that for that? Joe, what'd you have to say, buddy? Go ahead, Joe.
I just wanted to say that, like, I kind of feel like I was a little misunderstood earlier. I may have Bitcoin, right? But like the majority of my crypto asset is not in Bitcoin. Is the majority of my money is not held in Bitcoin.
Same here.
It's not held in XRP. It's not held in any. The majority of my crypto is held in Litecoin. But that's because I bought Litecoin when Bitcoin was $100.
Right.
You know,
the majority of my holdings is in real estate, classic cars, silver, And I mean, not silver stocks, silver bars and things like that. Like I hold hard assets, right?
I get that. I'm
I'm just saying, like,
not saying anything like that, man. I'm saying that as far as crypto goes, like to be told that I hold a bias because of Bitcoin, right?
well, I mean,
Like
okay, I'm being
the majority of
You
my
do.
assets,
You do naturally.
everyone
It's
has a
the
no, I
bias,
don't.
though.
OG.
I really don't. I really don't
I
because I
hold a
think it's a
bias
shitcoin.
knowing about XRP. It's okay to admit your bias. Just admit to
No,
it and
Right.
move
I
on.
literally think that Bitcoin is a junk coin, and I hope it tanks.
I
Well,
hope it
you'd be
tanks too, so I
right.
can buy more.
No,
So
I
what's
hope it
gonna happen?
tanks to
Hold on,
zero.
hold on. What's gonna happen to your Litecoin if Bitcoin tanks?
You know, the next coin that takes over will drive the market.
There,
Yeah,
I
you
don't
do
think there's the
understand.
next
In order for the
coin.
next,
There is no next coin. Okay, we've moved past
See,
that. It's an ecosystem, and it all moves with Bitcoin. I'm calling it the simul cycle or the unicycle, but basically the whole Bitcoin, then Ethereum, then alts, then memes. I believe that's out the window. I think everything moves with Bitcoin now.
it does. It
yeah,
absolutely
Bitcoin's
does.
the S&P 500 of crypto.
Exactly.
That's the way I look at it.
Yep.
The way I see it is Bitcoin is not sustainable, and it's a junk coin. Honestly, it takes damn near an hour to make a transaction on it.
That has
So
changed with layer 2
Thank
technology.
goodness.
So that is no
Well,
longer the case. So because of layer 2s and layer 3s, Bitcoin can now operate fast. It can be cheaper, and it'll only get faster and cheaper. So that
I
argument's off
I
the table now.
I will firmly disagree that it will ever be a good coin, bro.
I think it'll be a great coin for holding value because it's slow. Therefore,
That's all it's good
it's
for.
something that people are going to buy and hold on to, right?
That
Digital
is the
gold is what
only
people
thing it's
call
good
it.
for.
Yeah.
I think it was the first psyops from this whole movement.
Honestly, I
I
think
think
it
that they,
stands
so
for
I think they did an opposite. I
I
think that they did an opposite buy-in. So what I think, and here's my, I will put on my tinfoil crown, everyone. I think that they said Bitcoin beta test coin is going to be the first one. How are we going to market this? We're going to market it first as it being outside of the system. All of these people, they will never come onto a system if they think that they were coerced like the typical system that we used back during the Jekyll Island years. So we have to be better. We have to, so now we're going to do the opposite. We're going to release this asset that lies outside of the system that they quote unquote hate. And then they're going to buy onto it. They're going to sell you on it. People are going to preach it, live it, because they truly do believe it. And then they're going to take over it, just like they always do. And then that's where I go. That's where I say, here's where I go. That's where I come in and say, I have always understood that the money system is rigged. I always understood that there's overlords. And I'm like, the history that was back then is happening today. And I see that they have chosen a select few.
okay.
And
So
from there, you'll have your other like building off of this infrastructure, but they are setting the main infrastructure, and the chosen ones are the chosen ones are the chosen ones. That's not just XRP, that's Chainlink, that's Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin has a utility in here. It's just it's not how they sold you at it at first. So
absolutely.
you're gonna have to come to terms with that.
I Since we all have our tinfoil hats on already, leave it on for a second. This is my little rabbit hole on Bitcoin. Okay, so we know that Satoshi Nakamoto basically means Central Intelligence Agency, right? I believe that Bitcoin is being sold and pushed for the sole purpose of when this switch flip global monetary system change happens, right? Everyone's going to speculate Bitcoin, right? And it is a nation toppler. What does the CIA do? They manipulate elections and overthrow governments and so on and so forth, right? So how can you do that? They literally did this in Rick and Morty. How do you topple a government? By changing a 1 to a 0, right? So basically, the idea is to create the financial strategic reserve for Bitcoin, right? Get other countries to basically start buying up Bitcoin, because we're not going to buy it, right? We're just holding it. Maybe we do buy it or whatever, right? I believe that the CIA holds the Satoshi wallet, right? What's there, like 100 billion Bitcoin that they have?
A
They're
little
gonna
over a million.
sell everybody on the idea to buy up Bitcoin, right?
Yeah, there's
Get
only
hold
21
hold
million.
hold on, hold on. Okay,
Well, there's only 21 million Bitcoin.
hold on. All right. So the idea is there's only 21 billion Bitcoin, or million Bitcoin, you say. That's in circulation. There's 100 billion Bitcoin sitting in the Satoshi Nakamoto wallet. Okay, someone has that wallet, I believe, and I believe it's the CIA that has it, and they get all these countries to create their own private reserves where they start accumulating Bitcoin, and they have all their wealth into Bitcoin, right? And they're just buying it as it goes up, and it just keeps going up, and they think it'll never go down, and then what does the CIA do? They come in and they rug it. That's what I think.
Yeah, you know, us and Brooke, since we've got the tin hats on and stuff, right? You know, I completely agree with you, bro. I mean, I'm looking at it at a slightly different picture, but the ballpark's the same. My picture is this. If they wanted to control your finances and everything, and they told you they're going to implement a system, you're not going to have none of it. But if they told you it was a way out of the fiat system and have your own independence, right, then everyone's going to jump for it, which then gives them the capitalization to research it, put the blockchain into effect so they can control your and watch your finances and everything you do. Right. So, yeah, I completely agree. I also think when Bitcoin gets to a certain level, it is going to turn into a meme coin at some point.
Okay. Revolution, can we get a fact check on the circulating supply of Bitcoin, the actual supply of Bitcoin, and how much Bitcoin is in the Satoshi wallet?
It's a little over a million in the Satoshi wallet.
This is a fact-based show, and there's been some speculation in the chat here, so let's get the facts on that.
Yeah, and the total supply is around 21 million. The circulating supply is a little over 20 million.
Okay, and then how much is in the Satoshi
wallet? A little over a million.
Okay. My mistake, okay, on the numbers there, but a million Bitcoin, all right, by one person, the original person, can rug the entire thing up. Revolution says that you were right on those numbers run up. So that's all I'm saying is I don't believe that Satoshi was a guy that just out of the kindness of his heart invented Bitcoin and never sold a dime of it and either passed away or is just never going to sell it. I just don't buy it.
Yeah, you know what I found strange, Oz? Yeah. On the 2012, like around about that era, the Apple MacBook CDs had the Bitcoin white paper on them as well. I don't know how this adds up into the whole equation, yeah, but why would you have the Bitcoin white paper on an operating CD?
Joe says, why am I muted for being right? You're not muted for being right. You're muted for continually interrupting me. So I did unmute you so you can unmute yourself and you can, but you got to stop interrupting. Starks, this is your room.
my warning.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just saying I find it quite strange how the white paper ended up on the operating CD for an Apple Mac. You know, when you install Apple Mac onto your computer, you have a copy of the white paper somewhere on the computer as well. These are things that haven't added up yet, but at some point in the near future, they will make sense. But until we know, we're in this guessing game.
Yeah. I think
Good night,
Bitcoin
guys.
is the greatest rug of all time. Go ahead, run it.
I said good night. That's all I had
Oh.
to say, man. Like, I appreciate you accepting me on your live stream, and I wish nothing but the best for you. But good night.
Have a good night, brother.
Yeah.
See you later.
Night, Joe.
By the way, no disrespect for muting you. I can't. We're trying to have a debate. That's what this is, right? Nobody's right or wrong. Okay, it's not about whether you're right or wrong being silenced. It's about not interrupting people and giving them the floor. All right, where were we? What were we talking
to be
about?
honest, we're in early days at the moment. There's a lot of conspiracy theories and all sorts flying about, as with everything else. So, until we get some more concrete evidence on what's actually going on, we're just going to have to sit back and watch and see what's going on the TV show, crypto TV show,
Yeah,
I think all of it's conspiracy. Like, XRP is a part of that. Like, they all know exactly. That's the thing. And it's shocking to me that people are over here going like, oh, they don't know, and Clarity Act. Yes, all of that, yes. At the exact same time, the ones that they have chosen, they are already chosen, and it's not one. It's not just XRP. It's a part of it. So people who are on here who are committed to misunderstanding me, that's not what I'm saying. They know exactly the rails and the trusted rails that they're going to use. It's already been decided.
Yeah.
It's just we're just in the happening. Venezuela, the happenings there, all of Iran, all of it tells me exactly that we are in the transition. And people always talk about this flip of the switch. It's not going to happen. They want to wait for an overnight thing. Oh my gosh, all of a sudden this happens. What I like to tell people is hold on, you're in the happening, people. This
Yeah,
is
but what's
happening.
going on?
Hold on, let her finish.
Oh, sorry.
No, and no, that's all. No, that's really it. You are in the happening. What has been is fading away. What is to come is coming into light. There will be death and there will be birth.
Stash
Okay?
says UBI will be launched in less than 10 years. All coins will go to zero.
I say less than 5 years. I say we're going to have UBI probably at least by 2030, if not by
Yeah.
2028.
I can tell you exactly when UBI is implemented. And mark my words, I don't know
Not
when.
the UK guidelines.
Hold on. I don't know exactly when, but this is how you'll know it's coming. Okay, is when all the robots start taking the jobs, and we're kind of there right now. It's a slow transition with that. We're seeing the driverless cars, but once you start seeing a standardized of everything is automated, UBI is the next stop, because no one will have jobs, no one will have income anymore.
Have you
We
not seen
mustn't let the
BMW
normies
factory?
know. Sorry, this is another part where I go.
Yes.
Everyone in my physical life is like, that's not happening. That's not real. You're crazy. And I'm like,
It's happening.
okay.
All right, Starks.
Okay.
What'd you have
Yeah,
to
I
say?
mean, I think it's happening, but I don't
Let
think
Starks.
it's any.
Let's start
Okay.
real quick. Go ahead, Starks. You have the floor.
Yeah, I was just saying, it's already started. BMW have already got an automated factory in Germany where there's only about 6 people working in it, and the rest of the 1,000 people that used to work there have been replaced by robots. So, it's already happening. It's a matter of time before it filters down and people start complaining loss of earnings and stuff, and then you're going to have a whole new kettle of fish to deal with before the universal basic income comes into play. So we're going to see a lot of hardship before that happens.
All right, Run Up, you had something to say?
Yeah, I would beg to differ. I don't think that UBI is coming anytime soon. Definitely nowhere within the next decade. I think it'll take way longer than that. I also don't buy into any of these conspiracy theories. I don't think Bitcoin was a psyop. I think it being created by the CIA is feasible but unlikely. I don't think we'll see some major shift in the global financial system. And
We're
I
already
think
seeing it.
Yeah, it's already
Like,
happening.
what do you
I mean,
like?
no,
he's
What?
entitled
How?
to his
How?
opinion.
what are
I
we
know,
seeing?
but how? But facts matter, right?
Like
We
the
always talk
US
about
dollar is
facts.
still the world reserve
You
currency.
don't, no, hold on. You don't see gold move and silver do the moves that it does unless it's in historical time. And if you're a macroeconomist, which we both talk macroeconomy, we go head to head. I know you're smart on macroeconomy. I cannot fathom, and I can only assess that you don't connect all of the things together because you will concede. You will say, yes, but this. Oh yeah, but that's only because of this. Oh yeah, but then this. And when I look at it, I say, all of that but this is all intertwined together. You're looking at a house of cards. All you are waiting on is when they cannot kick the can further down the road and when they are ready to let this system implode. What do you think? Why do you think Bitcoin's white paper came out of the 2008 financial crisis needing a better form of money? And then, how can you look at what they're building and the legislative laws and not say, oh my gosh, they might have been planning this from all along? I do not see how you look at the world in front of you, especially with the price appreciation of gold and silver, XRP, digital assets, and how people said we were crazy, what, less than 2 years ago, to saying that this is vital to the future of democracy of the United States, and the United States is going to be the crypto hub of the world. And then for you to come on and say, I don't think any shift is happening. So you negate what's happening in silver and gold and this shift completely?
I mean, precious metals
Explain
have
that
been.
in the no, explain that in
It
the
just
face
it
of
just started
Well,
facts.
let him
pumping
rebut.
this
Let him rebut. Go ahead.
just the last year. Prior to that, it was suppressed, and that's largely due to all the geopolitical uncertainty that's happening at the macro level, at the global level.
Yes.
But
Again,
prior to that,
what does
so
that trigger to you?
Are you
What
referring to
happened the
the yield
last
it's
time?
curve?
just,
What
huh?
happened to the last time a macro picture like this set up? It was World War II. And on the back end of World War II, you got the Bretton Woods system. Like the UK fell out of prominence and the United States rose to prominence.
Look at
What
bricks.
are you
Bricks forming
talking about?
is a strong indication of a shift. Why did they come together and they decide to go gold backed? Because the system is shifting. That for me is enough to know that there's a transition happening in itself.
Look,
But there's always something going on geopolitically. There's
let me
always
let me just
civil
say
unrest.
something,
This is not
please.
anything new.
Let
Go
me
ahead,
just say
Starks.
We
something.
could
Hold
actually
on. Give
argue
Starks the
that what
floor.
took
Hold on,
place
Last year,
everybody chill.
is
Give Starks the floor real quick.
look, here's what I'm seeing, right? Last year, the petrodollar finished, the contract finished with Saudi Arabia, right? That led the dollar not being backed by anything. So now they needed backing. All this stuff going on with Venezuela and the oil is to get some backing for the dollar. Otherwise, the dollar's going to go to crap because they've got nothing to trade it with. Because it used to be the main currency for oil deals all around the world. But that's not the case. So there's no value left in the oil side. So now they're going to find gold, silver, build up a reserve, trade oil, right, to keep your currency up. And I think we may see another incline in the dollar's value before we see another big decline. But there will be a big decline coming soon.
I got a question for everyone here in the panel. Okay, what is the real currency? What is currency really backed by? Does anyone here know?
Yeah, it depends on what currency you're looking at.
No, every country globally. What is the true currency? What does everything
faith,
store?
hope, and trust?
No, if you're talking about countries like Saudi where they have the dinar and Qatar where they use the dinar as well as their own currency, the dinar is based on gold and silver. It's not even based on financial money. It's based on gold and silver.
Is just another store of the value of the true currency.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you,
everything else is credit.
With the win, slave labor.
That's the real money.
Labor is the true value, okay? Our time and energy, time over energy equals value, okay? It's the work that we put in, okay? And we go to work, we work all day, and then we are given something of value. The true value is the time that we put into something, okay? And we're seeing the shift happen right now, that people are realizing that I'm putting my time and energy into something with no return.
Wait, what do you mean no return?
So that's
it's called
shift.
usury.
It's basically when I say no return is what we're getting in return for our time and energy is overly inflated, backed by either oil or gold, right? But those things are just placeholders. The true value will not be gold or silver. It will be oil, because oil produces labor. Labor produces oil. You cannot run a country. You cannot produce energy. You cannot do anything without oil. And I do not see I know the whole pipe dream is that everything's going electric. I just don't see that sustainably. So what
not sustainable.
Oil is energy.
Oil
we have
is
other
energy.
sources
So
of
what
energy
is
as well.
Electric is not
It's just
sustainable.
Oil is cheap and efficient.
Right. So the true currency is energy. Right?
That's
the
true.
Currency.
But that's currency. Currency is energy. Sorry. Yeah.
Right. So currency is energy, and the value comes from labor. Energy,
and that's
labor.
that's
well, I just want to
separating
say
now.
We're
AI,
afforded more
so
luxuries today than ever before.
Exactly.
We're
But
able.
also, I will say everyone needs to go check out a phenomenal podcast where one of the inventors of the AI algorithms talks about how AI is the end of capitalism. It disjoints the nexus, the link to labor versus currency versus energy. And so this shifts us on a completely different paradigm that I don't think the normies are ready for, that I think that the powers that be, they know is coming. And so that's why I think that they've set up, so they will tell you everything that they have planned. Go and look at Agenda 2030, and then go
Agenda
look at where
31.
you're at in
Agenda 31.
31.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yes.
The WE, is it the WEF one?
Yes.
Okay. So you go, so it doesn't have to be conspiracy. Just go and look at that agenda And then go look at the world around you and see if you're getting closer to that world or the world that you knew. What world do you think you're headed towards? The one that's been normal and typical to you? Or do you think something's changing? Do you not feel run up? I
I
am
mean, things are
perplexed by you
always
because
changing.
they're always changing, but this type of these things have not happened in my lifetime, in my parents' lifetime. I'm having to educate my parents about their parents' childhood's lifetime. There's something missing. There is a gap here that is so scary to me that I see so clearly 5 freaking years ago that people go, "You're crazy." And all of a sudden, people are so shocked that we're on WW3's doorstep. And I
We're not
go,
nowhere
how
near
did we? Are
WW3.
you
Yes, we are.
kidding
We're
me?
in it right
Are you
now.
kidding me?
No, we're
The
not.
history. Okay, hold on. Hit the brakes, everybody. The history books. Okay, when you read them the way it goes, it seems like it's all happening all at once, but these are years that happen in between certain things. Okay, and honestly, I think we are in a civil war in the United States and in World War III right now. When you go 50, 100 years down the road and the history books talk about right now, they will be listing the things that happened, like the bombing, the bunker busters in Iran will be listed as one of the things that happened in World War III. During World War II, people did not believe that we were in a world war. During the Civil War, I think it was the Battle Kentucky something. People went out. Okay, there was the skirmish between the North and the South, and people went out to have a picnic on the hill, and there was the most horrific battle in history that happened in front of them. And even after that happened, people still didn't believe we were in a civil war. It's not until after the fact that we acknowledge that, hey, this happened.
Hey, it's the same thing in crypto, yeah. We're not in a bear market until we're at the bottom of the bear market.
Yeah, exactly, because people refuse to open their eyes and see what is happening right in front of them.
Thank you, Oz. We
Times,
see so many things so differently, but I love it when Oz and I are so opposed on so many things.
I
And
okay, let
I
me
love it when we come together on things,
let me
Oz.
reiterate my position. No one knows my actual position, what I actually believe. A lot of what I say is hyperbolic and designed to get you to think. My whole goal is to create critical thinkers. So I actually am more aligned to what most people or what you believe, Brooke. I just don't put it out there. You know what I mean? But honestly, I think we are more aligned and we see more eye to eye than uh, meets the eye. It's just most people think
That's a
that I'm
smart thing to
against them.
do.
Yeah, because that's internet.
Was that a
We have
Transformers
70
then?
people watching right now because that's just how the internet works. There would be 2 people in the panel listening to what I have to say if I didn't say it the right way.
yeah, I will argue that times are more peaceful now than ever before, and that
Oh
we're
my
nowhere
gosh.
near World
Oh,
War
Hey,
Three.
no,
go
no, no, no,
tell
no,
that
no,
to the
no.
Like,
people of Palestine, bro.
Yeah, bro,
but
no.
that's
They're
been
don't
ongoing
tell that to
for
the
a very
Uyghur
long
Muslims
time.
in China. They're
You
harvesting
Okay,
I'm
people's
there's a
familiar
thing.
bodies in
with
Okay,
here.
listen.
so if we're talking about the Uyghurs in China, that's been going on for a very long time as well. Like this is not anything new. Like nothing changed in the last 5 or 10 years. Like this has been ongoing.
Honestly, I think that
It's
the
a
Honestly,
way
a
that the
lot has
nexus.
world
changed.
is.
A lot has changed,
Like
actually.
the
Everybody,
persecution of the
everybody,
Uyghurs
hold on,
have been going on for over
hold
a
on,
decade.
hold on,
Like organ harvesting
hold
has
on.
been going. All right.
Okay, hear me out. Okay, I think the difference is these atrocities have never stopped happening, and it has always been this way. It's
Yeah.
just now we have access to the information, and we have decentralized media platforms like mine and yours. People don't have to go to CNN to get the news anymore, right? people have access to the information. We see the videos now. It's not just a letter somebody typed out in a newspaper and you have to read it and see one picture. You actually see what happened in transponded. The information is transferred instantaneously. So now we're actually, the veil has been lifted and we're actually seeing what's been happening all along. And that's why I believe we're in a huge major shift, because for the first time in the world, we see everything. Now, when we had TV, you know, that was a big change, but it wasn't like it is now, because everything was controlled and centralized by one, you know, entity, right? Now you have people like me that get up here and can have a show and we can talk about the news, we can talk about issues. We're from all areas all over the world sitting in a panel like we're sitting in one room together having a discussion like we're at the town square. That's the difference, is we're sitting in the pub having the political financial discussion, but it's not centralized to our local area. It's global now.
Yes, I could agree with that. I agree that social media brings a lot of this into the spotlight, and I think that's largely what it is.
Hey,
Because if
Raw
we
Dog,
look
thank you
at
for
the
the
actual
galaxy.
numbers
I want to take a
and the
moment
data,
just to reset the room real quick. We just got a galaxy. Thank you guys. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow all these wonderful people in the panel here, and special thank you to everyone that sent a gift. Don't forget to send in your heart me's, and don't forget to follow the show. Go ahead, run up. 2 galaxies. Holy crap, 2 galaxies. Nice. Thank you guys.
yes, I would say that like this has been ongoing for a very long time. Like what took place in Venezuela is not much different than what happened in Iraq and to what happened with in Libya and what happened in Panama.
So run up. After you saying what you've just said, do you agree with what's happened in them places? Do you think it was right the way them things were executed were right?
I would say
Especially Iraq.
I would say no country should dare challenge US dollar supremacy.
You're
Okay, so
paid.
in
You're
that
paid.
respect, then hold
Did
on,
you
bro.
read that? Did you read that off of a script? Hold on.
No, I
Run
didn't
up.
It
read
was like,
any
hold
script.
on.
It's just
No one should. Sorry.
Run up. Look, my point that I'm trying to make to you, right, is the way things have escalated in terms of what's going on around the world. Normally, for example, in Iraq, the USA was sanctioned because they just come out of a war, right, and they couldn't go to war. So what did they do? They told Britain to go start the war with the 1% army, and then USA backed them up with 99%, right? You know, what would you call that? Would you say that was a good way to go about something?
I would say
Was that abiding by the regulations set by the United States as part of NATO and the world legal system? It had nothing to do with them. They made allegations, gone over there with no evidence, and come back with no evidence, and still you have not been extradited. So that's telling you something. So you could go run around do whatever you like. Okay, so now let's say Saudi Arabia, yeah, they decide one day we're gonna do what we want to do. We don't care about the dollar no more, right? And you and the countries go to war. There's World War III, and then Saudi comes out on top. Are you still going to be sitting there and saying the best man won, or are you going to be saying we should have won that?
Or are you going to be saying that nothing here is happening? This always
Exactly.
happens.
No,
Don't
I'm
worry
not
about
saying nothing
Australia,
has
bro.
happened. I'm just saying that it's not nothing new and that it's much better now than it was in the past. Like
Okay.
what's going on in Iran is not much different than what happened during the Arab Spring. When
Okay.
all these
You're not wrong. I
Let me
just
back
think
you
you're
up real
drawing the
quick,
wrong
Rhoda.
conclusions
no,
at your
cause y'all are saying we're at
part
the
of
brink of World War
history.
Three when like it's much more peaceful now.
When
I mean, if we take Greenland, right? The U.S. has basically said they're either going to make a deal or they're going to take it by force. Greenland is part of NATO. So if we leave NATO and we declare war on NATO, is that not World War III?
I mean, the U.S. is part of NATO,
Right,
and
but
Yeah,
if
but
we
the UK
take
are the ones
Greenland,
that set the regulations for NATO, and now they're breaking them regulations by breaking the peace treaty that was in NATO.
right,
So they've gone back on their own word. So what's that going to make the rest of the countries think? Well, if they can do it to them and they're part of NATO,
right, the U.S.
what's to
pays
stop
for
us from
NATO.
being next?
So
so I don't
let's
know
talk
what's
about
going to
NATO for a
happen.
second. NATO has only existed since after World War II. It's a short-term thing that has not been around for a long time. It is supported and funded by the U.S. Okay, so the U.S. basically runs NATO. If we decide to pull out of NATO, there is no NATO, and that is highly
thank you,
likely.
Oz.
That is highly likely to happen if we take Denmark and Canada or any of these other countries. Canada has no army. We are Canada's army, the United States. So we've literally been supporting and funding all these different countries where basically it seems like what's going on is we're saying, hey, if you can't take care of yourself and fund yourself, we're going to add a star.
Yeah, so I think this is just all rhetoric by Trump. Cause yeah, we capture Maduro and we might install like a puppet regime. But what's going on is we're not colonizing Venezuela. Just
You
like
don't
we're
need to
not going to
colonize it.
colonize.
Hold on,
Just
hold
We're
on,
let's
not going to colonize
hold
we're
on,
not.
Rhoda,
Greenland or
Yeah,
Rhoda,
hold on,
Canada.
hold on, hold
Rhoda.
on, hold on.
We're
Did you
not.
hold on? Whoa. Did you not see the Department of Defense and JP Morgan Chase take over the like precious metal smelting market? Like, what do you mean
Yeah,
we're
but
not
the problem
taking
was
over?
Venezuela had shipped all their gold. Did you know before a certain person was kidnapped in his bed, they had moved all the precious minerals from Venezuela to another country through Russia's submarines. You're not
Oh, a
going to hear
thousand
about that.
percent. 1,000%. But you also know that if we take over, so I was in Ecuador, 2023, and I was going down the Amazon River, and China and the drug cartels of Ecuador are in cahoots with each other and have been mining gold there for over a decade in cahoots of this. Like, and if you have read, you need to read The Art of War that originates
Yes.
from the Japan from China.
So the Art of War
This
is
is
actually
their
one
long
of the
game.
books that I have in the knowledge
Yes.
section of my Discord. So like we have audiobooks in there for you to read to educate yourself. There's a whole knowledge section. So join the Discord, guys, and educate yourselves. But yes, the Art of War. Go on. Sorry.
No. So, no, it's true. So if you've read The Art of War and then you overlap that and you overlay it with what China has been doing, you see that they're following that to a T and they're executing on it to scary
100%, bro.
precision. Yeah.
100%. But the thing is, what people don't understand, right, is they're not doing it by choice. They're being forced to do it.
Yeah, so we might exert economic and political influence on our hemisphere, but we're not colonizing these countries.
Maybe not.
No,
Hold,
but
hold
you're
on.
Not
Let
imposing
me say
taxes
this.
on
yet.
them.
Hold on,
Not
everybody.
yet. Just
Let me
wait.
say something. All right. I I've been holding back on this one, and perfect segue into this. Okay. So listen. This is how I know we're going into World War III. Okay.
We're not.
Hold on. This is how I know, me personally. And like we all have our bias, but I'm looking at facts, okay, that point in a certain direction, and we understand the past to predict the future, right? Okay. In 2020, when inflation skyrocketed, they started tapping into the US's oil reserves. And for the last several years, we have not had enough oil to go to war. And the fact that we put Venezuela on the top of our list and took them out, okay, and changed the regime, and it was over oil because we had to replenish those oil reserves. We've taken over oil tankers from Russia. We've taken over oil tankers from Venezuela. Why is that? Because we are replenishing our oil reserves in order to go to war. That's what those
That's
reserves
ridiculous.
are for. Okay? We were literally sitting ducks where we had boats and planes and all this infrastructure that we can't power because we don't have the fuel to do it. Well, now we've
Now
got
we
the
have
fuel.
plenty fuel. We have plenty
Oh
oil
yeah?
in the
You
US.
think
What?
gas prices are high now? If we would have went to war before we had oil reserves, what the price of gas would be if we had to send out our entire Air Force and Navy to go to World War III? You think the price of gas is high now? We have plenty of fuel
Let me
to
just
run
add
our
something to
country.
this.
Hold on. We have plenty of fuel to rule our run our
We have an
country.
abundance of oil and natural gas.
Not
Like
Can I?
sustainably.
plenty to go to war.
Not if we're
Like
at
that,
war,
that's
buddy.
just a
Look,
ridiculous
let me
argument.
just point out a fact. Let me just point out a fact, right? The period that you're talking about, right, is the same time when the Northern Pipeline was split in two, yeah? Now, what you got to understand, the USA sold their gold to make a quick profit because they know at some point they're going to be able to buy that oil a lot cheaper, right? And that's exactly what they done. They sold the oil, then they blew up the pipeline, so the Europe was dependent on USA oil. They sold them oil at 3 times the price, and now they replenished it with all these things they're capturing for free.
Exactly.
That's what's
No,
going on.
no, but the thing is, we have
That's
so
because
much
we're
oil
preparing to
that
go to
we
war.
export our oil.
Well,
That's
the
our
reason
Hold
why
on.
you
biggest
I want to
export,
export,
I want to
oil
say
and natural
something really
gas,
quick.
which is
Everyone reel it in
I
real
just
quick.
want to say something real
Everyone
quick.
reel it in. Bellstar, take the floor. Welcome to the panel. Go ahead.
Thank you, guys. I want to remind you that you are all technically right. We all have very good, valid opinions. I want to remind you that when OPEC was formed, we capped off all of our oil wells in Texas and Arkansas and all over the United States and the Gulf because we would have had to build so many more refineries and so much more infrastructure in the United States. And plus, it's a military strategic move to deplete your enemy's oil when you can get it cheaper from them than you can here at home.
Exactly.
So I'm going to leave you guys with that. We
And
have plenty of oil
Francesca,
here. We just don't have enough
stated in the chat,
refineries.
our oil is too
no,
light. We need
the
crude
problem with
oil.
American oil is it's dirty oil, it's heavy oil. It takes twice as much money to refine.
Yes, and that's
all
why
the
we're
oil.
getting it from other places because
Well, the thing is,
they have
Russia
better
oil
crude.
in Venezuela is even worse.
So the fact of the matter is, and what I was saying is this is an indicator, right? We watch the charts and we use indicators to try to determine where things are going. The indicator that tells me that we are going into a hot war, or at least preparing for it, is the fact that we are replenishing our oil reserves and we are depleting our adversaries. That's the main.
We're not depleting our adversaries. Trump made it clear that he's willing to sell the Venezuelan oil to both Russia and China.
Right.
That's depleting them, though, because you're usurping the deal that they originally had via Venezuela that they were using as a proxy. It's important that we took over Venezuela because
Not that was
Russia and Japan were
No,
using
you
it,
don't
or not
understand
Japan,
the
and
importance
China
of
were
Venezuela.
using it
One at a
as a
time.
proxy. They were
No,
using Venezuela
That's
as a
true, Brooke.
proxy.
It is.
And
You're
here's the
totally
thing.
right.
Here's where I hold on. Here's where I also know, and here's where I suspect that we are about to redraw regional lines. And here's why I think we actually might be about to colonize South America, which I cannot believe I'm actually saying. Okay? Because look, why else would our NFL, the National Football League of the United States of America, two United States teams go and play an NFL football game in Brazil? So here's what I think is happening. We are exporting our culture in a way, and it always has been, but in a way that when these lines are redrawn in this shift, their culture is our culture, right?
They're
They already play
homogenizing
NFL games here.
the corporations are homogenizing the world. That's what we're seeing.
Yes.
And
Can
it's
Here's
not
the
I
thing.
just
just
add
Here's the thing.
something?
I'm not hold on. I'm not a football fan. I don't follow the NFL. I don't follow any. And so when I walked into my living room and my husband and my son, who also plays football, which I'm like, ooh, go sports. I don't know a thing about football, okay? And I look on my screen and I go, wait, this is in Brazil? Aren't those two US teams? And then the next advertisement that I see is Mr. Beast. And then the next advertisement I see is for a movie called Tron. And then I'm like, is anyone else see where this whole, like, we're all going to like, either we are, one or two things are about to happen. Lines are about to be drawn, and two financial systems are going to rise out of the other end of what's about to come. Or one homogenous winner will be homogenous, but one will take it all.
it'll be the
We are at
corporation.
that paradigm.
Can I
or
just
it
add
could just
something?
be the NFL wants to expand their audience because they don't only go
Exactly.
to Brazil,
Because
they go to
when,
other
but here's the
countries too,
thing.
and they're a business.
Exactly. So when they start erasing those lines, it doesn't matter because culturally we've crossed over and we have shared things.
You know,
I
one
This
mean,
is
thing.
very, so like I'm crossing multiple different disciplines, run up. This is called sociology and how to take over a hemisphere.
no,
Right.
Catch
that's
up.
what you're talking about is globalism.
Well,
Let me just say something
let
now,
me just
yeah?
say,
You were
hold
talking...
on, Starks, real quick. Let me just say something real quick, and then you can have the floor here. Okay.
Oz,
Li-
can you adjust your mic volume just a little bit? The panel seems to be a little bit louder than you.
Okay, yeah. So here's the thing, guys. Oh, let me fix this real quick. There, maybe that'll fix it. Okay, so
bit more.
bit more. All right.
A bit more.
How's that sound? Is that better?
A lot
Good.
better. A
All
lot
right.
better.
Okay, so shit. What were we talking about? Uh, so golly, you guys threw me off. Damn it. We were talking about
Colonialism and oil.
right. Okay, here it is. Okay, so we can all agree that we are having a global financial shift, right? Pretty much. Run up. Can you agree with that?
Run up can't.
No.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Like,
Okay.
well, we have
Can
to
we
define it.
agree that there are tariffs being implemented by the United States globally?
Yeah, but this isn't anything new.
Right. But
This is
let me
just
just
to
say
address.
something. Can we agree on that? I'm trying to see what we can agree on, right? Okay. Okay. So if there are global implementations of tariffs across the entire world by the world superpower, the United States.
Yeah, but we've always had tariffs on other countries,
Right,
just not
but
at
what
these
we're
high
seeing,
rates.
hold on, but what we're seeing happen because of that are new trade routes being drawn up. We're
Yep.
seeing new border lines come, and what we're seeing is a global shift, not just financially, just completely. The entire everything is resetting, and they're literally calling it the Great Reset. It is happening. Everything is resetting and changing. All right. Hold on. If we look at history, right? History doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme. Okay. If we look at history and we go back and we see anytime there has been a global shift, it has always resulted in war. Period. So if we are having a global shift, we are going to war. It is going to happen. That's what I'm trying to say. Who was next? You know what? I want to welcome Chillwell and Francesca to the panel. Welcome, you two. Glad to have you guys. Did you guys have anything to say or add to this? Otherwise, I'll leave the floor to Starks, I believe was next. All right. Sounds like you're next, Starks. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, regarding what's going on with Venezuela, yeah, we were on that topic. I've been trying to make this comment, and we've gone to a next topic now as well. But going back to that topic, Venezuela was very important to the United States for two reasons. One, they needed the oil. Two, right, if you remember, about 12 months...
You don't need the oil.
No, let me explain. Let me explain, bro.
I will argue.
Give me a sec. Right? Now, the second thing is, about 12 months ago...
The refineries, not the oil.
12 months ago, the U.S. tried to buy the China docks in the Panama Canal, and China intervened, saying that it's government property and it's not for sale. So they couldn't get China out that way, so they've had to take over Venezuela so they can take over them docks or use them to their own benefit. Them docks were the key thing in this whole takeover. It had a little bit to do with the oil, but it's mainly to do with them docks. And it started about a year and a half ago when USA wanted to buy them docks from China, from a company in China. So that's why you're seeing Venezuela happen to Venezuela the way it has. Now China has to deal with USA.
Yeah,
I don't think it has.
Hold on. What did you say, Francesca?
The U.S. used to be in Venezuela. Those oil companies used to be there.
ExxonMobil.
This is nothing new under the sun. That's where they used to refine their oil. The Chevron, the BP, all of them.
Yeah,
and they left because they were getting a shit deal. And the other thing is, wait, I'm not finished. Please let me land my plane.
Sure.
The other thing is that the Venezuelan people were getting screwed by Russia and China on those oil deals. So this is not just a United States play. It's also for the Venezuelan people. They are going to get a new person in charge, someone possibly they actually put in place, not somebody who just took over.
No, Trump already says he's going to put one of his people in play over there, so...
Well, that might be a temporary stay until the Venezuelan people are able to put one of their own in place. But if you want to talk puppet government, we can talk about Obama in Libya.
Just a second, everyone. CCS. I sent you a request to come up on the panel if you'd like to debate. Sounds like Brooke wants to debate you. So if you'd like to come up and say what you have to say. We need to normalize
I said
not
for months that, yeah.
Hold on. We need to normalize not hating each other for having a difference of opinions. A healthy debate is a good thing to have.
What am I coming up here and debating? Let's make sure we're on the same topic though.
You tell me what front do you want to debate?
No. No, wait, if you go back and just read the comments, you laughed at Run Up. You laughed at him, correct?
I mean, it's
Yeah,
fine.
so defend. So yes,
You
I
laugh.
did.
No, I
So
know. Run up, run
defend
up.
because I
I'm
think
all
it's
of it. Okay,
hilarious.
so
No,
no,
I
hold
will.
on.
Yes, I
Hold
did
on.
No,
laugh at
no.
it because
Hold
I.
on.
So that's
No,
where
no,
it's
no.
weird because
Let me
no, there you
stand
go.
Hold
on it.
on,
No, 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 no,
everyone.
no, 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 no,
Hold
no,
on.
no.
Let me
CS,
stand on it.
CPS.
Let me
No, no, no.
explain. Let
I'll
me
stand on
explain.
it. I'll
It was
stand on
my
it.
it
I'll
was my
stand on it. I'll
territory. No, no,
stand
no,
on
no,
it.
no,
I'll
no.
stand
I'm
on
gonna
it.
be
No,
like
no, no,
you.
no,
I'm
no,
gonna be
no, no,
like
no.
you. I'm gonna keep
CPS.
talking. No,
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 no, no,
no,
no,
no,
no,
no, no,
no.
no, no.
No,
You're
no,
a
no, no, no.
narcissist.
All right, I had
Go
to
back
rug
under
him.
your bridge.
All right. I tried.
Oh, Evans, you invite the angry man
Yeah,
up.
yeah. I just wanted to say, I
Very
think
angry man.
like what took place in Venezuela has less to do with oil than it had to do with the petrodollar. Because Venezuela was talking about, or Maduro was talking about, um, selling their oil. I forgot to going away from the petrodollar and selling their oil in another currency. I don't know which currency it was, whether it was the ruble or the yuan, one of the two. But I think that's the reason why we had to step in, and it probably was the yuan because we did capture Maduro when they sent the the Chinese special envoy to Venezuela.
I just want to take a second here and address to the chat. I will give anyone a platform to speak. If you want to, whatever, you say your piece or whatever, but if you come onto my live and you're just going to make noise and nonsense, you're gone. Sorry, that's just what it is. I tried to give him the opportunity to speak, and all I heard was, no, 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 no. We're not going to be doing that here, okay? So, just is what it is, but have respect for each other. And Brooke, try to let him speak. All right.
He just wants a debate. He
No,
doesn't want a fair one. And yes, run up, I did laugh at you. And because it's obvious, because but like it's obvious, and here's the thing. It is very yes, and I will stand on it. I did laugh because as like historically looking back, macroeconomics wise, the
Mhm.
patterns are extremely clear to me. That's fine. That it is amusing and it is comical to me that people don't see it, and I'm fine with that. Now, here's the difference. He wants to stay in the comments and troll it, and then when he comes in here, he doesn't want to hear me out. And then whenever I say I will stand on it, I will tell you why. Now tell me. Now defend why what I will defend why I laughed. I will defend my facts. I have them. Come up here and discuss them with me or stay down in the like underneath your bridge troll. Seriously, it's clear what you're trying to do. It's not cool, and I'm done with it. Narcissists like you will not have your say with me. So stay under your freaking bridge. Understand?
all right, let's move on. So we're talking about oil, macroeconomics. Let's keep it on topic.
Yeah, and
Go ahead.
yeah, I could agree that precious metals rise during times of geopolitical uncertainty and also during times of currency debasement and inflation. But is that a guarantee sign that we will enter some type of war? I would say not necessarily. But like I could see the correlation um and like it does make sense.
Yeah.
Hey, how's
War
everybody
doesn't
doing?
have to
Hey, let's
gold and silver goes
hold
up
on, hold
when
on,
war
hold on.
starts or has started, not before.
Dolo David, welcome to the panel, bro. What do you
Yo,
got to
what's good?
say?
How's everybody doing? So, the Pentagon just basically printed or looked through, got about $1 billion from the Federal Reserve. What was it, a few days ago? So
They
usually
ordered
when
a
they
bunch of
do things,
pizza too.
yes. So usually when they do something like this, that's in preparation for some type of small WAR or some type of altercation to go on from a retaliating country. So I wouldn't completely leave that out of the conversation. That is definitely a high possibility something could happen. Now I wouldn't say it would be devastating to points of which we would have some type of ripple effects from it, besides possibly the market going down for a bit. But I do want to, keep that in mind that the Pentagon did just do that. So they typically only do that when something is about to happen.
Yeah, in my opinion, from what I see, I see the writing on the wall that we are honestly. I think we're already in World War III. These are just the pre steps that add up to it. Um, like I said earlier, the history books will write about World War III, and all this will be a part of it.
That W word, you gotta use TikTok friendly. You gotta spell it out or something. They'll crash live for that.
I don't care. I'm at this point where honestly, TikTok has changed a lot too with the algorithm and stuff. Because it's in the U.S. I'm not really too worried about TikTok anymore because we are multi-streaming on multiple platforms. So if TikTok gets crashed, then I'll see y'all on YouTube or Twitch or Abstract.
Hey guys, I'd just like to point out on the subject of TikTok, right? If you haven't already guessed it, I'm Asian by origin, and I've got friends in Palestine and in Iran, and these guys used to broadcast like what's going on, and I used to watch their lives. Their lives don't come up no more.
Yeah, I mean, I think the U.S. has an agenda for sure, but
It's
that was
not the
just
U.S. It's not the U.S.
maybe it's China. Whoever has control obviously has an agenda. That I'm fed up with TT. We love TikTok Shop.
Who took over TikTok in the last 6 months when the algorithm changed?
Oracle, right?
Yes, and who's Oracle? Where does Oracle originate from?
I don't know. You tell me.
Have a look. I'm not going to tell you yet. That's something for you to work out yourself, yeah? And then you'll understand why all of these things are happening.
Is it the
I believe
juice
it's
box?
OpenAI, isn't it?
The juice box emoji?
I think Sam Altman has something to do with that, right?
Yeah. TikTok seller
Let's just
says
say
it's in the chat.
Begins with I. It begins with I.
Yeah. The juice box.
Yeah.
Juice box emoji.
But I mean, look, we're seeing this. I used to come on live. I used to have 50, 60 people on my live, yeah? Ever since this scenario took place about 6 months ago, I've stopped going live because every time I'm coming up, I'm getting violations. I'm getting shadow banned all the time. And I've just had enough with it. That's why I come out to other people. I'm more than happy to discuss my information and whatnot. But, I'm not going to try and set up a social media to promote what I know and stuff because it's just not going to work.
Yeah. I'm probably going
What's
to
up,
be getting
y'all?
off here. Hey, AI, it's good to see you.
Hey,
I'm
Brooke.
probably going to
Hey,
be getting
Brooke,
off
how
Thank you for
you
here
coming
in
up,
a
doing?
Brooke, and I
few.
appreciate
How you
having
doing,
you.
sweetheart? Everybody, hello. I'm just
Brooke,
stepping in
hold
to
on real
agree
quick.
with Muhammad real quick and say that
Let
I
me
don't
let me
care about
reset the
being
room
banned
real
at
quick
all.
before you go.
So,
Brooke, thank you for coming up. You're always welcome here, and I appreciate the push and pull that we have. You're always welcome. And
Sorry for getting fiery. It's just a
nah,
tip,
it
like that's a
happens.
long time like thing, and it's one of those things. I'm fine with debate. I love debate.
Me too.
I love it. And I can stand on it. But there's productive debate and then there's not productive debate. There's people who are committed to misunderstanding you. And that's what I'm not here for. So I love debate because people learn. It's just the intention behind it. And so I do call out intention. But other than that, thank you. I'm sorry. I get hot now.
If you
And
don't
I
mind me
so all
asking,
yeah,
what
go
was
for it.
what was the debate topic? What was it about?
I laughed at Run Up because Run Up and I talk about macro econ all the time, and we both agree on so much. He's like, yeah, but that is happening. And so I attribute it to a much bigger shift that's happening in history and for us. And
Yeah.
Run Up takes the position that nothing interesting has happened and these things
Oh
always
yeah.
happen. And so
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
there's nothing special about this time where I firmly believe everything that we're seeing is a shift in the things that we're
Yeah.
feeling it because and I study history, so I draw on history and macroeconomics and cycles to understand where we're at today. And I know it's not a one for one comparison because it's so different, but yet I there is nothing new under the sun. It's the same thing just to a different extent.
Brooke, have you
And
Right,
heard
right.
of the
so
fourth turning?
Yeah,
yes.
that's funny. That's funny because my first interaction with Run Up, it was the same type of debate. I was like, hey, none of this stuff is random, man. This is just some run of the mill stuff. This is a big thing
You,
going on. So
you want to
it's
talk
funny you
about
say that.
hopium. You want to talk about hopium. Run Up is the biggest hopium for the status quo that I know.
Run Up has the
The
most
first,
Everything.
optimism ever.
Yeah, I mean, I
the
think
first thing, the first thing he said to me was, "What are you gonna do if this doesn't work out?" I was like, "What the fuck? I'm gonna carry on with my life."
Run Up,
I
by the
said it
way,
pretty
I have a
good.
folder. Run Up, I have a folder that I've been accumulating, and it has all of the recent random acts of violence on people to counter your debate on how things are super great right now.
Well,
And
let
yeah,
me
we're
just
safer
I'm
than
not
ever.
saying it's great now. I'm just saying that it's much better than before.
I don't.
I will
Again,
I'll tell you.
admit,
I
Hold
would
I'm going
counter
through
that
this shift
argument.
We
with
had the
air
biggest
conditioning.
single year
everyone.
I
drop
love
in.
no, I love this shift. I love going through this shift with air conditioning. You're
Yeah,
right. Like we're
every.
all
Let me just say
Cameron.
something,
That's good. That's a
and I
good one.
kind of said this before. Okay, is that the difference is we know it's happening. It's always been happening. Run Up is right. It's business as usual. This is all the same shit that always happens. It's just we're informed of it. The difference is now that we're informed of it, things are changing because we actually get that information. That's why I think a shift is actually finally happening, a huge shift, because it's not just happening in the background, it's being broadcasted on your phone that sits in your back pocket and you have instant access to it. That's the difference.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I completely agree with you, Oz.
You're both
Have you
right.
guys
You're
heard about
both
the
right.
regulation?
It's just more visible now.
Yeah.
Run
Hey,
Up, I
us.
appreciate
And
it
that's
Yeah.
because
why the
I can have these discussions. I say this. I just before I get off, I just want to say I really appreciate Run Up because he is so optimistic. And I'm going like, oh my
Nah,
gosh.
I'm just looking at the numbers.
yeah.
If I want to say, Brooke is super smart and knowledgeable, and she does make some excellent points, it's just sometimes we might not agree on the conclusions.
So
That
you basically Run Up.
Exactly.
You don't believe in the whole 2030 theory of you'll own nothing and be happy. You're not really a proponent of that.
The Great Reset, Agenda
Yeah.
I don't
31.
know. He said a few things about UBI and stuff and smart cities where I think he's a little closer to that thought than we might give him credit for.
He's in denial. That's the first stage.
He's waking up slowly but surely. The vaccine's wearing off, is what I call
oh my god.
That's a sore
I
topic.
personally
Don't
think
bring that one
vaccines are
up.
great, and that
Here we
mRNA
go.
vaccines are a major breakthrough.
Absolutely
We were
not.
able to
The
eradicate
creator of them,
polio,
Dude, I get sick every
himself
time I get a
like
vaccine.
said not to get injected by them. But I was gonna say, is there a possibility, right, to what Oz was saying about the Great Awakening aspect and what kind of Run Up was saying about the visibility aspect, if they're all connected to what Muhammad was saying about that problematic little country out there in the Middle East, right? Because I think part of the aspect that we're all seeing now, the visibility, right? They had conferences on this. I have no problem getting bananaed on this for whatever I say now because I'm rarely on here anymore, but I'll talk in code so I don't affect Oz's stream or anything like that. But the reality is like about visibility, about their growing number of people that are leaving their victimizing headspace, this mentality, right? And are kind of shifting to what we're seeing now is almost like an America first, or, you know, specific countries, you know, first, versus giving all of this support and funding and aspects of that. And a lot of the tech companies, right, are owned conglomerates in the industry. Stuff is owned and operated kind of in their sector. And they're this is notable, this is quotable by their own mouths as well. And I'm kind of wondering, is that part of the shift of this Great Awakening? We're all kind of seeing that there's a lot less differences in not only color, but culturism, in all of these noble aspects. And we're kind of all realizing, like, who is kind of putting us against each other a lot of the time, and especially behind the scenes. That'd be my 2 cents on this. I wonder if they're all kind of hand in hand.
I feel like
I mean, I think the
everyone's
world.
right. You know, I think everyone is right. It's just we're not zoomed out and looking at the full picture of it. So it seems like we're bifurcated when we're really not.
Yeah, I mean, the world is more unified now than ever before.
Yeah, but the problem is, run up, everything's a department. You go to the sales team and you ask for technical support. They're going to send you to another department. They're not going to say we can help you with that. They're going to send you to another department. And the other department never knows what the first department does. And the first department doesn't know exactly what the second department does. And that's the problem. Nothing is unified in the business sense, but we're trying to claim it as unified in a government sense, and that don't make sense because you've got corporations like the 3-letter people, right, that are doing things behind the scene.
I believe that the government is compartmentalized, but the corporations are all on the same page. And the corporations are the real ones doing the conducting and the manipulation of everything. And you know, we can talk about certain individuals, the juice boxes, you know, being in control, but, you know, it's the juice boxes control a lot of the corporations, but they're all working together in unison. It's all one big orchestrated plan. It's one of two things. It's either just completely random or it's all perfectly orchestrated. And I would say that Occam's razor would suggest that it's not orchestrated, that it's just randomly happening.
I would say that Stanley Kubrick would say that it's orchestrated.
and real quick, to kind of piggyback off of you saying, like, everybody's kind of having to go to their homeland. You know, I'm not a Christian per se, but I do like to, you know, look into the Bible for, like, it has a good reference points, things of that nature. And in Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 8 through 9, it does specifically state, like, God will collect all the people from each end of the world and from Israel, and they'll all be sent back to their homelands on a decent trip back on the waters. And so it basically does state, like, before the shift, something of this line, along this lines of people having to go back to, you know, their designated homeland would take place. So I do find that interesting.
Not only that, man. In the book of Revelations, it also says about, you know, the kind of talks of of global conflicts and stuff like that. It also says, I forget in which book it does mention this, but that the juice boxes of this current time aren't the exact lineage from their time. They came from Abraham or you know, there's a distinction between, you know, who they were then and who they are now, not only in religion down to the manuscripts, but in their ideology with where they move forward from that. So I think that's what's an interesting distinction as well. Like, this is not the same biblical references, because this entire culture, which again is more like a corporation, like kind of what Oz is saying, like they're more of like an industry almost, but like it's vastly different than what they're claiming to be trying to protect.
And to all the hold on real quick. And to all the non-believers, the people that don't believe in the Bible that are here listening to this, one thing that you have to understand is that you may not believe in these things, but there are people and men with power who do believe it, and they are making choices and decisions that influence the entire world based upon that book. So whether it's real or not, it's still affecting everything that's happening right now. It's like a blueprint.
That's a fact. That's a
Can
fact. I
just
always
add
say
something?
that.
Can
Yo,
I
what's up,
just add
Rap?
something
I always
quickly,
kind of
bro?
say that, like,
Let me just
Can I just
reset
add
the
something
room real
quickly?
quick. Let me reset the room. Everybody smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. Join the Discord link in my bio. Become a super fan. Become a subscriber with your subscription. You can get one-on-one coaching with me and with the super fan as well. I do all that through the Discord. I also teach technical analysis, macroeconomics, and strategy or trading strategy class as well. Crypto Rap, what's up? Welcome to the discussion. Glad to have you, brother. How you doing?
I'm so fucking busy today, bro. I'm so busy. There's not enough hours in the day right now, but I'm doing well besides that.
Hey, glad to have you, bro. I don't know if you had anything to talk about on the subject or not. If not, you can just sit in the panel, whatever. Glad to have you.
I just came to show up pretty much, but God is good every day. God bless you all. Thanks for tuning in. I'm just working on this picture of a fucking anime girl right now.
Nice. Dude, I got an anime coin I want to work on with you, bro. I got a good one.
I bet. Hell yeah.
All right. Back to the subject. We were talking about whether you believe in the Bible or not.
I think Muhammad was trying to get a word in too at the end there.
Yeah, what's up, Muhammad? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you were mentioning. I mean, I'm Muslim, right? And you guys are talking about the Bible, and guess what? The same stuff's written in my Bible as well. So,
exactly.
Touche. Now, the other part is for the people that don't believe that this is religious implications in what's going on around the world at the moment. I suggest you search red heifers.
Yes.
I'm sure you've heard on the news something about red heifers, right?
Yeah.
And if you do the research, you'll see who's behind it and what they're planning to do.
And you know what's crazy is for what has been 1,000 years, there's been, Jewish and Muslim farmers that have been raising heifers just to raise the red heifer.
They had, I believe, about 7 months ago, they had 2 red heifers imported from United States.
Yeah, from Texas. They spent millions on them too.
Hold on.
Real.
What is a red heifer? I'm sorry. What's a red heifer?
It's a sacrificial entity for them at a certain. I don't want to butcher it, but it's in an unsavory context. They're gonna sacrifice it.
It's a cow. Sacrifice 10 red cows of no blemish or disabilities or anything. They have to be perfect. They're going to do 10 on holy Islamic ground before the prophecy of the Antichrist comes about. And this is not the jukebox that's the problem. It's the other Z box that's the problem.
Yeah. And what's interesting about that, right? What I'm finding the correlation currently, I'm seeing it here in fucking Oklahoma, right? But we have Christians and people in the Bible Belt area. They're very focused in the news. They're very focused in the headlines. They're propping up this Minnesota stuff. They're very much focusing on the fact and the differences between Islamic and Christian. When in fact, I mean, there are differences, don't get me wrong, and everyone's entitled to their beliefs, but I will say there is more correlation or there's more things that are closer together in the two than there are differences. There are some fundamental differences, I will say that.
What the funny thing is, AI? Right, the Bible and the Quran, if you go by the classic Old Testament that's locked away in the Vatican, it's almost identical to the Quran.
They are very similar.
The newer ones that were made after, where things have been changed, verses have been taken out, verses have been put in, they're the ones that have got a problem.
And
now, outside of that, though, right? the whole connection though that I'm seeing is that they're highlighting that to kind of distract you from the macro issues, right? The actual tensions, the genocide, the raiding of this era, the not release of like they're doing things
justification for the raids. That's
well,
it.
now it's coming out that people in the IDF have been, found that they are members of ISIS, like high-ranking member official. Like they're connected in every kind of way. So when you have people that are not only controlling the money, calling the shots, sparking the ignition between the feuds, and they're members of both sides, but they're still telling you to like turn around and fight your neighbor. Like that's the part where I'm like, I think that awakening aspect is coming a lot quicker because we're all realizing like this is fucking stupid. We're tired of the violence.
Yeah.
We're tired of all of the stuff, and we're coming together in a like what Run Up was saying, with more visibility, with more transparency. So I think
Host, real quick.
I think that's pretty interesting.
Sorry, host, real quick, because I like the conversation. You might want to tell your listeners to spam F1 in the comments so it doesn't get crashed.
F1 in the comments. I think we're good, honestly. I'm not too worried about it. One thing I do want to say though, all of us here, we come from different beliefs, different backgrounds, but we can all agree that there are similarities in these writings and texts that are ancient. And, I feel like over time, things are lost in translation. Obviously, the Bible was originally written in Aramaic. You can't even understand what it says unless you can speak Greek and Aramaic. In the Quran, you need to be, it's Aramaic as well, I believe. There's something that's been lost in translation there that we don't quite understand. And then there's also the fact that, there is, over time, there has been adding to and removing from these ancient texts. So we don't have a clear picture biblically. And so we can, sit here and fight back and forth of this and that and whatever. But what we can do is we can come together on the similarities. And we can see that there's obviously something at play here, whether it's, like I said, whether you believe it or not. There are people that do, and, coming together and seeing those similarities and seeing that it's all pointing in the same direction can help you to have a better picture of what's to come. And so anyone here that is religious or biblical or spiritual in any way that has read the Bible or read the Quran or read the Tanakh or the Torah, I've actually read all of them. And there are a lot of things that line up. And I think if we focus on those things, we can actually see the direction we're headed. Anyone?
I always find it interesting because we kind of tend to blame damn near everything on the Jewish people or whatever, I want to say. But with that, wouldn't we suspect that they would have gotten their hands onto those books, kind of manipulated them? Well, I always kind of keep that in the back of my mind. Like, if that's true, then why would, the other stories also not be conflated already?
Yeah, we can't be so dogmatic when it comes to religion. Me, I don't go to church, but I'm educated in, theology and multiple theologies, not just, Christianity, and so on and so forth. Like I want to know the information that's out there, but like, we were saying is that, there's obviously something, these are thousands of years old, this information that we have, and we're seeing it kind of play out. The question we should be asking ourselves is it playing out because it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, or is it playing out because it's real, right? Me, I lean towards the fact that I think it's real. I think things are happening. And maybe that comes from a sense of fear that I don't want to be left out, or I don't want to be wrong, because the consequences for being wrong seem like they're pretty drastic. At the same time, what do you believe nowadays? There's just so much out there. What
Hey,
do
I
you
got
do?
a question for you, Oz.
Yeah.
What was the devil's biggest accomplishment?
Accomplishment.
Yeah, what was his biggest accomplishment?
I'm stumped.
He gave Eve the apple.
I know what it is.
No.
Let me say it. Let me say it, 'cause I think I know what it is.
His biggest. Go on,
His
then.
biggest
Go for it.
accomplishment. It was getting the world to believe that God wasn't real, or that He wasn't real.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 100%.
Right.
And,
Now,
and look,
if we- if
two
we-
people from
if
two
we
different
applied
religious
the
backgrounds
same-
can agree on that.
Yeah, well, look, here's the thing now, yeah? If we look what's going on there, and now we have a look at what's going on in government and everything else, it all falls under the same category. For example, we have the president and everyone that are supposed to be in control, but the other entities behind the scenes that we never see, we don't know exist exactly the
Illuminati.
same way as what's been prophesied for the best accomplishment. So you gotta understand, like, okay, so if the Bible's saying this, how does this correlate with the real world? And a lot of people can't see the correlation, but if you look into it deep enough, you see the correlation. And once you see the correlation, you can't unsee it.
Yeah. And I would say the consensus in the chat, most of the people have some type of agreement or knowledge that these things are happening. Whether they're real or not, they're happening. And basically these biblical texts, I'm trying to use proper language because this is a unbiased thing, because we all come from different backgrounds and beliefs. But, we're seeing things play out. We're seeing things happen, and it's the playbook, right? Me, I whether, like and I can't say this enough, whether you believe it to be true or not, you need to understand the fact that these things are happening, whether you like it or not, whether it's based on the fact that they're real or it's correlation equals causation.
Hey,
Absolutely.
I've got a question for you. I've got another question for you. Well, everyone here, has anyone seen the original Ghostbusters movie?
Absolutely.
Of course.
Yeah, with Dan Aykroyd and what's his name, the other guy?
Bill Murray. I actually
But
met
anyway,
Bill Murray at
Bill Murray, yeah.
I met Bill Murray and Stevie Wonder and Santana. We were hanging out backstage at Crypto Arena.
Ah, nice. Right, anyway, the point of why I'm mentioning this film, right, is when the ghosts first start appearing, right, they have a device that gives them a PK reading of how much ghost entity there is in the world, right? And they go into the library and they come in front of a ghost and it goes off the charts, yeah, and the both things go standing up, beep, 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 beep. Yeah, they get scared, they run out. Later on in the movie, they're talking about the same energy, right? And he goes, imagine that energy was the size of a Twinkie, but now that Twinkie is the size of a bus, right? And he's trying to explain how fast the supernatural things are occurring now compared to what they were a few months ago.
It's an accelerated timeline.
It
compounds,
and that's
and
exactly what we're seeing now.
And
right?
I think that's
in
the
what's
correlation.
going on around the world, an accelerated time frame.
And I think that's the correlation with AI. AI exponentially is speeding all of these things up. And in the Revelation, it says that you'll know the end times because knowledge will be. God, I can't remember off the top of my head, but it basically says that knowledge will be exponential or whatever. I can't quote it here, but
Yeah, even if you think about it astrologically, you know, we just got out of the year of Aquarius, right? And now we're so with that, it's supposedly supposed to be a spiritual awakening. People are having more debates. Uh, just basically, if you look into what the astrological meaning of the year of Pisces, it kind of lines up with what's being talked about right now.
And you know what? For all the naysayers and non-believers out there, there's definitely something happening out there that can't be explained, because I have seen with my own two eyes. We've been, so we had the Down the Rabbit Hole show. We were doing some ghost hunting. I have like a spirit box right here. And I'm going to post that video. I keep saying that I'm going to do it. We got hard. Like, I've seen the Ghost Hunters stuff on Netflix or whatever. It's never, I'm always like, nah, that's trash. I'm not going for it. Right. We got hard evidence with this one. Okay. And I've seen, there's a lot of activity here at this compound that we have here. I've literally seen things get thrown across the room. I've seen entities and things. This place was built in the 1940s. There's activity. Something exists beyond our understanding and comprehension.
I can explain it to you. I haven't experienced it myself, but I know what you're talking about, and I can explain it to you.
And like I said, this is a fact-based show. I have no reason to lie to you guys. I'm here to give you the facts. If you join the Discord, I'll post the Spirit Box video in the Discord. And but I'm telling you right now, I've seen it with my own two eyes. It's real.
If I say to you, right, how many beings are living, how many entities are on Earth, what would your answer be?
Entities? Gosh, I would say
like
it's innumerable.
Humans and so forth. Like, you know, you got humans. Is there another entity like humans?
Like humans? I mean, yeah, there. I believe you want to jump down the rabbit hole with me, man. You got to get in the Discord. We have down the rabbit hole section where we debate and talk about all these things. Join the Discord link in my bio, guys. But honestly, I think that there are multiple entities, if not innumerable.
What's up, Oz? I don't want to cut you off here, Starks.
I'm sorry, I forgot to
say what's up.
I forgot to introduce you, man. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. I've been trying to figure out where to put myself in this conversation because, you know, sometimes I say too much. So, you know, you guys are running from religion over to ghosts, and which all wraps around in the same thing. I believe it's all energy with multiple dimension. That's where I kind of land with it. With religion, circle back to that.
Close.
I don't practice, I don't preach, I don't anything, because the most people we've lost in the world over how many thousands of years are what? Because of beliefs. And that's still happening right now. Why don't you just believe in people and be a good person? Why do you have to believe in a written scripture that could have been written over and over and over again to lean one way? Just be a good person to everybody. That's just like politics. It's just like everything. It's hard for me to get on board with that side of things when that's the biggest beef in the world, right?
Yeah. And I think what we need to understand, hold on. I think what we need to understand here is the Bible, religion, ghost, paranormal activity, all of it, science, it all kind of it all correlates together. It's all connected in a certain way. And what we are doing is we are trying to put names and labels on things that we don't understand or know what they are or can even begin to fathom with our brains. And we're too busy focused on arguing over the names of things than acknowledging the fact that that something is there, that we do exist, that it does exist. And we're getting too caught up on, oh, I know what's right, or I know what's right because I read this or I did that. The fact of the matter is there's obviously something, and we can agree on that. And those of you that can't agree on it because you've never experienced that, I would ask you to speak to God, or whatever you want to call its name, God, Allah, Jesus, Yeshua, Yahweh. Pick your name. Quit arguing over the names of these things. They're just a definition we gave to something that we don't understand. But I would ask for you to pray, or talk to that voice inside your head, or whatever the definition is that you call it, and ask it to reveal itself to you, and it will. That's how I have been able to have the encounters that I've had.
Can I just say my 2 cents worth now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, first question then. Yeah, we were talking about how many entities. There's 2 type of entities on this planet. There's humans and then there's jinn. Right? Now, how do we know there's 2? Because the devil, where did he come from? He was a jinn. He was God's favorite at one point, right? And if you look at his origin, they were here before humans were here, right? So we've got 2 entities we're not supposed to mix, but some of the entities, they like to cross over and cause problems, and that's what we refer to as ghosts and possessions.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we just are focused too much on the name, and
yeah,
we're giving the same things different names, and
Yep.
that's all we're doing.
Yeah. I mean, it's good to know the origin of these things as well, because, we see phenomenal things on TV and AI stuff and whatnot, yeah? Right? But these days, you can't tell what's real and what's not.
Yeah. And especially with AI now, we don't know what's going on.
Yeah, and that falls under the same category as best accomplishment. He don't exist.
I think that's the easy cop-out answer, that it doesn't exist. Just because you haven't experienced something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Have you...
No, I meant like the devil's accomplishment was, best accomplishment was, to convince the world that he don't exist.
Yes, and I think
right,
you're
and
right.
now in AI we're seeing the same thing, because we can't tell reality between unreality, virtual reality. So again, you're falling into that category where does it exist or doesn't it exist?
Yeah, and if you really think about it, like with AI and the stuff that's coming out, right? It's actually, AI has been used in the court and deemed as valid evidence. So that's a scary time we live in, where you can literally post, and this was a big deal. This was the Kyle Rittenhouse case. The image that was used to basically exonerate him was an AI image. Now, it was AI enhanced, but it wasn't the raw image. And that's the issue, is an AI enhanced image should not have been able to be admissible in court. However, it was, and therefore we have set the groundwork of basically AI imaging being used in court. And also, we're seeing it in political campaigns. We saw, what's his name? The guy in Florida when he was running for president. What's his name? Somebody help me out in the chat. Chat, help me out. Who was the guy that was running for president, the governor of Florida?
DeSantis?
John DeSantis used AI images of Donald Trump hugging and kissing Fauci. And, that was permittable. And it was even put like there, it wasn't like they used it and put it out as though, oh, this is fake imaging AI. No, they use deceptive wording to make it seem like it actually happened. And even if it didn't happen, there are a bunch of little old ladies, people out there that see that, and they don't even know. I mean, literally, there are so many people that do not, they don't notice what's AI. I mean, look at the Goat Tribe album. We've been listening here. This is AI. You can't tell.
This is a problem. This is a problem now, and I mean, over in the UK now, you're talking about AI and stuff and whatnot. Over in the UK, they want to ban Twitter.
Yeah.
Not Twitter, X.
Yeah, because it's a free speech platform-ish.
Yes.
Yeah, especially the UK. The UK, man, is becoming dystopian much faster than the US. I would say the US is definitely becoming dystopian. I think the entire world is becoming dystopian. And that's what we're saying. They want you to live in the pod and eat the bugs. They want to have control of your money and how you spend it and where you can spend it and what you can spend it on. We are marching in lockstep. I wouldn't even say marching. We are running full speed towards full control and manipulation over everything. And everyone is just cheering it on because they want their bags to pump, or they want whatever it is that they want to see, or because they hate someone else, another group. They're cheering it on.
But that's what crypto is, bro. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it's doing.
It's the usher to
and
the march.
The thing is, I've come to an agreement with myself, right? Because this thing's gonna happen whether you like it or not. So where would you like to be? Would you like to be at the bottom of the chain or as far above the chain as you can get?
Exactly. And that's what I tell people is like, use this opportunity to enrich yourself, isolate yourself, create a bubble, but eventually it's going to come to your doorstep no matter how much money you have. And one thing that they do say, it is harder, or this is in the Bible, the Christian version of it. It is easier to fit a camel through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom. Okay. And that is very true. Get the money, chat, but God will not let you have that money if you cannot not let it change you.
Do you know what the actual meaning of that is?
What is that? Tell me.
You know why the rich man has it so hard to go through the eye of the needle, like a camel going through the eye of a needle?
Explain it to me.
Because the whole purpose of wealth, right? If I'm wealthy, I want my community to be wealthy. Right, so I'm supposed to be looking after my community. If I'm a multi-billionaire, right, and the people around me ain't even got the houses and they're rented from me and whatnot, right, I should be helping them out in a way where they can make money and stuff. I should be helping them out financially if they need it to buy their own homes and stuff. But none of that happens because in this era, right, it's all about I need to be more wealthier than the person sitting across the table from me.
Yeah. And
right? So you never get that wealth transfer to the middle class or the lower class.
But that's been forever, right? That's not the last 100 years. That's going back thousands of years. It's always been that way.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. When a certain family owned the entire oil industry, right, they had to be split up into 12 sections all around the world. Right, so they made a vow that they're going to screw over everyone in the economy, and I think they're accomplishing their goal.
Yeah, if you've ever read the book Behold a Pale Horse, I would encourage you to read it. It's in the knowledge section in my Discord audiobook for you guys to listen to. It is a blueprint of not only how this is happening, but it literally lists all the different types of laws and legislation that's been written over the last several decades that have moved us in this march towards tyranny. Everyone, I implore you, read or listen to the audiobook Behold a Pale Horse by William H. Cooper, and it's going to map out everything we're talking about. This is why I know that crypto is going to be mass adopted. This is why I know and believe all the things that I say is based off of this book. You guys have to read it. I know it sounds biblical because it's, Behold that Pale Horse is Revelation 6, chapter 5, I believe. But it's really not that. This is a guy that was, I want to say he was MI6 or naval. He was naval intelligence, right? And very, very smart guy. The guy literally predicted not only how he would die, but where, and that he would be assassinated, and it happened. And it amazing story. Definitely check it out, guys. The Discord link is in my bio. Join the Discord. Smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. Follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat, the #1 live stream on Abstract for 7 days in a row. Let's go. But yeah, back to what we were talking. Just need to reset the room there.
Yeah, should we get back to crypto?
Honestly, I'm cool with it. I never wanted to do a crypto show. I had a podcast before this and I never could get any traction or get any viewership. And so I started doing crypto, obviously, because I wanted to help people and I saw a void that needed to be filled in the space. But the idea was to get your attention with your wallet to talk about what really matters.
I see. Clever tactics. Well done.
And that's why
I like the fact we can talk about anything here.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be about crypto. I keep the crypto up and the chart with the XRP thing. It's about engagement. It's about getting you in here. If I have any other thing on the screen, engagement drops. But I put this picture up and we're good. Because that's what people want.
I can't talk crypto all day long either, Oz. I need to expand my brain. And Chillwell was saying the same thing about an hour ago,
Yeah, and it seems like everybody in the crypto space gets just so locked in that they get locked up. And that's
And I love to talk to Brooke about other things other than just economics sometimes when I get the chance.
Absolutely. Brooke, thank you for the hand hearts to everyone. Much appreciated. Guys, don't forget to send in your daily heart me. Send gifts if you can. If you can't send a gift, just hit the like button. You don't necessarily have to send money to help support. But if you do, or you like what we do and you really want to give, we also, in the link in my bio, we have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. You can just give directly to the show. And all that goes to pay for all the infrastructure here. I have the IT guy here, and I want to get back to where we're making money again, and it looks like we're starting to get the algorithm going and doing it again. I want to bring Jesse back on the show, but I can't afford to basically bleed out thousands of dollars a month to make, maybe $100. I just can't. It became unsustainable. And it was all supported. We're PBS. We're supported by viewers like you. So donations go a long way because 100% of that comes to supporting the show and the people that work here. I don't take it. Okay. It goes to paying everyone else here. And also, it's not taxable because it's a donation. So best way to give. Otherwise, but right now we're trying to boot the algorithm. So send it here, let TikTok get their cut. but I do appreciate what you guys have done for this show. And just know I've invested a lot into doing this. I don't ever expect to really see a return. Maybe one day we'll see. My main focus and goal is to employ people and help them to get them in a place where they can be financially free, and also to spread knowledge, wisdom, truth, and also to create critical thinkers. I want you guys to start using your brains, question everything. William H. Cooper, the guy who wrote Behold a Pale Horse, one of his famous quotes was, "Listen to everything but believe nothing." And that's the idea here, is to question everything. Don't just take something at face value. Dig into it. That's why we have a fact checker for the show, is because we don't want to just listen to what AI or Google tells us. We want to dig into it. And I don't have the time to do all this and dig into it. So I really believe that Jesse is one of the most important things to have on the show, because I had originally started by using AI, and I realized that we were not getting factual information out that way.
Oh, can I give a little bit of heads up to people?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, electronics are going through the roof. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Computer components are going through the roof. Right. If you're in the market for a new computer, yeah, I think this is probably going to be the best time to buy. Otherwise, you're going to have to end up waiting about 3 years.
Dude,
because I think the prices are about to triple on everything.
I bought all this equipment, I think back in February or March, and I was going to wait and do it slowly over time. And I was like, no, I pulled the trigger. I dropped 15 grand on building all this, not just the electronics, but also the building materials to build the studio. And now just the electronics alone used are worth more than double than what I paid for them. And it's big equipment.
Yeah, and you know what? In 2 years' time, they're going to be worth a lot more.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what's going right now on the computer sector side, right? Because of RAM prices going so high on DDR5, everyone's like trying to buy last generation, which uses DDR4.
Yes.
Because it's cheaper. So I'm expecting them prices to be going up soon as well.
Yes.
M.2 storage devices. Micron, one of the biggest manufacturers, is now only serving AI institutions, so they're not selling to the public. That's going to be 30% of the market that needs to be filled by SanDisk or Western Digital.
Chillwell,
so to
what
speak.
are you talking about, bro? Chillwell says investing without a strategy gets you liquidated. Oz, come on, bro. What are you referencing, man? I don't even know what you're talking about. Come up here and talk to me, because I don't know what you're talking about, because I would never give out. First of all, I don't give out any advice on the show. This is not financial advice. But I do coach people in the right direction, but I don't know what I said that was even along those lines. So come up here and talk to me. I want to hear what you got to say. Go ahead, Starks.
Yeah, no, I was just talking about like how expensive these components are getting. M.2 storage is going to be the next one to get the hit, where it's probably going to go up by about 200%.
Yeah, I'm looking at buying like a few hundred terabytes of storage, because like I save everything I record, and we have literally a year of 4 hours a day live streaming, that I got to store it somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, you can use normal hard drives, but AI need fast access, so they use M.2s.
Right.
And last month, I bought an M.2 drive for about $120. Today, I have to pay about $200 for it.
Right. What's up, Chillwell?
Right.
How you doing, buddy?
No, I'm good. I'm good. Also, I'm just saying, like, you invested the money into doing the show. without making a strategy of how you're going to recoup that dollars.
Oh, my strategy is this: is I took out
Because
hold
I'm telling
on.
you right now, man, there's
Let me tell you my strategy on that. Just to set the record here, I took out massive profits in crypto in end of January of last year. So in order to offset my taxes, I started a business. This is a business. So that's the
that
strategy.
makes sense. But there has to be an income off the business.
There's an
and
income.
Streaming.
It's just not a lot yet.
But
I'm looking at
there's
down
not
the road.
a lot of
We're going to be massive. I'm not
like there's
going
not
anywhere.
a lot of income in the streaming on TikTok, man.
I mean, we do all right.
So there's
yeah, it's not enough yet.
no, you invested into a loss. Like you invested into a loss, man. And sometimes, we have to
Not
we have to
really.
take account for that.
I wanted a computer to play video games on and to help people. What I'm investing in is in you, the viewer. I believe in the people that if we are educated, we can make a difference and we can shape the world the way we want it. And we don't have to march in lockstep down the wrong path. I believe that we can come together as a people and make a positive change. So my investment is not into this business, it's into you.
Yeah, well, I give out a lot of free juice anyway. So, like, you invested in the right person. If you're saying that to me personally, I'm always here. You can always reach out to me. I'm going to be 100% factual about when I give my information.
I love that.
So yeah, I appreciate that you invested into me. Personally, I can't give you any revenue back unless there's some juice involved.
You can't.
So, like,
take
if
it
you
with
can
you,
show
bro.
me there
throw
how
a
you set up
galaxy.
your day
Chill.
trade,
Throw a couple of
then that's going to
galaxies.
bring.
Yeah, everybody spam.
Like, if you can show me your
TikTok with
strategy
galaxies
right now and just give it to a pay-for-play, what you're going to do on your day trade daily, that's the juice.
And
that's what we're trying to get out of you. How do you make your money every day, bro?
Chill bell.
Well, so we have
Chill bell.
hold
Look,
on.
he's
So we
already
have
told.
the TA class.
Hold on.
So we have the TA class. We have, revenue coming in through TikTok. We have revenue coming in through Twitch. We have revenue coming in through Abstract. Obviously, it's just
so you're not
a
afraid
little
to show
bit.
me a P&L then, like every other fake person trying to show. So you're not afraid to show me a P&L of your last trade.
Honestly, I'm not even trading anymore. I'm sidelined. And honestly, I don't need.
You got me there. You got me there, but I've got more.
I don't
me.
need to. I don't need to prove anything to you, or to anyone. The proof's in the pudding. I'm retired. I sit here on live all day long.
No, literally, the proof is in the pudding. The proof is the P&L and how much value you can bring.
I don't need any P&L.
Well, hold on. Oz, let me just answer this question quickly for you. Right, he's already told you that he's using this venture for tax write-off purposes and whatnot, yeah? So he knows what he's doing. The equipment that is bought is doubled in value. By next year, it's going to probably triple in value. So even if he sold it, yeah, he'd still be making money. So theoretically, it's not a loss.
And I've
but
added
the
on
transparency
to my property.
is in the
So
strategy.
I
the transparency shows you that somebody has a trading strategy that actually works.
I don't care. People come in day
Like
in and
you
day
can
out.
you can say like go in and pay to get in the Discord as much as you want, but like if
it's free,
if you
in
can't
the
sit here and show a strategy that works, there's no pudding.
It's free in the Discord, and I spent an entire year of calling out the market time and time again. I literally went into your Discord
but
and
look,
predicted the largest market crash in crypto history,
Discord,
and you blocked me for it.
I'm just on your live stream. I'm not in your Discord. I'm just on your live stream.
I know, but I was in your Discord.
The proof
and I
is
gave you and your community a heads up days before the largest crash in crypto history, and you banned and blocked me for it. So you tell me.
I didn't block you for that reason. I blocked you for the continuous FUD of crypto.
It doesn't matter.
So we'll get that straight for now.
The fact of the matter is it happened, and unfortunately, people didn't hear about it because of you.
Unfortunately, I don't care if the people heard about it or not.
I know, because you don't care about your community.
No, I didn't say that. It's their own financial choices and their own strategies. What's the outcome? If they,
it's not a strategy. Literally,
well,
we
they
were
don't know.
facing the largest crash in crypto history, and all you guys could scream about was all-time highs.
And most indicators gave the signal. It's not a glorifying moment.
I don't need to give anyone P&L because I'm right every single day. I have the most consistent record.
I'm not requesting P&L. I'm requesting a strategy that works for you if you're going to get into a trade today.
And I give that strategy in my technical analysis macroeconomics class.
If it's free,
it's the TA class is not free.
So there you go.
Because I need to make some kind of income.
You're selling value without showing it. Like just imagine I'm just a new person just coming to this stream today.
You know what?
Like you're inviting somebody in to make money
TikTok seller,
without
are
showing
you in the
value.
chat right now? Tell him. Does it work? The chat are the people that are trading. And by the way, in the Discord, it shows
wait
the
up a
wins.
second. 1 minute's free, then the next minute you can't show us on the chart.
Discord
like,
is
right
free.
There in front of you. Like,
the
just show
Discord
us-
is free. The class is different because I'm taking time out of my day to teach you something. Okay? If you go to college, do you not pay to go to college?
I agree with that.
So you can just go in and copy someone's homework for free. But if you want to learn how to do it.
So like copy trading.
Yeah. You can copy someone's homework all day long in the Discord. But if you want to actually learn how to do it yourself and give yourself some knowledge and education, that's what I charge for. And it's condensed down. It's a one-time. It's not like I have a TA class every week and you got to just keep paying and keep paying. No,
It's a one-time payment?
No, once you take the course, it's done and you've learned it. And the people that signed up for it, if I have any new classes that do come out, because I do have guests that come on, and we're talking about these are hedge fund managers. These are high-profile traders.
Look, bro, what I'm trying to get at is like, I see you putting the work in.
They come in as guests, and then they teach what they know. All right? And that's free for anyone that has purchased the beginning part of it. And that's free for life from then on out. So, yes, I would like to make some...
Can we keep the vibes up and you two stop rug pulling each other, please?
Yeah, here's the thing is, I have over a lifetime of trading developed my own strategy and technique and the way that I read the charts and do technical analysis. Okay? And I lost a lot of money to learn how to do that. And I'm giving people the opportunity to learn to see the charts in a whole new way. That's what I'm doing.
Bro, I'm not here to put you. I'm not here. You're just saying, like, if you can't give an explanation of the strategy before people go into it, it's misleading.
It's not even mostly based on strategy.
It's misleading if they have to pay before they understand the education.
No.
It's misleading.
No, like I said, the whole trading, what's happening there is free. Okay? What I'm teaching you is not so much strategy. Yes, there's some strategy, and you get to decide what strategy works for you. Okay?